Start now. Hello, Council. We're reconvening this public hearing on July 25th from June 20th, 29th, 30th, and July 14th. We're going to call this to order. Councilors are allowed to participate by electronic means under our bylaws, but you need your video on to confirm quorum. And if your video is turned off, you'll be marked absent for that portion of the meeting, and I'll be keeping a close eye on quorum, as I know we maybe don't have everybody here today. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which will be tweeted out on Twitter at Van City Clerk. As always, we acknowledge we're in the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all who live, work, and play on their lands. Thanks, staff, too, for all your work. With that, clerks, go with the roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Weep.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
The hearing has quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, clerks. Before we begin, just some announcements. Speakers have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered and state whether or not you're in support or oppose. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter for updates on the progress of the meetings. I'll call out the speaker number and names as we go through the list so you can keep track. You can send comments to online as well, vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments. That link's on Twitter. Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in the public hearing process are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in public hearings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's procedural bylaw prohibits council members from the use of word, tone, speech, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of a person or persons in a group. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory, and I will remind both council members and speakers of this if we stray into any gray areas. The conduct of a safe and inclusive environment for members, staff, public, and council is all of our responsibility, and we'll ask speakers to modify their language if they're using disrespectful language. Also want to note our longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders, especially during Pride Week. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we'll avoid using gender honorifics and instead refer to people by first and last name, role, or title. This is a quasi-judicial body, which means Council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. And I will be tightly chairing that. Council prompting you for questions to speakers rather than statements. After hearing from speakers, at the close of the speakers list, Council may approve the application in principle, refuse the application, and refer it back to staff for further consideration. If you want to participate on this item today, which is the CD1 rezoning on West 7th Avenue at West 8th Avenue, the number to call is 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445#. Let's see, we have speakers on the line to provide comments on this item. On July 14th, we ended with speaker 225. So you'll continue with speaker 226, who is Mary Bedgelos. Clerks, do we have speaker? Yes.
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I'm on the queue for a point of information before we begin speakers.
Point of information. You kind of need the floor for that. So
I'm on the queue. Mayor?
Yeah, well, there is really no queue right now, but what
So at the last resumption of this public hearing, staff addressed a number of questions that had been sent in by councillors. We've also, since that meeting, sent a series of questions in, and I'm curious if staff will be addressing those at the beginning of the meeting as they did last time, or when we can anticipate responses.
Sure, great. I'll take that as a point of procedure. Clerks or city manager or senior staff person on the line, can you address that point of procedure by Councillor Dominato, whether or not we're not going to have, there's nothing in the script that says we'll have staff responses today, but we may have staff responses probably after the close of the speakers list. That would be my guess. But staff, any comments on that?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Teresa O'Donnell, your Director of Planning. We do not have comments today, but we will make closing comments that will follow up on the questions that are still outstanding.
Is that okay, Councillor Dominato? Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Great, okay. So Speaker 26, Mary Begelos.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. The speaker is at the podium.
Oh, great. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for coming in today. Please go ahead whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of Council. My name is Mary Bielis. My family and I live close to the proposed site, and I'm opposed to the rezoning in its current form. While I have various objections, I will focus on 3. First, there is no example of a successful, large-scale, supportive site comparable to the proposed. Secondly, the applicant's due diligence process did not recognize vulnerable populations in the neighborhood. And third, the site is not designed for success based on advice from a leader in the supportive housing field. First, there are only 4 other supportive housing projects in Vancouver that contain 129 or more single-person units in one building. 2 are in the downtown east side. The others are the Kettle on Burrard and the Marguerite Ford, all of which are located in reach of clinical mental health and addiction supports. There are no other permanent supportive housing buildings of around 129 units, mixed with affordable units or not, that use a harm reduction approach and are beside a preschool, an elementary school, a toddler park, a women's supportive recovery home, and a major transit hub in a neighborhood without mental health and addiction services. Second, the applicants have failed to show a duty of care. In the preliminary site approval recommendation from 2020, the due diligence summary only identified the future transit hub to the south, the Greenway to the east, and Delamont Park to the north, but it did not identify the elementary school campus that surrounds the proposed site, nor the preschool or the adjacent women's recovery home. This disregard for vulnerable populations regrettably continued during the community engagement conducted by BC Housing's agency after it announced the project in 2021. Third, last month myself and another individual met with the executive director of Coast Mental Health via Zoom. Some comments made during the meeting were not referenced in their correspondence to Council. They include, they were not a proponent of the tall steel build form because of its, I quote, unusual design and scale that did not fit into the neighborhood design. They affirmed that Coast had reviewed the RFP but declined to bid due to these considerations. They told us that having such a large number of units in a large building presented security challenges with blind spots inside and outside the building, challenges in managing relationships between tenants, and also with guests that could affect a tenant's housing stability. They said that the proximity of the future subway terminus presented additional safety concerns, and the vulnerability assessment tool, being self-reporting, presented issues when potential tenants did not fully disclose details about themselves. They discussed how the Marguerite Ford was considered too large, inadequately staffed, and unsuccessful, and that following these difficulties, BC Housing reverted to building projects with approximately 50 units, which the executive director referred to as the sweet spot for supportive housing. This accords with the government's Rapid Response to Homelessness Program framework released in October 2017, which expressly contemplates supportive housing projects averaging 40 to 50 units. They also discussed that Marguerite Ford was designed for one purpose, but it ended up being used for another, for the heart to house. And this is of concern, as under the wording of the proposed housing agreement, All or most of the units could end up being shelter rate, despite the stated intention for a 50-50 mix of shelter and hills. And lastly, they acknowledged that even if half the units are reserved for low-income tenants, there can be challenges operating 2 programs on one site in one building with shared amenities. They have seen these challenges play out in buildings, such as Steve's Manor and the George Pearson, where individuals with mental health and addiction issues were housed with the elderly and physically disabled. In summary, there is no evidence to date showing that a site of this magnitude can exist without robust, in-reach, clinical and other supports, while being in harmony with the multiple vulnerable populations in close proximity. Council is being asked to make a decision that affects the livelihood of 3 large and very vulnerable populations based on inadequate input and consideration. This rezoning is premature and exemplary of the failed processes of BC Housing's agency. When experts like Dr. Summers and Judge Gove, who will be speaking today, provide sound feedback on housing solutions, decision makers need to listen. Please do so in this case and reject this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in today. I don't see any questions for you, but I do appreciate your attendance and participation, and my apologies for mispronouncing your name. I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is speaker 227, Arnold Tengerjati. Arnold Tengerjati, speaker number 227.
The speaker is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have speaker 228, Maureen Sharon.
No.
Thanks very much. We have speaker 229, Mayumi Dar.
The speaker is coming to the podium.
Thanks, clerks. Thanks for coming in today.
No problem.
You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Mayumi. I currently live in Burnaby, but grew up in the east side of Vancouver. I'm opposed to this particular plan in its current state of being very unclear, unfinished, and lacks common sense. I commend both sides of speakers because I think anyone who took the time out of their day to come out and stand up for strangers on a very important ongoing issue deserves to be heard and respected no matter which side they speak from. I used to be homeless. I had a heroin addiction from the age of 14 and surviving the navigating, crushing reality of those streets up until the age of 19. Finally, reaching 40 years of age, I am now proudly 4 years clean and honestly thought it would never happen to me. But out of my entire experience, the pertinent info I have to offer is what I remember as a teen going to many meetings, detoxes, and residential recovery programs. The theme of what most street kids said to me at the time was the fact of how hard it was to get away from the culture and lifestyle and friends. That was the number one roadblock for all of them. At first, I didn't take heed to what they said until I actually experienced it on my own. So from 15 to 18, I was living on the street and survived scary situations where it truly was survival of the fittest. Where my daily successes in using were determined by men and people older than me, who I saw as more powerful than me. Once it sunk in that wasn't working for me, I left behind all the people that I considered part of that life. I went home and luckily had my family there to accept me. And I can honestly say to this day that was and is the main reason I stand before you today, my happiness now only being determined by me. What I have heard being said is that independent recovery is preferred by 84% of people suffering addictions and mental health issues. I can completely relate to this. I wanted to ask you to consider this for rezoning. I think mental health and addictions are a primary cause of homelessness, death, and violence, not the other way around. Homelessness and poverty is not far behind. Will this building really be the best way to help with mental health and addictions, or are we just giving people a house in an environment that is not best suited to help them at that time? Are we solving for the root cause with this building, or just continuing more of the same? If we don't start looking at the root cause, we will be back here again and again, year after year. From what I've seen, homelessness and poverty and addictions is often the outcome of undiagnosed or treated mental health problems, not the other way around. Drug abuse, gun violence, child endangerment, etc., more often come from mental health problems. I ask you to consider this and not simply do what is done, building a big building, which clearly impacts the neighborhood and community too. It seems like a lot of people speaking know what they are talking about and really want to help you. Thank you so much.
For your time today. Councillor Dominato has a question for you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5
I
minutes.
have a quick question for you. Sorry. Thanks for coming in person and sharing your personal story. I'm curious if you've spoken in opposition, even though you aren't living in the city, but you're speaking from your experience of addiction and being on the street. Could you conceivably see something here on this site that would support people who may be struggling, at risk of homelessness? Again, recognizing these are complex issues in many cases, but what's your perspective on, because we're hearing different views on what's acceptable, not acceptable, what are potential challenges, and so I'm just curious what you think.
Yeah, I agree. I think putting a lot of people in a certain type of situation with mental health or homelessness issues, putting them in a big group does nothing but continue and make it a bigger issue. I think if you pepper in people who are already past addiction or are doing really better, and putting those people who are really in need in with them creates a huge outcome, like a great outcome. Also adding in maybe counseling offices and other kind of things. So I agree, a huge building like that probably won't do anybody any good, and making it a smaller, more sizable building would definitely work. I loved when I would be able to go to a home and it be just of 10 women, and it's not so huge where I'm, having to compete with 50 other men or 50 other women in like a jail kind of mindset where you just have to be street smart. Whereas there's if there's more people, you're able to integrate yourself with more positive people than you are with more negative people.
Okay, and just extrapolating from what you said, do you think it's important then that, let's just taking size out of it for a moment, and scale and scope, that support services are important in terms of people who may have varying issues they're dealing with? Is that an important part of housing, is having support and wraparound services?
Absolutely, 100%. If you're left alone, that's the only reason why I kept going back into the system and back out on the street, is because I would go to a detox or recovery center. They only give you 30 days and then you're out on your street again. You're just left with nothing. You're cut off. And that is very hard to come from being safe and feeling vulnerable and safe enough to feel vulnerable to going back out onto the street again. Is just, what's the point? I got to live. So I got to go back to that same mindset. So absolutely. If there's no support backing it up, like my family, if I didn't have my family, friends, people who actually cared enough about me to see me do well, it just doesn't, it's a very sad road.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks for sharing today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Do appreciate you coming in today. I am going to move to the next speaker now. Thanks again for sharing your thoughts. Next speaker is Serena Mohammed, speaker number 231.
The speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. The next one speaker is 232, Kathleen Rennie.
Yes.
Thank you. Kathleen Rennie, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Sure can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I am speaking today in opposition of the current application on the table. And I do want to make it clear I am not opposed to supportive housing in the area, but I do feel the current proposal needs to have significant adjustments. And I do want to make just one quick comment to the previous speaker. I thought she was excellent and really appreciate people who have been there and that are phoning in, because it really helped many of us get a full understanding. So I really appreciated her comments. But to continue on, I just want to say I was born and raised in Vancouver and have lived in the Kits neighborhood for the last 20 years. As a parent of young children, I'm very concerned, but I also want to speak on behalf of the residents who will be housed in this project. I have deep empathy for the vulnerable populations and have personal experience with their situations. My mother was a social worker in Vancouver, And we also cared for foster children in our home. Their stories of neglect and abuse are the origins of many of these adults' pain and suffering. Although the idea of supportive housing is the right direction, this particular model will not only be negative as a footprint for the neighborhoods, but I feel it will put already vulnerable individuals in a situation that will not be ideal, just as the previous speaker said. The complex is too large, and it does not have the appropriate supports in place to provide the security and safety for these residents' multiple needs. I would personally like to see maybe a more family-oriented situation or single parents designated for this location and a much smaller building. Also, the contractor that's been hired to support these residents, I feel they must have a more detailed plan, including specific resources and contingency plans. So for the sake of the neighborhood and the residents, please reject this current proposal so that we can work together to ensure a safe and successful integration for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks for your time today. I don't see questions for you, so we'll just thank you for calling in and sharing your views and move to the next speaker, speaker 233, Jason Rennie. Clerks, do we have Jason Rennie on the line or in person?
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. No, the speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move to speaker 234, Cheryl Grant.
The speaker is coming to the podium.
Great, thanks very much, clerks. Cheryl Grant, speaker 234, you have, whenever you're ready, you have up to 5 minutes.
Coalition, and I also have additional people here with me for 8 minutes.
Sorry, I missed the first part. Your microphone was off. Could you repeat that, please?
I represent the Kitsilano Coalition, and we have with us present Pilar, Myra, as well as on the line Kate, and we've registered to speak as a collective for 8 minutes.
Great. Just before we begin, I'm just going to check with the clerks. I'm a bit of a disadvantage not being there. Clerks, can we just confirm with me that we're on for 8 minutes for this?
Yes, I just need the people to stand to identify themselves.
Thanks,
And
clerks.
then Kate and Rick should be on the line.
Yes, that is accurate. Mayor Stewart?
Thanks very much then. Up to 8 minutes then. Thanks for coming in today. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. I am Cheryl Grant, a local resident, and I represent the Kitsilano Coalition, a collective voice of the immediate neighborhood who oppose this rezoning. Sorry, if I could have the slides again. Thank you. Next slide. First, there was a lack of meaningful consultation with the surrounding neighborhood and community. The foundation of successful planning and design is to engage the neighborhood and understand the community's needs. There has been a lack of meaningful consultation over the last 18 months. Neighborhood feedback was ignored by BC Housing and during the Shape Your City feedback period. Over 75% of the community opposed this rezoning during the community feedback, and that number is now mirrored in front of you today. The neighborhood's experience with BC Housing reflects the findings in the scathing Ernst & Young report. Unit counts drove decision-making, not outcomes for tenants or the communities where the project is being built. Next slide. Second, the proposed building is too large for this narrow lot with no laneway, impacting setbacks for pedestrian traffic and green space. The design also clears trees on the lot, which should be protected under the urban forest strategy. This institutional design is jarring, including an oversized commercial 2-story parking gate on Arbutus, which you can see in the design. Next slide. Council, if this building was for profit, you would not have it referred to you. The design prioritized modular construction, budget, and putting as many people in repeatable pattern to replicate this design elsewhere. This building was not designed for the neighborhood. $120 million of taxpayer-funded research led by SFU's Dr. Summers shows this congregate housing is inferior to scattered or independent housing. Judge Gove, formerly of the Downtown Community Court, agrees and stated the proposed project shouldn't be built in Kitsilano or anywhere. 84% of the homeless and people suffering from mental illness and addiction also prefer independent living. The proposed model creates risks for the existing vulnerable populations, including the children, Sancta Maria House, and Kitsilano's own homeless population. Next slide.
Point of order.
I have a point of order. Councillor Swanson, do you have the procedural number?
6.1B.
One more time.
6.1B.
Yes, and what's your
character of a person or group?
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch that on the way through. With the is there a particular characterization you're objecting to? Is it about the potential inhabitants of the building?
Assuming that residents of the building will be dangerous to children.
Okay, thanks. I will. Thanks for using the number of the procedural bylaw, and I'll caution the speaker and subsequent speakers just not to make assumptions about the folks that are living in the building. Thanks so much, and please continue.
Mayor, if my time can be set back, please.
Mayor Stewart, you're on mute. Sorry. I just want to
The timer does keep running automatically, but I will take account of that with your time. Please continue, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. During the public hearing, those who oppose have been asked repeatedly, what would you like to see here? In response, our volunteers have come together and created an alternate model for this site to show you the possibilities when working together as a community. If you could play the video. The proposed project would be built on the current green space located along Arbutus between 7th and 8th Avenue. The rezoning before council is for a 13-story building, which will have a significant impact on the surrounding neighborhood. This rendering, created by volunteers, will show you a 5-story building to house 149 residents, including singles and families with studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Under bylaws approved by council in 2021, this building would not require an additional rezoning application. The future bus loop and SkyTrain terminus will be on the south side of Broadway. And Arbutus, St. Augustine School is at 8th and Arbutus and located 25 meters from the new transit hub. Also, a mere 17.8 meters away is the proposed housing project from the school. The subway stop and bus loop will significantly increase foot traffic along Arbutus, which needs a wider footpath roadway and parking for the increased car traffic. The addition of speed bumps in the area along 7th and 8th Avenue, raised crosswalks, and sequence lights can help offset the impact of larger traffic volumes. There is also significant pedestrian and bike traffic on 7th Avenue. 7th is a busy bike path connecting the Greenway and has constant foot traffic of the elementary school as they move between the facilities on 7th Avenue, as well as the local neighbors. Access to the proposed housing projects should be provided off 8th Avenue, which, unlike 7th Avenue, does not have significant pedestrian or bike traffic on the current median strip infrastructure that limits vehicle access. 8th Avenue would also provide access for emergency vehicles and handy darts should the residents need assistance. An underground parkade would also allow for use of grade level housing and amenities. A smaller building will benefit the wider neighborhood with larger setbacks around the property and allow for a wider sidewalk on Arbutus. Bike calming structures can also be erected along the Greenway along with lighting. Lastly, a smaller building with footprint as shown would offer the opportunity to maintain a portion of the existing ground level green space for residents and for the proposed housing project to create a feeling of community. The model the coalition is proposing has been, next slide. The model the coalition is proposing has the support of the community. It is an example of how social and supportive housing can successfully be accomplished by following planning guidelines and listening to the neighborhood. It integrates with the existing neighborhood of Children, Daycare, Delamont Park, and the St. Augustine's School. The BIA supports this model and is coming to speak as well. St. Augustine's Church has also stated in the common community kitchen that cooking and also an extreme weather facility could be used. And Sancta Maria House also supports this to continue their work of supporting women at risk. Council, you have an engaged neighborhood. Please oppose this rezoning to build stronger housing and our community for the 60 years to come. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time today. I'm just checking here for questions. Yeah. Councillor Hardwick, you're up first for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. How many units? 149?
That's correct. The proposal, the way that we built it, there's volunteer architects who live in the area and supported us on this project. And so we looked at what would make a successful integrated housing unit, because that's been what's been discussed here with council. So it would include studios, which could be one person, as well as 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and up to even 3 bedroom units to support families and intergenerational families.
You mentioned that it would give more ground level green space. My question is around the site coverage. This is obviously not going up tall, but it's still got site coverage. Is it about the same, or how does it vary from the existing model in terms of site coverage?
So the site coverage is actually more narrow, and that's what we were stating is you can actually, by whether you're using a modular, but traditional actually allows for an underground parking garage. It also allows for front access into homes. So you're creating momentum with the building. And again, that footprint follows actually the city's current bylaws. So we actually are creating more green space around the building versus what's occurred with the current planning of this proposal is that it actually does not follow the current bylaws of the city around setbacks. It's actually under the urban design panel, they stated to overlook these for the Pembrey model.
You mentioned that you'd had voluntary architects do this. Did they also do a pro forma to figure out what the costs would be for building something like this?
No, that's part of what we're putting back to BC Housing is, it goes back to, again, the Ernst & Young report. What was the rationale for the decisions being made? And this is a local neighborhood. And so what we're proposing here is what has been studied and proven as effective, which is integrated housing. We did, however, do an internal floor plate to determine how many units and where they would be positioned. And that's where we came up with 149 residents on this unit or on this space. Again, that was a 5-level tower. The rezoning the amendment last year for 6 stories would actually allow us to go up even higher, which means you could probably even change the footprint of the building to incorporate more of the trees at the front and continue to integrate with the community and have green space to connect with the community. This building that's been proposed includes only internal courtyards when there was such an opportunity to build and engage with the community.
I wonder about the cost associated with underground parking garages. Have you considered that?
Under modular housing, you do require excavation. And actually, if you read the Human Studios, it actually stated that initially there was supposed to be an underground parking lot to this structure. What they instead did is they eliminated the budget for the underground to actually put that towards the outside look of the building, that metal grating that was originally part of the design proposal. And that has now been removed by the recommendations under UDP, which means that the funds should have come back and been involved into the parking situation. Instead, what we have is a laneway, which is a commercial gate on Arbutus Street. So this design does not fit the space. I did study urban planning in university, and one of the things I can tell you is this goes against everything I learned 20 years ago in design principles. And I'm so surprised that we're actually in the place that we're at a public hearing, and even in the urban design planning UDP's minutes, they state to overlook the fact that we're not following the set bylaws of the City of Vancouver.
Have you shared this presentation with us, including your 3D modeling?
No, I have not.
Would you please?
Yes, the Kitsilano Coalition would be pleased to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, should I go ahead?
His lips are moving.
I'm sorry, I'm still on mute. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe the clerk, so you can just reset my timer. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, go for it.
Thanks for coming in. So I heard your presentation spoke to sort of two components. I'm going to characterize it as form and intended homes, right, in terms of who it could support. So with respect to form, and just to clarify, you're advocating a different form, but you're not actually, because we've had a lot of discussion debate with respect to size, it's too many units. So with the form, the proposal that you're putting forward is really about looking at the site differently, but still delivering a high number of units for people in need. Is that a fair reflection?
So the way that I would look at it is what we've provided here, because one of the concerns is how do we continue to support as many people in our communities that are vulnerable? And this model also integrates the system of bringing in people who are experiencing homelessness, but it's on a smaller percentage. So that's really what we're focused on, is how do you build housing that makes sense for the community?
Okay, and then so dealing with form, that's great. And then moving on to the second component, in terms of, because I appreciated sort of your outline around diversity in terms of size of units, 1, 2, 3 bedroom, the diversity of people that could support. Did you engage or have discussion with respect to the level of affordability? Is this still intended in your minds to support people that are financially in need and or that are homeless, but just in terms of a different mix?
Yes, so it is about the mix. And yes, this is still a BC housing, would be a BC housing home, which can allow for varying levels of income. Even within the Kitsilano area, we already have cooperative housing that does allow for at the shelter rate. It's subsidized for shelter rate. So this model can allow to support a mix of people, and that includes seniors, that can include people with disabilities. Blair Court, again, within 2 blocks of this, is purely for seniors and disabilities, 30 plus units. So that's why I say it can 100% be integrated and be affordable housing.
Okay, and then last question, just going back a bit to the building layout, because you were advocating in this alternate concept for an entrance off of 8th versus 7th. And I wonder if you just expand a bit on why you feel that's important. I know there's the park and there's kids coming out of the school, but just in terms of why you think that's important. And did your volunteer architects look at the bus loop expectation?
Yes. So following the flow of people, they usually want to, especially we've talked about, a lot of people would be taking transit or walking. So this is coming from the main corridor. There's actually 2 parts to that. The way that we designed it was actually allowing for the first floor, because it's very important is, and this has been studied in urban planning, is to actually have social and supportive housing even at the ground level, because it connects to the community. It becomes part of the community. It's not stigmatizing. So it becomes just a regular building in the neighborhood. So the access on 8th Avenue is actually a ramp that would go down to parking, and there can also be access there. And then as well, there in the design that we have here, without going too far into it, but working with the architects and the volunteers, all of the volunteers with ideas that we've talked about over the last literally year, is a walkway in the center, slightly off to the side, actually, on Arbutus, which can be accessed from both the Greenway as well as from Arbutus. So there's no reason why we have to create a bunker along a block, which is a heavy pedestrian corridor. There's easy ways that we could have involved a thoroughfare that actually connects the Greenway and Arbutus, and it also creates safety for everyone walking through the Greenway, which is very important. This is a heavily trafficked area, and it's also important for people to feel safe when they're riding a bike, walking with their family. So we've really considered all of the elements of the local neighborhood.
Okay, and then last point, just to be clear, so you're suggesting not entering and exiting off of 7th because of the high pedestrian activity and the bicycles?
In terms of 7th Avenue, we do have access onto that as well, and we are actually proposing that to be where there would be a community kitchen / gathering space. So that would be a shared space. So there is entrance there as well. But in terms of if you had handy dart services, emergency vehicles, we are still recommending their access on 8th Avenue. 7th Avenue is very problematic. If you're in the area, it's a very narrow roads. This is actually residential. Like, you have to think of residential roads we have parking on the one side of the street. There's bikes, there's medians, there's a lot going on for what's happening in it. So adding in the future SkyTrain, and I live on our Broadway, so I know exactly what's going on. I'm literally at the epicenter of it on Maple. We're ensuring that we're allowing easy access into the buildings and the units without congesting the 7th Avenue. 7th Avenue is not a good place for service vehicles. Like I say, handy darts, family members dropping off or coming to visit. That has also not been considered in this proposal.
Great, thank you. I think that's my time, but
thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Deschanova, up to 5 minutes. You're on mute, I think. You're on mute.
Double muted there. Thanks so much. At least it's not just me today. Thanks very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. And working in development and nonprofit housing myself, completely understand some of the concerns that you've brought forward about the design guidelines. I'm wondering if can you speak from the perspective though about what you would prefer to see on this site or in your neighborhood, and we're considering this application, what would you be able to support? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot and your group on the spot, but really trying to understand. I didn't hear that you were against supportive or social housing, just this particular application for the reasons you stated.
That's correct. In terms of that, the Kitsilano Coalition opposes the current rezoning as it stands. We do want the council to oppose this rezoning and send it back for BC Housing to build it for the community. I know you just mentioned, Councillor, that you have a lot of nonprofit experience, as do I. I sat on Volunteer Canada. I've sat on the directors of the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Lower Mainland. When I first received the literature on this program, it actually said social housing is coming to your area and stated there'd be services specifically related to, and it used as an example, child facilities. Children are not allowed in this building. Yet that was the first piece of literature shared with the community. And the reason I called BC Housing was I thought the building was too large. So I was curious from a design standpoint, but I also wanted to ask if they would be looking at a Boys and Girls Clubs for this site. So, I do have myself a family member who suffered from mental illness and addiction, and I've lost them. And so I advocate on a family side and as a community side. This is not the right building. This is not the way that we should be working to support people in our communities. And so that's why I say we are opposed to this. And the format that we see is one that integrates with the community. Zoning is about looking at the current area and how do we build in the area, not create a building that can be replicated elsewhere, which is also part of the brief of this. So this building is not about Kitsilano. It's not about the outcomes for the people that are coming here, and it hasn't considered the people that are living in the area. So we do oppose it.
Okay, and just further to that, I'm sorry if it sounds a bit repetitive, but I'm really trying to understand sort of, the Kitsilano Coalition's perspective on, what you would support. What I'm hearing from you, and please clarify and elaborate, but is that you want to see a housing model or an application come forward that is inclusive of families, regardless of
Correct. Yes.
what housing model that is. So that's what you would support. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you for clarifying. In terms of the rezoning, Council, you amended the zoning on this a year ago. We could have supportive housing right now in Kitsilano. A year ago, this housing could have been already in use this summer. Instead, BC Housing chose to go down a very expensive route without support of the community, including the business associations. The model that the Kitsilano Coalition is putting forward here fits in the rezoning that you've already approved. 6 stories, and that it's a blend to be families and seniors and help others come into the neighborhood. That is what we are asking for, and that's what should be here in the Kitsilano community. There's over 2,000 units of social and supportive housing within Kitsilano, and I actually updated the site map, and it's available for you on the presentation at the back. For some reason, we've left off all the cooperative housing as well as supportive housing already around this site. I'm sorry?
Sorry to interrupt. I was going to ask with my last 30 seconds you'd have to answer this is public consultation. Has the Kitsilano Coalition, have you as a group felt that you've been engaged appropriately by the proponent, by BC Housing, by MPA?
Not at all. The answer is no. I've even spoken with Chi Chan and Allison from the City of Vancouver, and while asking who responded to the questions on Shape Your City, one of them spoke over the other. Don't respond to that. Why would you not want to? The BC Housing, if you call them, they ask you to send an email with your questions.
We're at the 5 minutes.
Thank you. That's my
Councilor
time.
Questions. Councilor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. So appreciate the work that went into that presentation. And as you probably know also with your background, that this is an entirely different project, and you're suggesting we just strike this one altogether, back to the drawing board, back to a new public hearing process, which could take us a couple of years possibly, and potentially miss the window for the funding and building of this. Is that?
So I'd love to answer that. The answer is we don't have to go through the rezoning process with 6 stories. And the PEMSHI model is permanent, modular under supportive housing. However, there doesn't need to be that. BC Housing's budget is $2 billion. There's so many areas for supportive and family housing. It's working with BC Housing, and that shouldn't be a threat that was made to council. I'm so surprised that that was put out by BC Housing and the former housing minister to say they would take away housing opportunities in our city for families and seniors and even those who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Why would you take away? What is the motive to have this specific design on this specific site? It doesn't fit. And that's what the community is saying. Go back and rebuild the proposal. And yes, 6 stories could be approved and actually should already be in use right now.
Okay, I take your point. So is your issue the built form? If you had to pick one, is it the issue of the built form or is it the tenanting?
It's both. They go hand in hand. That's the principles of urban planning, which is what we're talking about, is planning. If you look at a school, you wouldn't say build a school here and then later say, is it for elementary, high school, or university? You would look at who is here and what is the outcome. What are we trying to achieve? And this building should be taken in the same context, and you build the form that's right. And the woman who's spoken over here about her experience, she stated that congregate housing doesn't work. And Dr. Summers and Judge Gove, who will be here later today to speak, have also stated this building doesn't belong in Kitsilano and it doesn't belong anywhere because of the congregate form. Now, if you were to change the people, why are we trying to put a building of this size? Because it has to be redesigned anyways.
One last question for you. Your model, I mean, one of the things that I noted in the current proposal that we're looking at, it had a lot of sort of private outdoor space for the tenants. And I'm assuming that what you're proposing would not have that kind of private outdoor space and private common areas, and instead the expectation would be.
So, yeah, I would just say that was a concept, just to say this, you can still achieve actually even more people. 149 people in 5 stories is possible. So what could we achieve beyond that? The concept model, which is obviously, we're not, the applicant, we're not putting it forward, but on that model is actually green space on the outside, and it also included a rooftop space to allow for the ability to have a private space as well as to engage with the community. The right now on the north side of the lot is a beautiful forested area, and that was not included yet in this design proposal. They've created an indoor area on the ground floor with a tree. Why not have the outdoors as part of your housing? So the design is flawed. It doesn't engage with the community. And actually, even the structure of the entrance door is set up almost like, as someone in the Marguerite Ford commented on it online, it almost feels like you're coming home to jail, to bubble the front entrance and have a double door system to gain entrance and exit. So this building, to not have an entrance, again, without incorporating green space, a place for people to sit on space and talk to the community, it's almost institutional because you're keeping people inside versus connecting with the community. And that's what's so important. And mid-rise buildings are actually shown for better mental health. High rises actually impact people's mental health. We have the wrong design for the population that's proposed here.
Okay, thank you. That's my time.
Thank you.
That's it for questions. Thank you so much for calling in today.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker, speaker number 235, Owen Pryor.
Hello. I'd just like to voice my opposition to the project.
Hi there. It's difficult to hear you. Do you think you could speak into your receiver a bit closer?
Yeah, just a second. So is that better? Again, my name is Owen Pryor. I'm opposed. I don't have much to add. My concerns are around safety for the kids nearby, the traffic, and just the height of the building. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you so much for your time today. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move on to the next speaker, 236, Elizabeth Murphy. Clerks, do we have Elizabeth Murphy?
Yeah. Yes, I understand we do.
Okay, great.
We're just unmuting the speaker.
Great, thanks.
Hello?
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Sure can.
Oh, good. Thank you. I agree that society has an obligation to provide housing and services for the most vulnerable. What is currently happening on the streets is completely unmanageable and must be rectified. However, this project is based on the wrong model of warehousing people in very large projects, so I'm opposed. When I was involved with building social and supportive housing with both the city and BC Housing, it was policy to avoid large projects like the urban renewal projects of the 1950s and early 70s. These large tower projects were stopped and some were even demolished because they proved to be a failure. We seem to have forgotten these important lessons. What has proved to be a success for both residents and the community are much smaller buildings of mixed income that fit within the scale of the local community. It needs to be livable for everyone. This building form is much too large compared to the surrounding area. It will shadow the surrounding public and private spaces. The so-called 13 floors of construction is actually equivalent to 18 floors in height and that is way too tall for this site. There also is a loss of green space. The location across from an elementary school is problematic. The large physical scale overshadows the school building and outdoor play areas. It is unsafe for many of the vulnerable people who would live in this building. This scale of 120 units makes it an extreme challenge to manage these many tenants with so many high needs. Just warehousing people and moving the problem around the city is not the answer. We need buildings that have a better fit in the community and a better model of care and services. The housing at 16th and Dunbar is an example that was built within the existing C2 zoning, so it is a proper physical fit in the neighborhood, a much more manageable scale, and not across from an elementary school. Don't repeat the same failed mistakes of the 1950s to the early 70s. Provide a continuum of care that provides recovery and improved health outcomes. Large projects like this are just the wrong model. Thank you.
Thanks for your time today. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move on to the next speaker, but do thank you for participating today. The next speaker is speaker 237, Michelle Wetzel.
Hi.
Hi there, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Michelle, and I'm calling today to voice my support for the proposed housing on Arbutus. My support for this project comes from my lived experience. Without going in depth into my whole story, I am comfortable saying that I am in recovery from substance use, and I am 6.5 years clean today. After leaving treatment, I found myself homeless in Vancouver's downtown east side. Through the network of shelter programs, I made my way first into the Yukon shelter and from there into Skeena House Supportive Transition Housing. That step from the shelter to the low barrier transition housing was crucial to reintegrate into day-to-day life and get my life back together. Supportive housing was truly that stepping stone I needed between the hardships endured prior to going into treatment and becoming homeless after treatment. It was in supportive housing program that I was able to connect with an advocacy person in order to help find stable long-term housing. I have now been living in that housing for 4.5 years. It is incredible, safe, and stable. It's incredible because I was given a second chance. This amazing building is also social housing, and it just so happens to be located within blocks of not only 2 elementary schools, but also 2 supportive and low-barrier housing buildings. My kids walk between both to get to their respective schools every day. There are rarely, if any, ever real problems that directly affect the kids in this community. After my living my experience, I know personally how deeply important it can be towards a person's ability to reestablish themselves after life goes sideways and they have to have safe, secure, and affordable housing. It's hard to better your situation when you have no home base to do basics like wash, eat, rest, and live with dignity. And in today's world, where we're really just 1 or 2 emergencies away from being homeless. I was already passionate about the need for more supportive housing all across Vancouver and indeed everywhere across the Lower Mainland. But in light of the events in Langley this morning, I'm even more inclined to say that everyone is deserving of housing, regardless of their current or past circumstances. Everyone deserves the second chance that I was given. Thank you for listening to my story, and I sincerely hope this project gets approved.
Thank you for calling in. You do have questions from Councillor Weave and Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weave, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. Can you speak to, if you're open to, some of the things that we could have with this building to best support the tenants? Because we are hearing some concerns in the community and we want to make sure that we are making this building a success. So can you talk about some of the supportive things we could do to this building to better integrate it into a community?
Yes, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous here. In my experience, things that are really helpful to support people to reintegrate into the community are being accepted by the community and not being othered. I found that the services that I needed were advocacy, were basic life skills programs, sort of because you lose the ability to sort of manage your day-to-day life. And when you are stepping back into it, into your day-to-day life, You know, things like life skills, cooking, community gathering, learning how to like re-socialize with people. That was really helpful for me.
That's very helpful. Really appreciate you speaking today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. Thanks for coming in or phoning in. That's really great of you. A lot of people are saying that the congregate model of housing is not good for people who are homeless or formerly homeless. And I don't know, when I looked up congregate, it was like a jail or a long-term care place where you don't have a private apartment. This is actually an apartment building, but what do you think about this whole idea that congregate housing is not good for people who have mental health and addictions? And would you consider this to be congregate housing, even though it's an apartment building?
I think that people need to be around other people to get better. I think socialization is a huge, huge part of getting yourself back together, and getting to be in a place where you can be a neighbor that is welcomed into any community. I'm not exactly sure about whether this is congregate or not. If people have their own apartments but can communally gather, I think that's really good. I think a lot of the discourse that we're hearing these days is pretty frightening, where people are saying that homeless people should be institutionalized, and that's not okay. Homeless people are people who have generally fallen upon hard times or have already been traumatized in their lives, in part because of institutions. And I
okay,
think that,
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes for questions as well.
Thanks so much. I just had a question that stemmed from your previous answer to Councillor Swanson's question. You had said that homeless people should not be institutionalized, but can I ask, what's your consideration of institutionalized? And do you know of the Redfish program that's recently reopened at Riverview, and do you consider that institutionalization?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. I just choose not to answer that question. Sorry.
All right.
I'm not an expert. I just have lived experience. So.
Okay, that's fine. And can I ask you what is it then that you consider institutionalization to be? Because some people see that as people living together in a segregated building, where people say that's a social housing building. Do you consider that to be institutionalization?
Social housing is not institutionalization. People living in separate apartments within an apartment building that is social housing is not an institution in that sense. Things like Riverview was probably closer to an institution than any social housing that I've ever lived in. When I lived in Skeena House, we all had individual apartments. It was a converted hotel. We all had individual apartments. We had fridges. We had the ability to cook food. We had a communal kitchen. We had support services. I did not consider that institutionalized.
Can I ask, do you think that it's better to have social or supportive housing units for people who either are homeless or may have concurrent disorders or complex care needs, integrated into a building where there's also market housing, or, low end of market housing, so that everyone knows that everyone's door is the same and no one knows what situation anyone's in?
I don't think that's a problem. I think that's fine. I think the important thing, though, in my mind, and this is the last thing that I'll be able to say to that, is that the stigmatization of people who are lower income, who are experiencing substance use disorder, who are homeless, can be removed by not putting labels on people. And when you have a building that has either multiple different kinds of people in it or one type of people in it, As long as there's the ability to sort of congregate together, not isolate from each other, that is a good thing in my mind.
And
That's
I will
all I
ask,
can speak to.
totally understand. Can I ask, would you be supportive of families living in this building?
I would, as my experience is that when I was leaving treatment with my partner, who was also in treatment, our goal was to get our children back. And we had a really, really hard time finding any housing that would have a family unit together. We found it difficult, and we kept hearing the roadblock of, if you guys were separated, we could find you housing and we could find him housing, but we can't find housing for a family. It was really, really hard. We spent 2 years pounding the pavement looking. We could not find anything. Any kind of building that allows a diverse group of people, families, singles, women, men, all of it is good.
Thank
People
you.
need to get off the street.
Sorry, I just wanted to thank you for sharing your lived experience with us, and I apologize if my questions were difficult. I really do appreciate your answers.
I appreciate you asking them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Do appreciate you calling in today, and I am going to move to the next speaker. Thanks so much. We're on to speaker number 238. Council, just before I go there, we have 293 speakers. We are at total speakers. We're at speaker 238 and at 10 after 4. So we're going to move to speaker 238 of 293, and it is Sheila Ritchie.
Can you hear me now?
Sure can. Yep, up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, my name is Sheila Ritchie, and I just want to thank Mayor and Council for hearing my comments this afternoon. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I retired in 2016, so some 6 years ago, and I've been a resident of the Kitsilano community for about 25 years. At this public hearing, I want to respectfully oppose this updated rezoning application for the 7th and 8th Avenue as presented and suggest and implore the City of Vancouver Mayor and Council to reject it and tell BC Housing to use a different, more effective and proven model that promotes healthy and integrated communities. A model is needed that works to house and support those suffering from mental health and addiction issues, as well as vulnerable families, single parent-led families, and seniors. As I read it, this rezoning application is for unsupported housing. And why is it unsupported housing? In the presentations by the City and BC Housing staff at the start of this hearing, and from other things I've read, I have learned that the proposal comes with no commitment of adequate staffing, no on-site primary care, and no real support for recovery. And that last point is the hardest one for me. No real support for recovery. No path to a better life for the people it would house. No path out of supportive housing toward normalcy. And I think, is that the best we can do for homelessness in Vancouver? At least in an independent setting with support from a mobile team, when someone no longer needs the team, they can live in a normal environment and live a normal life. It's clear to me that everyone who spoke at the hearing wants to help the homeless. We just differ in terms of what we think works. Let's use the expertise of Dr. Summers, the lead researcher on the largest clinical trials in British Columbia, Canada, and many internationally. And I know he will be speaking here shortly, and I really look forward to hearing him. Let's remember, we all want the same end result, to end homelessness in this city. I heard from an earlier speaker that when the research trial was done, there was no lack of available housing in independent buildings, no problems getting landlords or resources to make independent housing work for the homeless. Again, I implore you to reject this rezoning application and force BC Housing to look at alternatives to the congregate housing model and put the City of Vancouver on the map. There's already a good number of government-subsidized housing throughout the city that can serve us with a scattered site model. The scattered style housing approach moves us toward livable communities. That's what we all want. This is, I think, the City of Vancouver vision. The right choice will put the City of Vancouver in the forefront of continuing the fight to create livable communities, to have the leadership to vote no, to force a change of plan, to use better proven models of housing for everyone. This is the City of Vancouver land. Please show your leadership and vote no for the better model. Now that decision would be a winning one for the city, for City Council, and one with better odds at getting reelected. And down the road, we would all win because diverse housing creates healthier communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see anyone on the queue to ask you questions, so I will move to the next speaker. Council, we're on to speaker 239 of 293. And just a reminder that if we don't finish hearing from speakers by 10 p.m. tonight, we will be reconvening tomorrow at either 3 p.m. or 6 p.m. Currently at 6 p.m. Okay, Council, I will move to the next speaker, who is 239, Tom Leapins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Can you hear me? Yes?
Sure can. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Tom Leapins. I'm a Kitsilano resident and live close to the proposed location. I'm opposed to the rezoning application in its current format. I've listened to the complete deliberation. There are far too many concerns and unknowns about the proposal, of which others have identified. Additionally, the research performed by Julian Summers should not be disregarded, nor should Judge Gove's experience in the downtown East Side Community Court. We can all agree we need supportive housing. We can just do better than this proposal and not just put people in a box so BC Housing can claim success. Councillors, please reject this proposal in its current format. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time today. I don't see any questions for you, but well, thank you so much for coming in. We are going to move to our next speaker then, who is Broderick Albright, speaker 240, Broderick Albright.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking so much time out of your weeks to speak to everybody on this. It's a fantastic thing about our democracy that people who are really impacted by proposals really get to have a say. So thank you for the process. I have heard some respondents before me say that they were here to speak for the most vulnerable, and I actually want to state that I'm here to speak for the most vulnerable, who are the young children of this area who actually don't have a voice in this forum yet, but whose childhoods will be severely impacted by this project. I am opposed to the project in its proposed form. We live directly next to the playground, the Delmont playground. I met my wife at the Arbutus Cafe where she was working, serving coffee, and 12 years later, we rent next door with our 4-year-old daughter and our 3-year-old son. Our home does not have outdoor green space, so this neighborhood is literally and geographically my children's backyard. The playground is where they make new friends, where they play, where they develop physically and mentally and socially, and this was a critical lifeline during the pandemic. I fear that the project and housing mix will bring elements to the area that are not conducive to the healthy development of my children.
Councilor Swanson,
indeed.
Point of order. Just
I'm not allowed to express my fear.
I'm just going to deal with the councillor's request, and I'll come back to you, Speaker. Just one point of order, Councillor Swanson. What clause are you?
6.1b, reflecting on the character of a person or group of persons. Reflecting negatively on the character of a person or group of persons.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Speaker, I will give you additional time because your clock's running, but just try to talk about the project and not to perhaps speculate on who will be living in this thing. Pardon me,
I'm
Councillor
not sure that I did speculate on anybody there. I speculated on the project, and I do fear the elements that it will bring to the area.
Not really a debate. Just going to keep you moving on.
Just a point of privilege, Mayor.
Okay. We do have a point of privilege from Councillor Dejanova.
I'm just trying to understand. I understand, Councillor.
Not a point of privilege.
It is a point of privilege. I'm trying to understand. Councillor Swanson called a point of order, but I'm still not sure what the speaker said that constitutes that. So if you could ask the.
Nope, that's not a point of privilege. Not a point of privilege.
Thank you.
Speaker, I'll just have you continue, please.
So, as I said previously, we are renters, and we cannot afford to find a new home for our family of four in the neighborhood or indeed in Vancouver at all at current rental rates. Speaking of privilege, there's been a lot of derisive characterization in the expanded dialogue on this project about the current area residents that are opposed to this project as a bunch of wealthy, overprivileged snobs. This is unfair, and it's untrue. It is not some absurd privilege to expect a safe community for your children. I am brokenhearted for my children, who either must lose their home or their innocence to make way for this project. We know the residents of the area. They are all renters. They are low-income seniors, families with children, single mothers, adults living with adult children with disabilities, artists, and members of the LGBTQ2+ community. In short, it is a beautiful community with a diverse social fabric where children are safe and their lives and those of everyone around them are enriched. It is underpinned by a sense of security and pride in the neighborhood that most of us have lived in for decades. I've spoken to my neighbors, we've heard from them, and all are fearful of what this project in its current form will do to our community socially and physically. There is a lot of social housing already in the area. We support family-oriented housing that will enhance our diverse community and where residents will thrive together. In its current form, this project will create a significant amount of conflict, insecurity, and disharmony between the existing community and new residents. I repeat, we support other forms of family-oriented social housing. Women and families escaping violence, low-income family social housing, not the mix currently planned. Furthermore, the city's own guidelines for densification stipulate a certain amount of green space per resident. This space is currently green space, with tall trees supporting biodiversity and a place for residents to walk pets. The city's own Broadway plan envisions a huge increase in density for this area. So with this green parcel demolished, the city will have to find new green space to open up densification. What we in the area all know is that this green space will come from the historical heritage houses around the neighborhood that give the region its character and which the city already owns. So, to make room for the homeless and new development, the city will essentially make homeless the families and seniors who have been renting in the area for years. It may take some time, but that will be the outcome. A better use of this parcel and better planning would be to get it dedicated as a park and integrate it with the Delamont Park and the Greenway. It would serve as a welcoming apron for crowd management at the new Arbutus station and enable local densification projects in which smaller social housing allotments can be planned to minimize the multiplying effect.
Thanks. I'm going to stop you there. I've given you a minute over because of the interruption, so do want to thank you so much. Councillor Hardwick has questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was having some trouble there with my panel. Speaker, I'm presuming that you've been listening and watching the proceedings today. Did you see the presentation by an earlier speaker that had 3D renderings of an alternative proposal?
I was listening, but I was not able to, join visually.
Okay, I was just curious if you'd seen it, because again, I'm looking at the green space in particular around any proposed building on that site. Because it's no matter what, it's going to impact your green space, right?
That's true.
So you're prepared. You're prepared to lose the green space no matter what. But obviously, you'd prefer it to be.
Well, I guess as I was trying to conclude, I think that a better use of this parcel would be as a dedicated green space that would allow greater densification in the Broadway corridor. And as these redevelopment proposals usually go, there is an allotment for social housing in each of the large new developments. I think you could probably get more housing out of keeping this green space so that you could allow densification and have the appropriate, square meter of green space per resident as per the city's own guidelines. If we absolutely have to put social housing there in its current form, we would not support it. You can put my family down as 4. We don't support it. If there has to be social housing there, I would support family-oriented social housing. The kind of tenant mix that my family could socialize with, children that my children could be friends with, the parents that we would have support structures and routines in common with. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, the city's only got so much land, and it's looking at making it available for housing projects across the city. So I think the chances of it staying as green space are pretty slim.
This is for questions.
Sure.
So
yeah, I'm just again.
But
so,
Councillor, are you aware that at the corner of 6th and the Greenway, there is a house owned by the city that has been condemned and unoccupied for 5 years?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. So, I mean, the city is not doing the best job with its available resources, in my opinion, if the goal is to maximally house the population as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you very much for your input. Appreciate very much.
Thank you. That's it for questions for you, speaker. Thanks so much for calling in today. I'm going to move to the next speaker. We're at 425, and we're moving to Elizabeth Lewis, speaker number 241 of 293. Elizabeth Lewis.
The speaker is just coming to the podium.
Okay, thanks, clerks.
I don't know if you've received them.
You have slides for us,
I
speaker?
do.
Okay, great. Wait for the clerks to pull those up. Clerks, we're good to go.
The slides are on the screen, Mayor.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, speaker, up to 5 minutes. Yeah.
Great. So I'm speaking against this. And I'm here to let you know today that the people who have their concerns about this project, their concerns are not misplaced. I would like to be honest, to formally ask David Eby to resign in both positions as Attorney General and BC Housing Minister. In the June 22nd interview with CTV News, Eby alleged that he wanted to assure people that if issues did come up, he would be quick to respond to them. This is not true. David Eby, and I'm sorry if this becomes a point of order, is a liar. He knows. Okay, sorry, but I'm going to just finish this.
Speaker, no. I'm going to caution you right there.
Yep.
This is exactly what we mean by, defamatory statements. And so I'll really caution you. That was a very strong statement, and I'd like you to stay within the bounds.
And what I have to say is very strong. He knows that the issues that came up and did nothing to help those. The policies, by denying justice to those who need, puts the most vulnerable citizens at risk. In May of 2019, I went to his constituency office to get help in relation to a damaged deposit from a BC housing run site where I was raped and I was left as homeless. And the facility housed disabled people, of when I was one. It also housed mentally ill, drug addicts, And in the case of the man who raped me, an illegal alien who was not even supposed to be there because he was supposed to be in a place that was only required to be by a church sanctuary. David Eby was completely derelict of his duties as an MLA. He downplayed my situation when I went to ask him for help. I asked him to get my deposit back because I wasn't comfortable talking to that place. And he did not even have the decency to follow up. In fact, he never even treated me like much of a human being. He does not have the stomach nor the character, in my opinion, to hold these positions. As a direct result of David Eby's inaction, I lost my housing that I had worked hard for over 10 years. Now I want you to look at this screen, and right here you're going to see what my health situation is. You will notice that every single thing is flagged. And if you go to the next screen, you will see this is my white blood count. This is what I have to deal with because the person, there was never proper medical care. There is not proper medical care in this city for rape victims. And in a later talk and in a later follow-up, I will be giving you what actually needs to be done. Now, this situation, this man did not take trauma seriously. And people do not understand the long-term complications and expenses it causes for victims. I have to be on antibiotics twice a week. I have to have antifungals all the time. I'm a type 1 diabetic. You have no idea what that does to my health. And I've had 2 surgeries on my bladder to fix this problem. There was a paper written by Dr. Fenster, a urologist who was the person written in 1975 that specifies the effects of rape on women and the long-term urinary care and problems that they have. I've suffered internal injuries, developed hernias because of the struggle I had with that man. And it is absolutely horrible. And I want to show you the next slide. This slide, because I also have a small nonprofit, and in this slide, the NDP government denies care, denies medication for rape on a special authority written by a doctor. I want you to understand that these policies do not work and that something much, much different needs to occur. The system is failing women. It's failing people who have disabilities on every front, on the medical front, on the police front, on the housing safety front, and in terms of really creating supports, because women shouldn't have to run from shelter to shelter. We should be developing a system in which women like me can get a mortgage and live a normal life again.
Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you are at your 5-minute limit. I'm very, very sorry about your experiences that have caused you extreme difficulty. If you needed additional help or support, we can supply some of that information to you. But again, I'm very sorry about.
I will be taking you to court. You will not be treating me anymore like some sort of person who has to beg, because that's not the way that it needs to work anymore. There needs to be some real changes, and because my civil rights on every level were destroyed.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick.
I'm very sorry to hear about your experiences. What does this directly pertain to? This particular location, this particular configuration? What drew you here to speak to this particular item?
What drew me here was that I specifically moved to Kitsilano. I'm a graduate of McGill. When I ended up within this system, there are a lot of people that get swept into these systems that shouldn't be in them. And there's a lot of misconceptions that people just get kind of dumped into these problems, into the system that causes problems without, and I've seen, you would not believe the things I've seen being on a side of life that I would never have expected myself to be in. And it's what drew me to this was the fact that it doesn't address the drug issues. It doesn't address the fact that there is no, if in a BC housing space that did have 50 people and did have supposed supports, the problem isn't just the supports, it's the quality of the people that are hired. It's ensuring that people are really well trained in this profession, and a lot of people are not. And that was one of the major problems within the BC housing structure. And the fact that when somebody says that they would take care of something, and what they did to me was they put me on the street after I had been raped. There's something very wrong with the way that BC housing does things, and there are other people like me who are probably too afraid to speak, because what this system does is it bullies people when it makes mistakes.
Today, though, we're talking about this location. Is there anything specific you would say about this location?
Yes, I would say that having a situation where you have unvetted individuals, and you have a situation where, let's be honest, you may start off really well, but after a few years, people get lazy. And they start going, oh, well, we'll put this person here, we'll put that person there. I believe in supportive housing. I believe in supportive housing from people from all walks of life. But I do not think that people that have committed crimes, or people that have the type of, and not all mental illnesses are the same, but people that have a violent streak, a proven violent streak, that people have the right to know what their safety level is. When I was assaulted, I had gone through a stroke. There was no way that I would have been able to defend myself against a person. And the thing about people when they're in that kind of vulnerable state, they may not even be aware of time in the same way. They may not, there's a lot of issues. The fact that you have a women's shelter nearby and is very disturbing to me. The guy that raped me had a very significant interest in children, and some of the things that he had said, were extremely disturbing. And I think we really strongly need to take into account that when people say there may be problems, and that it looks like an Acme situation from a Far Side cartoon, maybe we need to think about that, because that's exactly what it is.
Thank you very much for speaking with us today.
Thank you. That is all the questions for you. I do appreciate you calling, or you're coming in today to speak to us, and please take care. We are moving on to the next speaker, who is 242 Dan Rothwell.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I support this motion as a resident of Vancouver. I was curious about this research that has been much hyped, Dr. Summers, and his public comments that appear to contradict the said research that he conducted. So I emailed one of his co-authors, Dr. Palapiu, and asked if she could provide some perspective. His comments included, quote, "The evidence is very clear. BC Housing's favored model of congregating homeless people with mental health and addiction issues into so-called supportive housing buildings does not work," end quote, said Dr. Summers. And as the conclusion of his paper from January 2017 stated, I quote, "Housing First in scattered and congregate format is capable of achieving housing stability among people experiencing major mental illness and chronic homelessness. Only congregate Housing First was associated with improvement on select secondary outcomes," end quote. This expert advocacy is having a real impact on the potential for fully funded new supportive housing. Already, it is being scaled back from 100% to 50% shelter rate, and the overall number of units reduced. So Dr. Palapiu responded, and I forwarded this at 4 p.m. to Council. Dr. Palapiu said, "I did send a message to Vancouver City Council disputing Dr. Summers' strong conclusions. I wish to clarify some strong conclusions that Dr. Julian Summers has made regarding scattered versus congregate housing. The work that we did together in the Vancouver at Home project did not find significant differences in residential stability among participants who were randomly assigned scattered site housing versus congregate housing. In fact, there were more favorable secondary outcomes among those in congregate housing. While many benefits of Housing First, which is a harm reduction model, have been demonstrated, I am not aware of definitive evidence demonstrating that scattered models are superior to congregate models." She also notes that this study included participants with severe mental health conditions and or addiction. So this is quite interesting, and I wonder why Dr. Summers is coming to those conclusions. I understand he's going to speak to us later, so I hope that Council can interrogate some of those conclusions, and I'd like Council to consider one of his co-authors, the only co-author that's not a part of his own research group. So I think that about sums up my opinion. It's not my opinion, it's really that of another expert. And for all of this talk of Dr. Summers' research, I wonder if the foundations on it are solid, and I wonder if there are reasons why it could be misused in order to help a certain side of this debate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just curious about your professional background or academic background that you've done your own analysis. What prompted you to do this, and if you could elaborate a little bit on your perspective.
Yeah, I am relaying to you Dr. Palapiu's perspective. I have included quotes that I've also sourced and emailed to you. So this is not my analysis. This is the co-author of the study that has been widely cited. Thanks.
And okay, you just randomly went and found a first interested in what your perspective was that you went down this road. We haven't. The reason I ask is nobody else has come and said that they're questioning the underlying research. So hence my question.
I think we're good there, Councillor Hardwick.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I will move on to the next speaker, Jesse Goot. Jess Goot, 243. Speaker 243.
The speaker is not on the line.
The name sounds familiar. Maybe I'm just getting mixed up with a different hearing. Because I think I mispronounced it so badly last time. Larry Benj, speaker 244. Larry Benj?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. First, a general statement, being having the honor of being the speaker number 244 out of 293. I'd just like to say that public hearings are the last refuge of a frustrated public. The fact that all these hearings are getting 200 to 300 speakers out should tell you something, that your processes of engagement are broken. They don't work. The last few weeks have shown us that. I'm here to oppose this application. The main issue being that this is a low barrier facility with no clear plans for support from BC Housing. There are residential, elementary school, women's shelter directly adjacent to them. You've heard all this from other speakers. These are 149, I think, units for homeless, mental health issues and addicted people. You will be hearing from Judge Gove, Dr. Julian Summers, who I'm assuming will clarify the issues just stated. Also, history shows, beyond the experts, that the number of units and residents in such a building as this, of this size, doesn't work. We have the Marguerite Ford and other places to show. The Biltmore is another facility of recent vintage. This is also an unproven type of building, as people have said before, a permanent modular building, which is a whole new ballgame. And the city has previously approved 6 stories without public hearings, so that is an option. I must say I was very impressed with the Kits Coalition and Cheryl Grant's presentation. I think her model is a valid and creative alternative for the site. It serves to provide accommodation for the same people that this proposal is attempting to house. I think I'm personally in support of 6-story models of social housing. I think the biggest thing about this is the size of the project and the fact that it's not a proven model, and it's been said that it's the wrong model, the wrong building, in the wrong place, and I agree with that. This is not about the need for housing, but how best to house. We're all in this neighborhood, and I'm sure across the city, looking for models that will work to solve our housing and affordability crisis in this city. This model does not provide the tools needed to reintegrate its residents back into society. This is a housing strategy for the next 60 years or more. We need to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any speakers for you, questions for you, so I will move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much for calling in, though. Speaker 245 is Jesse Babinski.
No.
Great, thank you, clerks. Stephanie Law, 246.
No.
Thank you. Jesse Smart, speaker 247.
Yes.
Great. Jesse Smart, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, councilors. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to Vancouver City Council and our mayor for their very patient process. I've been listening. This has been very long, but I just want to say thank you so much, guys. I live on Arbutus. I am 2 blocks from the project site, and I oppose this motion. My primary concern that has been echoed previously by previous speakers is the heart-to-house tenanting. This is a family-focused neighborhood, as you know, with a school, daycare, and playground all in very close proximity to the proposed site. Because it is a family-focused and child-centered neighborhood, I don't think this building type and tenanting agreement will fit in this neighborhood. If children are not allowed in the...
I have a point of order, speaker. Sorry, I will mark your time, though. Yes, Councillor Swanson, what is the point of order?
6.1b, negatively reflecting on the character of a person or a group of persons.
Hey, Councillor Swanson, I would say it may have been leaning in that direction. It was very slight. So I'll allow the speaker to continue. Please go ahead, speaker.
Hi, yeah. I'm using Vancouver's language with hard to house tenanting, which was how this project was defined. Hard to house is defined that way for a reason. If children are not allowed in the building because of harm reduction drug positive rooms located within the building, then the building does not fit in a family focused, child centered community. Another concern is the building size. The building is on a very, very narrow site. It is too tall, and we had an architect earlier in our proceedings who clearly demonstrated that there isn't enough space for the setbacks. It'll look terrible. It does not even fit within Vancouver's own defined zoning bylaws, as has been visibly demonstrated. Furthermore, Arbutus, which I live on, is a very narrow road and cannot handle increased emergency services. The city planner's suggestion to move to 7th Street was, as already stated, was ridiculous. Finally, I'd like to just end on, previously Vancouver had promoted the 4 pillars to end homelessness and drug addiction in the city of Vancouver. These 4 pillars were prevention, enforcement, harm reduction, treatment, and rehabilitation. I think we've been focusing too much on harm reduction, and the other 3 have kind of been left by the wayside. This project is another example of being focused only on harm reduction and ignoring everything else. That's all I'll say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time. There are no questions for you, but I'll say thanks so much for participating. We are at 10 minutes to 5, Council, so let's take one more speaker and then take a break for dinner. I have 248 of 293 is Aaron Tucker.
No.
Thank you, clerks. 249 is Nicole Coley.
No.
Thank you. How about Lawrence Pilon, speaker number 250?
Yes.
Great. Lawrence Pilon, go ahead. Up 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. It's a pleasure to be here, and I do appreciate your time, as many other speakers have already noted. I'm opposed to this rezoning application. I've learned a lot over the past year as I followed this issue very closely, including the considerable commentary of the past few weeks. My biggest takeaway is that there are still so many important questions that have either been unanswered or whose answers lack sufficient clarity, which drives a lack of assurance. The general response seems to be the building needs to go up. There are always some issues, and they will get ironed out over time. But given the extremely high number of young children in the nearby school, daycare, and toddler park, and the vulnerable women in recovery right next door, this is surely a very sensitive and unique site requiring a higher level of care and attention. I believe we should be erring on the side of prudence and proper caution. I don't think we're doing that. It should give the council some serious pause. I know the community surrounding the site is not opposed to more social, affordable, or supportive housing because it already embraces these housing types and I believe is ready to do more. But the housing model being advanced by the proponent has failed to take into consideration or at least mitigate for the unique features of this location. Size and location. Most supportive housing complexes around the province are much smaller, at least a third of this size. The 40 to 50 unit range complex has long been regarded, as I understand it, as a BC housing best practice, and I presume for good reasons. That's exactly what we saw last year in Victoria, when 3 supportive housing sites of about this size were approved for various locations around the city. And as you know, some supportive housing complexes have certain requirements and restrictions or serve specific populations. While yes, there are supportive housing complexes within 500 meters of a school, none are this close, some 18 meters away. The same 18 meters from a women's supportive housing community, Sancta Maria House, which has been in this location for about 20 years, offering a place of refuge for women moving away from lives of drug and alcohol addiction, and the same 18 meters to a toddler park. Given all of this and the significance of this investment over the project's 60-year lifespan, there should have been a range of accommodations in response as part of the consultation process, but there wasn't. You know, it's not clear what the slight reduction of proposed tenants was designed to achieve, certainly not to change the dramatic shadow effects of the building. The change regarding 50% allocation of supportive housing and deeply affordable housing units seems to be a moving target, given 50% is a minimum, not a maximum. And finally, there was no clarity on the level of care that will be provided. In the city's recent communication just a few days ago, there was reference to the fact that BC Housing has learned a lot from other supportive housing challenges. That's good to hear. And that these lessons will be integrated into this proposal. But what those lessons are and exactly how they'll be applied to this site is not clear. Like I said earlier, so many unaddressed issues. So how do we move forward? Because there are people of goodwill on all sides of this issue, I believe that, wanting to do the right thing to really alleviate homelessness. I urge the council to send the proposal back to BC Housing, maybe seek a time-limited consultation with key stakeholders, and find a solution for this location that will help reduce homelessness in our city while recognizing vulnerable women and children on three sides of this proposed site. We need to create the necessary time and space for the neighborhood and agencies of government to create a solution that could work at this location. We need a breakthrough. I think we could be surprised by what we could come up with, maybe even something we haven't yet imagined. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but I will say thank you for your time tonight and expressing your points of view on this item. Council, we are going to now take a recess for dinner, and we will see you back at 6 o'clock, where we resume with Speaker 251 Wesley Wagner and continue on through the list to 293. Thanks very much. We'll see you at 6.
Hello, everyone on the TELUS line. I'm going to disconnect the line, and I'll ask that anyone who did not already speak phone back at 5:45, just so we can get on a little bit early.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Test, test. Terry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yes, we are.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and we're going to continue with speakers. We're going to move to Speaker 251, Wesley Wagner. Speaker 251, Wesley Wagner.
Yes, Mayor, the speaker is here, and the speaker is coming to the podium.
Okay, great.
Hello. Should I start?
Please do.
All right. Well, I'm here speaking in support of the rezoning here. I wasn't sure I'd come back after speaking at the Vancouver plan because that was exhausting. And I think my gut feeling was right. I probably should have just stayed calling in or just submitted comments tonight. But I'm here anyways. Supporting the rezoning. It's got the recommendation from the urban design panel. The engineering department's already messed with it by forcing it back farther from the road. It's been through all the hoops. But this isn't really much of a hearing about rezoning at this point. And I did want to kind of go off script there and talk about my disappointment with the process. Because I don't know, how many days are we into this? And we still haven't rezoned a strip of land in the middle of a housing crisis. I guess our hands are tied by the charter. I know everyone's got their 5 minutes to speak, but this is crazy. We took a fully funded project and we managed to trim out 11 units from it. We didn't need to pony up anything. We didn't need to do anything other than say yes, and we still managed to lose housing. If there's any city function to put the housing back in, I don't know of it. I know that we keep trimming out houses from here and from there, and we're in a deficit of about less than 150,000 houses. It seems like we've got our priorities backwards. And if it's not too late, we should try to recover those 11 units, because if the funding's there, we should take it and we should move on to the next project. Because, I mean, you guys heard the news this morning. I don't know if I even need to bring it up further. We're running out of time to get these units in place. And every delay, every time we try to go back and plan it a little bit better, we're losing lives. Honestly, everything else I'd say seems to pale in comparison to that.
Okay.
So I'll move to a close here. I'm tired. I can't be here fighting for every issue. I can even this one's kind of draining the life out of me. I don't have the time, I don't have the energy, I don't have the money to be hiring media consultant groups to oppose or support projects. I need council to fight for all of us. Let's end it there.
Thanks so much for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker, but thanks for taking the time and calling in or coming in today. We're going to move to speaker 252, who is just a one name, Francesca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Francesca Lim, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I know that you've already heard from many, many others over the course of this hearing, and so I will keep my remarks brief. I strongly oppose this proposed project. Since this project was announced, I have been deeply concerned about the size and scale of the proposed project, particularly in light of the lack of detail that has been given or committed to with regards to the supports that would be available to the project's tenants. However, I understand that as city residents, we're all in this together and that some of our most vulnerable desperately need housing. And so I look to educate myself. I reached out to BC Housing multiple times to ask for information about similarly sized projects using a harm reduction approach and how the lessons from those projects would be applied to this one. I thought that BC Housing, the experts in this area, would be able to provide some concrete examples of where they had done this before and how they had done it successfully. Although I followed up with BC Housing a number of times, I was never provided with a clear response to my very simple question. I think it's clear now that there are two reasons why. First, there are no comparable projects. And second, BC Housing is unfortunately a failed organization. If, as I suspect, there are no comparable projects that have successfully been operated, that should be reason enough for Council to turn back this proposal and demand changes to its approach. It would be a grave failure of your duty to the city and its residents to approve this rezoning without clearer details on the supports that would be available to the project's tenants. You would be, at most, crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. That does not represent a reasonable, diligent approach to your responsibility to the city and its residents. Even if that was not reason enough alone to turn this proposal back, surely what we have learned about BC Housing in the last few weeks must be sufficient reason to do so. In fact, I would go so far as to say that in light of the findings of Ernst & Young regarding the inability of BC Housing to fulfill its mandate and deliver successful outcomes rather than simply checking a box on the number of housing units built, you must turn this proposal back. It would be unconscionable to trust this project with the magnitude of its impact on those who live, work, and learn in the surrounding neighborhood to an entity that has been shown to be flawed all the way from the top at its governance level down to its day-to-day operations. I understand that there is a housing crisis in our city that desperately needs to be addressed, but I also think that we, and you as a council, have an obligation to the future tenants of the project and those who live, work, and learn in the surrounding neighborhood to do better. As the last speaker just said, please fight for all of us. You can and must develop a better solution than what is before you today. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. I don't see any questions for you. But thank you so much for calling in tonight. I am going to move on to the next speaker. We have Robert Hensel, speaker number 253. Robert Hensel.
My name is Robert Hensel, and I oppose this rezoning application. I've been a resident of Vancouver for all my life. I have a business that I've been running in close proximity to the rezoning application site, and I have been involved in the real estate industry for over 2 decades and experienced in developments, and I'm concerned with the targeted residents for the site. First, the building is too tall and too dense for the site. The site is very narrow and too small. And to build 18 stories with only a 2 feet setback is troubling. I know that there's a need for housing for unfortunate and people that have, a difficulty living in Vancouver. But I think that based on the location, in close proximity to a school, and just based on the size of the property, it's not suitable. In terms of coming up with a harm reduction approach, based on the high concentration of children in the area, I don't think it's a suitable location for this type of rezoning development. I urge that the city go back and get the feedback from BC Housing based on what input the public has made, and come up with something more suitable. But based on what is being proposed here, I oppose the rezoning application.
Thank you for your comments this evening. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker, but thanks again for participating. We have Mei Ho in 254, speaker 254.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5
Oh, hi.
minutes. Up to 5 minutes.
Hi. Okay. Hi. My name is Mei Ho. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this rezoning application. There's no comparable successful supportive housing project like this one. So previous speakers have talked about the examples cited by BC Housing or city staff for temporary structures such as the site across the street from Wilfrid Laurier Elementary School, or do not have lower height and density and much fewer units, such as the MPA-managed site at Fort, which has almost half the number of units. These examples are temporary lower scales and density, and they are not located across the street from a school. The Margaret Fort has provided as the example, but the city has acknowledged in its own report to council in a memorandum dated July 21st, 2022, that this housing site has been a challenge since it's opened. The memorandum talks about lessons learned, but doesn't actually even identify what those lessons are. I'm very concerned that the city is willing to take such a high-risk position by trying out this type of development in a neighborhood where you have so many children in schools and parks, and they're literally across the street. I am not a religious person, and to hear callers at this public hearing saying that the school should be more charitable because it's Catholic or Christian is kind of outrageous, because the type of school across the street should not matter to anybody in their decision. Like it could be a Jewish school, Muslim school, private school, it doesn't really matter. We are talking about children at the end of the day, and I care about the health and well-being of children no matter what kind of religion they are. So I urge you to reject this rezoning application.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you. So I will move on to the next speaker, but thank you so much for calling in. The next speaker, council, is Katie Alexander, speaker number 255.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. I know it's been quite a long time. So, hello. I'm Katie Alexander. I've lived in Kits for over 10 years. I live 1 block from the proposed building, and I support this project. Housing is a human right. I've been personally disturbed hearing points from the opposition. This is the most uncomfortable I felt living here due to the discriminating attitudes I've heard. And I've worked customer service, so that should tell you something. Firstly, in reference for the safety of school children, their point, as someone who's experienced sexual violence when young, I'm aware that harm comes from people you know and trust, not often strangers. And also, people who experience homelessness and mental health and substance abuse disorders are the most vulnerable to be experiencing assault. When I moved here, I didn't have a criminal record check to move into my building, so I think it's really unfair to say that they have to go through such a process, the only difference being I had money and they didn't. Secondly, the opposition has mentioned Julian Summers and his studies several times. The studies I've found from him, though, shows that congregate housing models do work, and in some instances may work better than the scattered housing models. Specifically, significant improvement concerning severity of disability, psychological community integration, and recovery. Thirdly, I looked at the Marguerite Ford apartments. There was an article from 2015, and it's true, the calls were high in its first year, but by the next year, the calls were cut in half, and the vast majority of those calls were about people experiencing OD or mental health crisis, not one person harming another person. Also, Julian Sommers is quoted in the article saying that the situation is within expectations. His quote being, we basically did a literature review and found that there was no evidence of increases in crime rates or declines in property values following the introductions of buildings like that. I'm happy to forward these notes to council. Also, I live near the Sanford apartments that are run by the MPA Society, and it's great there. I pass by that place all the time, and the residents are wonderful. And so finally, I'm sure you've heard the many studies from Housing First models and how they're wonderful and effective. So I'll just speak about the people I've personally met on the street here in Kits. I would love to have a studio provided for them. Sean, who'd sit outside the Starbucks with his dog. So I hope this housing is pet friendly. Eric collecting cans on Christmas. The musician whose disability has caused him to lose his livelihood. The young woman fleeing an abusive boyfriend with her dog. The Indigenous man who rightly reminded me I profit off of stolen land. the lady with beautiful hair outside Shoppers, the man I still see near McDonald Street, who I believe has a day job but can't afford a home. I want to protect them, especially in light of today's events in Langley, where a gunman shot at several homeless people in the morning and 2 have died. As my elected officials, I expect you to protect them. So I'm begging you, please support this project. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, but I appreciate you calling in tonight. Thank you very much. Next, we have Speaker 256, Julian Summers.
The speaker is just coming to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Julian Summers. I live on Vancouver's North Shore and was raised near the proposed redevelopment site. My remarks are based on my 35 years now of clinical practice and research addressing harm reduction and recovery from addiction and mental illness. There's been little mention of mental illness in these public hearings or the fact that recovery from mental illness is common and attainable with appropriate support. Evidence that unaddressed mental illness plays a central role in BC's crisis of homelessness, crime, addiction, and death is overwhelming. And I oppose the current proposal because the built form of the building is markedly at odds with that evidence. When the BC government closed Riverview Hospital, it committed to providing support for recovery closer to home. As Vancouver Police have detailed, those commitments remain lost in transition. In 2006, Canada's Kirby Commission called for an evidence-based vision, and I quote, "At the core of this vision is a recovery-oriented, primarily community-based, integrated continuum of care. That vision informs Portugal's successful national strategy, which states, I quote, strictly speaking, there is no such thing as treatment without social reintegration." Canada also implemented the world's largest scientific project addressing recovery among people deemed the hardest to house, and I was honored to lead that research in Vancouver. Our 500 study participants had been homeless for an average of 10 years and all experienced serious mental disorders. Their most common health-related goal was to overcome their addictions. 25% had children under age 18 that they were separated from. 25% had been in foster care, and over 80% wanted to resume paid work the day we met them. Using comprehensive provincial data, we learned that only 17% of our clients were living in the Vancouver region when they became homeless. That's Metro. They migrated from communities with few resources, and each year they spent more days in hospital, in custody, and needed additional income assistance. We randomly assigned participants to 3 groups. One group received choices of dispersed, affordable housing with 24/7 support. A second group received residences in a single building, like what is being proposed, with 24/7 support on site. A third group received usual care, meaning standard services in the community at large. Our results showed that in contrast with usual care, where most people remained homeless, both congregate housing and dispersed affordable housing created market housing stability. However, those living in dispersed housing also experienced a 71% reduction in crime, a 50% reduction in medical emergencies, and significant and meaningful improvements in continuity of health care. In congregate housing, levels of crime and medical emergencies were not significantly different from those who remained homeless in usual care. The culture of their building was comparatively homogeneous, with limited opportunities for social mobility. There's nothing inherently wrong with congregate housing. Every successful apartment building, confirms the value of congregate housing. What matters is the mix of tenants or residents. Imagine 2 buildings, one with a cross-section of society living in affordable housing, the other with people living at the shelter rate and all having experienced homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Which building would you choose to live in? And if you chose affordable, socially diverse housing, why should we expect people who experience mental illness to choose differently? Internationally, 84% of people experiencing homelessness and mental illness prefer independent housing. By approving single-room congregate housing for people who are among the hardest to house, Council would expose residents to excess medical emergencies, and preventable involvement in crime. By endorsing that the shelter rate should in any way define the standard of housing available to people with serious mental illness, Council would be practicing stigma, while restricting opportunities for reunion with children and social integration more broadly. Given the highly engaged KITS community, there is an opportunity to secure a small percentage of affordable units on the proposed site for people exiting prolonged homelessness and extend the same approach to other new and existing buildings in the neighborhood. I encourage Council to embrace the Kirby Commission's vision of a community-based recovery by supporting practices that align with evidence and with the values of community members who want to be part of the solution, while inspiring other BC communities to do the same, recognizing that any solution must be provincial. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Just checking here. Councillor Hardwick, you have up to 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Summers. There's two issues that we've been focused on. One is the physical built form in height and massing. Density has been discovered, and the other is the composition of residents. Do you see a correlation between the two? Would it matter if it was a 6-story building with this composition of residents? Does the height and massing have anything to do or reinforce the composition of residents?
Well, I agree with an earlier speaker who characterized the, or may have been a councillor recalling a speaker, characterizing the built form as prison-like or institutional, small windows, double entry, a courtyard manufactured on the interior, as though the intent was to prevent people from interacting with other neighborhood members and having access to outside within a confined space. It's not a built form that is at all conducive to social reintegration for people who have been homeless for long periods of time. Most people who've been homeless for long periods of time also experience mental illness. That's what differentiates long-term homelessness from the many other people who exit homelessness more quickly and through their resources. So the built form, it seems like it could work for very select groups of people, but not people who've exited homelessness. It's more like student housing for people who are here on a short stay, flight crews, that sort of thing. When we did, our research, no other city in the country thought it made sense to implement a congregate building, because none of them thought that there was value. They thought the results were already in. It's why we deinstitutionalized. That compelling people to live together is antithetical to their prospects for recovery, and its diversity and proximity to loved ones and community membership and fellowship that are the major components, as they are for most of us.
So paraphrasing, if social reintegration is our objective, this is not the form physically that it should take.
Agreed.
Okay, there have been a couple of speakers that have been suggesting that your research is flawed and that there are other individuals with whom you have done your research that are contradicting the position that you've taken forward. Would you like to address that?
Boy, would I! Thanks. So there are two, right? There are two that I know of, and out of like a lot of people that I've worked with over the years, and neither of them got in touch with me first. So I wish they had, because we probably could have addressed what I believe are misunderstandings. The Dr. Palapu is attributed saying that results favor congregate, and congregate works as well, and referencing a 2017 paper that I'm the lead author on. So we publish papers on discrete facets of large projects like this in separate studies. That particular study reported one of our main outcomes of interest was just housing stability. And indeed, I'll confirm that there was no significant difference in the overall rate of housing stability among people who received congregate versus the option of scattered housing. All of the other outcomes in that manuscript are based on questionnaires that were adapted from other research that didn't involve homeless people. And the results were extraordinarily perplexing. Namely, everybody's scores went up and about the same. There are only 2 measures where there is any significant difference. They do happen to favor the congregate group, but the perplexing part is that on questionnaire measures, 10-item questionnaires, assessing things like overall wellness, psychiatric symptoms, community integration, the people who were randomly assigned to usual care and who we know remained homeless improved as much as the people who received market housing and support and the people in congregate. Everybody's scores went up. That was true across the country in all 5 sites. Boy, were we disappointed.
Thank you. That is, we're past the 5 minutes,
Okay.
so I'm going to go on to Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, please go ahead.
Yeah, first question, you talked about the building built form doesn't work for social integration. Can you talk about what changes to the built form you'd like to see?
Well, I was here for the earlier presentation of a 6-story rendering, and I'll lend support to that. Although it's the first time that I had seen it, but the reasons I'll lend support to it are that number one, it reflects the sentiments of people who live in the neighborhood, which I don't any longer. And it refers to the goal of establishing additional housing that is consistent with the fabric of existing housing and is designed to welcome people who would be exiting homelessness and in need of housing, but along with others who would further complement the social milieu that's established in KITS, which provides the people who are exiting homelessness with the greatest opportunity to feel welcome and to feel not singled out, to feel as though they're truly a part of things. And if that approach is followed, I can't comment on the specific form that was proposed because it was a sketch, but if that overall ethos was pursued, it would lead to a form that is more conducive to people choosing homes and feeling valued and welcomed as community members, and that ought to be, if we're going to make good on what we said in the 70s, deinstitutionalizing, that ought to be applied to many, many other buildings where people have the opportunity to join as neighbors. And as we showed in our trial, there was no NIMBY backlash. There were no concerns raised in the scattered site housing. Lots of naysayers telling us that you're not going to get landlords to rent to you, bad things will happen. None of that came true. And people experienced the most profound thing was not what they got from our team. It was telling us that after a year, 2 years, they felt as though they belonged. They felt as though they were welcome and that they were being treated as normal people. Imagine that. So where people have the opportunity to experience that, I'm for it. Putting them in a building that advertises special needs inside, such as the renderings that I've seen of the proposed building, are simply frightening and are essentially displaying people in a way that is stigmatizing. So I think you've seen enough already in the presentations to, I hope, get the gist of what I'm referring to and why the 6-story building was presented with the elements that were described.
Okay, second follow-up question. You talked about having a different and more diverse mix of people in the building creates healthier outcomes. Can you talk from your research what type of mix you think would be to create a best outcome in a building of this size?
Well, social engineering is a dangerous sport. What we found best and is what we would, I think most of us apply to ourselves and to others that we care about in our lives. We provided people with choices. And why did they choose that building next to the park with oak trees, or next to the corner store that reminded them of something that they had access to when they were children? What's important is the opportunity to present people with decent, dispersed, affordable housing options, and providing them with the dignity to choose. And they will make choices that in some ways resonate with them in the same ways that the rest of us do.
Okay, thanks for coming to speak today.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato's next, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for coming in today. A couple of quick questions just off the start. You talked about congregate housing. I'm over here. We don't have formally that definition to the city in terms of our housing stream, and we've talked about this as these are studio units. They're not the same as it's been represented as SROs, and they're not in that context of you have. So when you talk about, can you expand on your view of what congregate housing is, because we don't have a definition in the city bylaws.
Sure. The term is used in literature along these lines of supporting recovery and helping people who've been homeless for many years to have a chance at recovery, is used not specifically in relation to bachelor, SRO, or other sizes or configurations of units. It is more a reference to the social diversity in the building. And when individuals who, as is done in some research, including ours, when people are housed all together in the same building, that is what we refer to as congregate, a congregate approach, as opposed to this dispersed choice-based approach. Those are the two comparators that have been most researched. So it doesn't have to do with size of units. It's the social mix in the building.
Okay, and so in that context, then whether it's 50 studio units or 120, it's still congregate.
That's right. That's right. You can think of it as also as concentrating people who all are coming from similar histories and similar types of social disadvantages. Right, the foster care, the level of adverse childhood experiences that typically goes back to childhood. Now, there is a middle ground. People who've been homeless have less severe needs and who may choose and do well in housing where they are supported alongside other people with comparable needs. Now, we did that research also in a randomized trial, and where people who need supports on an occasional basis, so not a 24/7 team, but somebody who might help them broker access to care, are likely to do better when they're supported alongside other people with comparable needs. But the more severe and more complex their challenges are, the more strongly indicated it is that they have a choice and the opportunity to experience social surroundings that are normalizing and healthier.
Okay, that's super helpful. I have one more question. Councillor Weeb asked a couple of questions I wanted to ask, but I want to just drill down on an example, and if you're not familiar with it, that's okay. You talked to Councillor Weeb asked about the type of mix. The Kettle on Burrard has been operating for a number of years. It was opened after Marguerite Ford, and there was a lot of lessons learned from that. And they started using the vulnerability assessment tool to make sure that there was a mix of tenants within that building. So individuals who may have higher needs, others who may need less needs and supports. Can you comment on that in terms of, is that tool still being utilized by BC Housing or within this sector? I don't know if that's come up in your research, but that was my experience there, is that there was a lot of lessons learned from Marguerite Ford. So there was a move to diversify the tenanting based on this use of this tool, but I don't know if that's still being used.
I don't know what BC Housing is doing. There's no tool like the vulnerability assessment tool that would play a prominent role in understanding the needs of the group of people that I'm referring to. They require a thorough clinical assessment neuropsychological assessment, proper diagnostics. They require a thorough physical history and exam as well. And so it's not a matter of a straightforward tool. And the fact that we don't provide these kinds of assessments to assist people is part of what perpetuates this category we refer to as hardest to house. There is a group typically struggling with serious mental illnesses. The longer they remain homeless and at risk, the more likely they are to experience poisonings, cognitive damage, mortality. And that only further complicates or increases, I guess, the need for thorough and careful clinical assessment as well as social and forward-looking assessments. What are their interests? What are the long-term prospects that are most likely to be a part of their recovery? So there's no simple tool that cuts through all of that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm at my time.
Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks. I have a number of questions, but actually something you answered to Councillor Dominato sparked an additional question for me. So I'll start there, which is you described congregate housing as social mix, and I'm curious to hear if a building of all high-end, high-cost housing that also lacked a social mix by a kind of income definition that we've heard would also qualify as congregate housing?
You mean if it was homogeneous, but everyone in the building is a rich person?
Yeah, if everyone in the building, if it's high cost, so you have to have a certain income to live there.
I haven't had an opportunity to do research on exclusively rich people in buildings and how they fare. So a term like congregate hasn't been used in that context. It is used in the context that I described earlier of what difference does it make if people with particularly severe needs, again, those who have been least well served by existing resources, are placed in buildings all together, so congregated, versus provided with opportunities to choose where they would live, in which case they will, all of the people we gave choices to chose to leave the neighborhood where we met them, and they did not choose to be in buildings that had other that they knew had other individuals in them who also had exited homelessness. They chose immediately, as happens in other places where this choice is given. They chose places where they felt that they could have a chance at establishing themselves. And
okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have a few questions, so I just want to make sure to get through them. This particular building has already been changed to be only 50% units at shelter rate. So I'm interested to hear, that seems to me to increase the social mix as you speak about it. Does that seem like a better situation by that definition?
So no, it doesn't. When we closed Riverview and promised people with serious mental illness who lacked support that they would be provided with services closer to home, I worked at Riverview. This was in the 1980s. No one said to me or anyone else, "We're going to provide you with resources closer to home as long as the housing is at the shelter rate," because that would have been crazy. How much we didn't budget our hospital beds around the shelter rate. Right? And the reason that this scattered approach to housing is cost effective is because we spend so much while people are homeless on each day in hospital, each day in custody. So no, anything anchored to the shelter rate, as I said, is stigmatizing. Why we wouldn't provide housing to people with cancer only at the shelter rate, right? Why are we doing that for people with mental illness? How did we even get into that trap? We need to support people in ways that promote their recovery. That costs more than BC's shelter rate.
Again, sorry to interrupt. I'm curious to hear if you think congregate housing is better or worse than the status quo.
What's the status quo?
Well, I'm not allowed to answer your questions, but I'll reframe it to say the status quo is we see people living in tents in parks, people living in tents on Hastings Street, and we don't have a proposal in front of us for scattered housing. We have a proposal in front of us for the building as you see, and we've been discussing. So I guess I'm interested in is this building better or worse than people in tents and people on the street?
Well, I don't want to answer that for other people. But it would be a huge step in the wrong direction, because you would be affirming that let's recall what I said. 17%, 1/7 of the people who we met in Vancouver who had been homeless here and were deemed the hardest to house, 1/7 were in Metro when they became homeless. They came from far afield, and building something like this is essentially further declaring that the only place in BC where you're going to get help are big buildings in Kits and other places like that. Because nothing like this is happening elsewhere.
I'm running out of time. I think we could debate that particular point for much longer, but the mayor would cut me off, so I will leave it there.
I'm going to go to Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Summers. I'm over here on your right. Thanks for coming to speak to council. I appreciate it. I think you were very clear, and I appreciated the clarification with respects to congregate housing being about the diversity of housing. And I guess my question is this, is that we're seeing increasing prevalence of mental illness. So beyond the housing, if we subscribe to that philosophy that you're describing in terms of a mix, I'm really interested if you see, and keeping it related to this application, a need to pivot in terms of just providing the housing, because it seems to be housing without the service, and or how do you provide that those needed supports for mental wellness that we're increasingly seeing are becoming more prevalent, even with a mix.
So how do we provide the supports that are needed? Yeah, we SFU and at least a dozen, maybe 14 not-for-profit societies spent about 8 months developing a proposal that's a call to action. It was featured in one of the slides earlier today. It's online, and it describes the process of preparing teams to deliver exactly the same quality of support that was provided in our randomized trial. So exactly the same intervention. And there is no place that is currently doing it. BC Housing is actually opposed to it, as is the provincial government when I've presented this.
Why is that?
I don't know, but strongly opposed. Strongly opposed.
Okay, because regardless of the mix, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm hearing, and I think it sounds like you're agreeing, is my question, with respect to the fact that we also have this gap in terms of how we deliver
we do,
so
but
to me, this isn't just about housing, this is about housing and.
Yes, this gap is completely feasible to address. The fact that we've addressed it previously with multiple teams that we've trained in our research to the same standard.
What does a team look like conceptually? Can you sketch that out for council?
Yeah, so 8 to 10 people, mix of medical, social, and vocational rehabilitative skills. Everybody facile in mental illness, psychopathology, and the process of recovery. People working actively in specific roles, landlord relations or housing portfolio management, ensuring that people are a good fit with the building that they've first chosen. Vocational experts who are working with employers, preparing individuals to enter the workforce. I mentioned 80% plus want paid work, and over 60, about 2/3 had completed paid work for at least 1 year before they became homeless. So they had it in their history as well as in their aspirations. So the vocational piece and the housing portfolio management piece are central and stand alone. Most of the others are relating to various specialty areas in health and social well-being, including mental illness expertise of different kinds, addiction-related expertise, harm reduction, recovery-oriented skills. Okay. So that rounds out the team.
Okay, I just have about a minute and a half left, and I'm wondering, and you can answer this if you feel comfortable or not, but what if you composite? Do you think the reluctance is because of cost? Do you think the reluctance is because it's a model that we don't have today? And sort of related, corollary to that, Has there been any analysis that it is more expensive not to provide something like those team support in terms of hospital visits, emergencies?
3 times.
Response?
3 times. We did it in 2006 for the entire province, $55,000 a year per person. It costs while people are homeless in BC. I thought that would move the needle. The 2 other teams have led research on the same topic in BC using different methods, and thank goodness for me, they come in around the same figure, about $55,000 in easily countable public costs, not inferring costs like costs of crime or things like that, but days in hospital, days in custody, those kinds of things. And yes, there are people that we are seeing in our communities for whom it costs substantially less to intervene immediately and provide them with what I've described than it does to leave them on the street for another year.
Right. Okay, that's very informative. Thank you. Appreciate you speaking.
Councilor Carr?
A couple of questions. Appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. My first one, I was very interested in what you were saying about Riverview, and I remember the closing of the psychiatric hospital, and I remember specifically that the provincial government had promised $23 million to families in communities throughout BC to take home one of their family members who were there, and that they never delivered. Not one penny of that amount of money. So the question around that, and those people, many, because I have conversations all through BC, ended up coming to the downtown east side. So my question is really around providing the resources at the community level, and making sure that people have the supports they need. Is that a fundamental part of what you're talking about?
Yeah, it absolutely is. It is not in the main skill set of, or it's not an area of strength in any of our existing major structures. Not BC Housing, not health authorities. And they're busy doing other things. I don't mean to imply criticism that they're not also experts at this, but none of the existing structures are themselves the experts. It is, in fact, the not-for-profit societies who have the most insight in how best to help people, but they are a completely segregated system of entities with no common standards, no common training, and also without common budgets. They're competing against each other. There's, as you can expect in some instances, where those pressures lead. So part of our call to action was to create communities of practice that all would be trained to the same standard, would adhere to the same standard, would enable some of those people, Councillor Carr, that moved to the downtown east side, maybe accessed supports here, but wanted to relocate to Quesnel. But also importantly, be assured that they were going to be supported in the same way. Right now, that's not possible. But through not, it's not a, it's different, and I think that's where it fell down. That's the reason for its torpedoing. But it is not at all an insoluble task to prepare 6 not-for-profit societies or teams in 6 not-for-profit societies over 2 years to deliver the same standard of care and to support one another in that endeavor.
Right. Okay. It's a lot of paths down to solutions, aren't there? I'm very interested in what you have to say around the mix of people. That seems to be a big theme of what you're talking about. When staff introduced the last night of our public hearings, they answered a lot of questions that we had posed to them as councillors. And regarding, and some of those had to do with the mix of people. And staff answered this way, and I'm interested in your response to this. They said, look, the first priority is housing people who are homeless from the neighborhood. Then they said, this proposal would include a mix of people who have disabilities, mental health issues, drug addiction issues, people who just don't have enough income, and that's why they're homeless. So is that getting at the right mix of people? When I say right, a mix of people that you think would work?
I don't really know what that is meant to bring to mind. Are we talking about people who experience schizophrenia or other psychotic illnesses? Is that what we're talking about? Somebody with bipolar disorder and methamphetamine addiction? Is that what we're talking about?
They didn't get into that specific, but they mentioned people who may have addiction issues, who may have, including drugs and alcohol, people who have mental health issues, people with physical disabilities, people who just don't have enough money. That is the mix that they describe for us.
That doesn't sound like a mix. That sounds like a backhanded way of saying people who we don't want to have in our other buildings.
I don't understand.
It sounds like people who we have systematically excluded. We're going to put them all in one place.
I think it was getting at the question that was posed by speakers who said it's going to all be people who have mental illness or who have drug addiction problems. So I think it was getting at that.
So it's not only that, it's also people with physical disabilities.
And people who just don't have enough money.
Right. And how many of them would choose to live in that building?
We're at the 5 minute.
Versus an alternative.
Councillor Fry, you're up next.
Thanks. So I understand some from Dr. Anita Palepu, head of medicine at UBC, who you referenced earlier. She commented variously about vulnerable populations not being homeless and vulnerable populations not being heterogeneous, and so by that extension, I'm assuming that your sort of critique of congregate housing would be heterogeneous in the sense that there may be some scenarios that work better than others. And I'm wondering if you could kind of allude to what you might think would be a better context for congregate housing if we're looking at sort of the metrics of success that you've established here.
Yeah. So as I said, any well-functioning apartment building attests to the value of people living together. So diversity is one thing. In sort of my area, there are addiction. There are a number of models that use cohabitation, people living together. So we have, for example, therapeutic communities. We also have recovery homes. We have problems with linked to that particular descriptor here in BC at the moment, but that is an approach that can serve people very well. For people with stimulant addictions, residential contingency management, which involves housing people together, is the treatment of choice. So there are. There's my former research team at the University of Washington has worked closely with a managed alcohol program, and this is where typically older men are housed together and provided with alcohol in their homes. So there are examples of housing where people with specific challenges reside together either as part of a continuing program like managed alcohol, but most of them, therapeutic communities, recovery homes, are time limited. Now that time can be months to years, but they're time limited, and they beg the question, what next? And what comes next would best be entry into the community. So yeah, people who experience homelessness are widely heterogeneous. Some are there purely because of money. The ones who get stuck, though, have other challenges.
Yeah, certainly. I speak to a lot of folks experiencing homelessness, and I know that there's a wide variety. So curious then, if your research has kind of uncovered any successes of moving housing, congregate style housing or supportive housing or what have you outside of the downtown east side, if you've kind of extrapolated any benefits for tenants if they're not at the downtown east side, for instance.
Not around here. I mean, not so specifically not in Vancouver, but actually not in Canada. Here the examples tend to illustrate the opposite because the attempt has been made to cluster people who have very high needs together with woefully inadequate supports and no vision of recovery whatsoever. So they have been horrible disservices to the people themselves, chiefly. So no, I'm not aware of examples that illustrate success for those, again, for those who are deemed the hardest to house, people who have serious mental illnesses, often with addictions as well, and who've been homeless for many years. Those that are supporting people are supporting individuals with less complex needs.
Okay, just with my last 30 seconds here, recognizing that there's not that the province is paying for this, and this is their model that they're putting forward, and the option for like scattered sites isn't really on the table. What would you say to that?
Put it on the table.
Tell the province to put it on the table and walk away from this.
Yeah, get council, put it on the table. About time.
Okay, well, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so I used to volunteer at the Carnegie Center. I think I met you down there. And lots of times folks would come to me and they'd say, Jean, can you get me a place in this new modular housing that's being built? Not the place that we're discussing now, but other ones that were built before. And I basically couldn't. They were people who were homeless or people who lived in SROs. But some of them did manage to get in. And I'd see them and I'd say, well, how do you like your new housing? And they would say, this happened to maybe 6 or 8 people. They all had the same phrase for how they liked their new housing, which was, I feel like I won the lottery. And this is the same type of what you call congregate housing. So what you're saying is contradicting my experience. Can you explain why?
I'll try. I think one key was provided in your description. They chose it. They came to you and said, "I want that."
Okay, I get that. I get the choosing. Is there any evidence that the people who would move into this building would not choose it, that someone would force them to move into it?
People will make desperate decisions when the alternatives are so dire as fear of losing one's life, which is as you know, and I've heard now increasingly. Also, I'm sure you've heard the same thing, that people who are living rough now, or people who were living rough and who have moved inside in the last few years and who occasionally go out into the streets, will say, I don't think I would make it. And if I'm out there through the next winter, I'm not gonna see the other side. People in those circumstances, this is part of that crucible of increasing desperation that is causing people to take their own lives. More than half of those who experience non-fatal poisonings experience suicidal ideation at the time of taking the drugs. There are also violent acts towards other people that are not caused by people's mental illness or by their character, but by the prolonged suffering of the circumstances that they live in. So people will make choices. I'm perplexed that it's not a win to say that, well, you said 84%, so does that mean 16% or some fraction of that might choose congregate housing? Yeah, it does. And my question is, why in the world are you building for that minority when there is such a gaping need and opportunity to help the much larger number?
So what about people that just want housing, that don't necessarily want treatment? They might want a few supports, but they don't want a big medicalized thing.
Yeah, provide them with affordable housing. I mentioned that that the primary health-related goal among people in our experience is overcoming addiction. When we randomized people to the Bosman Hotel, our congregate arm, the main reason people moved in and said, "Can you please get me out of here?" which we did, was if I go in here, that's going to trigger my addiction. So now we're talking about a building with a consumption site, and you're going to propose, and that's where people are going to be supported toward recovery. It seems incongruous.
So, are you saying that people have to be pushing themselves towards your definition of recovery, and B, that people who don't have mental health or addiction and who don't use drugs shouldn't be living with people who do?
Well, let me emphasize, this is not my definition of recovery. I think that your very assertion reflects a misunderstanding, or perhaps a lack of understanding, of what the term recovery means in the mental health and addiction field. It is an individual defined construct. We know a great deal about the components that go into it, but it is never something that a clinician or somebody outside the individual asserts or offers a definition of as something to aim for. The experience is animated by substantial, qualitatively different experiences of agency and self-control, of opportunity, of optimism for the future, of connections, and also of reduced symptoms. But it is not something that people like me foist onto people.
Okay. We're over the 5 minutes. I put myself on the list for questions. So I'm familiar with the intersection with politics and academia, and I'm going to pull you over to the politics side here.
Mayor, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. Would you like me to take over so you can ask questions?
I know you. Kara's our last ask questions until the motion's moved.
Okay, thank you.
So the decision in front of us tonight is this: we're a quasi-judicial body. In this, we have very strict guidelines on what we can not only decide upon or what we can discuss. And our options are thus: we can approve this project as it is, the rezoning, the height and form. We can send it back to staff for a redo, or we can say no. If we do anything other than approve it, we lose the funding. And so we don't get a maybe in this case. It's a yes or no. And I'm just wondering, if you were in our situation, which would you pick?
I'd send it back for rezoning. I might say no, though, out of outrage that the province is holding vulnerable people and you hostage when there is no... That is I'd been working with Minister Eby on justice-related things when he got his new mandate letter, and when I first offered to provide support, and he took me up on it, I approached the whole enterprise with optimism and in good faith, and I learned that he was not at all doing the same, not at all. And
well, I won't go down that road. I just have to click a button in the next couple of days, either yes or no, and I'm just wondering which button you'd click.
Listen. I'm listening actively to the discussion, and thank you for asking. I would send it back to staff, and the reason being
that kills it. We lose the funding. Then you don't get that option. It's either take the building as it is or lose the funding.
Well, I thought you said there were three options: send it back to staff or say no.
No. If we send it back to staff, we lose the funding. That's what we've been told.
Well then I would send it back to staff and let the province explain. Let Minister Eby explain why this public hearing process that has elicited such a powerful outpouring of ideas, of shared sentiments by a great many people, and an interest in dialogue with council that has moved toward what appears, based on today's presentation, to be a viable end goal that could set a precedent not only for Vancouver, but usefully for the rest of the province. Why, after having achieved that progress, would the province say, forget about it? It's all worthless. That would simply be wrong-headed, cruel, and wasteful, and perhaps just further emphasize why a change in leadership is needed.
Okay, so that's a no. Okay, thanks. We'll go over to Councillor Kirby-Young. Thanks for your time. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead. Oh, I think you have just 10 seconds left. No? Councillor Kirby-Young?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I couldn't hear. Could you please repeat?
Oh, you just had yourself on the list, but you had 10 seconds left.
No, that must have been a holdover.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, thanks. That's it for questions. Thank you for coming in tonight, and I'm going to move to the next speaker. We have Mark Bowen, speaker number 257.
Speaker number 257 is not on the line.
Or in person, has them put on the line?
I do not see speaker. No, I'm not seeing speaker in chambers.
Great. Okay, thanks. We have 258, Leona Cole.
No.
Thank you, clerks. We have 259, Grant Foster.
Yes.
Great.
The speaker's just coming to the podium.
Perfect. Hi, Speaker. Thanks for coming in today. You've got the 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and Council. My name is Grant Foster, and I'm speaking to oppose the proposed rezoning. I'm going to reorder my talk a little bit to go to the end first. Proponents of the development argue that something is better than nothing, and I just heard that question asked again. That's a false choice. I've heard other speakers say that you shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of the good, but you do have a choice. You have a choice about this rezoning. Like so many other people that choose to make their lives in Metro Vancouver, I see daily examples of the issues of homelessness, addiction, and mental illness that are prevalent in our community. Although I witness them often, those issues are not issues that I work on every day. What I've learned through this process, though, about what is being propagated by those who are working on those issues every day has shocked me. In their presentation to Council, the proponents were unable to answer basic questions about the proposal to the standard that I would have expected as a citizen. And yet they expect the support of the community. An FOI request by the Kitsilano Coalition to BC Housing resulted in disclosure of only one operator bid on the proposal. There are numerous operators in the Lower Mainland, and I would have thought that more than one of them would have wanted to bid on a brand new development on a clear parcel of land near brand new transit infrastructure, a park, and an elementary school. Even though changes have been made to the original submission to alter the affordability mix, the fact that the original proposal only drew one bidder shows how misguided BC Housing's approach is to what can work effectively to support those in need of housing. Speaking of BC Housing, the recently released Ernst & Young report found that BC Housing's actions are not aligned with its mandate, with program successes currently being measured by outputs, such as unit counts, versus outcomes for residents. The proposal's most prominent public supporter, then Minister of Housing David Eby, was quoted publicly as saying, "I think that once the building's been operating for a bit, the community will see that it works well. And if it doesn't, I've committed to them that I'll work to address those issues immediately, as we have in other neighborhoods." Where is Mr. Eby now? Within the span of 3 weeks, the former minister released an independent report that revealed major problems at BC Housing, fired the board of the agency, and has now resigned as housing minister to pursue the top job. When asked last week about another recent report regarding BC Housing's failure to activate cooling systems in certain of its buildings, Mr. Eby would not answer questions and referred them to his successors. Where will Mr. Eby be for the community around 8th and Arbutus if this proposal is approved? And to use his words, it doesn't work well. It is the duty of elected representatives to learn the facts, listen to their constituents with an open mind before making decisions that have long-term implications on our lives. This includes understanding the findings of Dr. Summers, who just spoke, and I understand you'll hear later from Judge Gove and a representative from Sancta Maria House. 3 credible experts in their respective fields, all in opposition, clear opposition to the rezoning. You've also heard from people with direct experience of homelessness and addiction, also in opposition to the rezoning. Listen to the experts and those with experience. They are saying this proposal is flawed. The presentation earlier today by Kitsilano Coalition showed clearly that the proposal before you is not the only option. You shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of the good. That is true. But what you are seeing through this process is that the proposal before you isn't even good. Past approvals of supportive housing by council do not mean that council had all the information. If people don't oppose, projects get approved. Rejecting this rezoning wouldn't make the land go away. It's the city's land, it'll still be there. You have an opportunity through how you respond to this proposal and approach the decision on the rezoning to influence how housing proposals are brought to council in the future. Councillors, I urge you to say no to this proposal and demand a better one that is based on evidence and on principles that most people can readily relate to. Diversity, choice, and a focus on recovery and outcomes rather than unit counts and perpetuating a failed model. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time tonight. Appreciate it. We have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, you touched on the notion again that if we don't go for this, the money's going to go away. You also touched on the point that the land is not going anywhere. Through your professional lens and your interest in the project and review of the political situation, what do you think would happen if we say, if we turn this down and send it back to staff?
I would echo the comments of Dr. Summers, which is if the funding truly would go away, put that on the province, make them explain why. It would be an absolute outrage if the funding went away just because it went back to staff.
Do you live in the immediate area?
I don't live in the immediate area, but I'm a parishioner at the church and my children attend the school and play at the park.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
That's it for questions. Thanks so much for calling in tonight or coming in tonight.
Thanks very
I'm
much.
going to move to the next speaker. We have Brianna Boker, 260, speaker 260 of 294 now. Brianna Boker.
$260 is not on the line.
Okay, great. Thanks. Clerks, we have 261, Jordan Strong.
Jordan Strong was to be in person.
That's right.
I'm not seeing anyone come forward.
Okay. I'll move on to speaker 262, Amelia Colabraro.
Here I am.
Great. Thanks for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amelia, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I strongly oppose to this rezoning application in its current form. Many of the speakers before me have already addressed the multiple problems with the project, like the safety issue it raises for the 500 or so preschool and elementary school children across the street, for the women of the supportive recovery home next door, and the Sky Train station and bus depot next door. And by the absence of any clinical support in the neighborhood for mental health and or substance use issue. I can't address all the issue with the project within the 5 minutes that I have. So I thought I would limit my comments to addressing the inaccurate statement David Abbey has said about the project. First, it is not fully accurate that the project will provide a 50-50 mix of supportive and affordable rental housing. Under the proposed housing agreement, a minimum of 50% of the unit must be rented out at the shelter rate. So in practice, well more than 50% of the 129 units could be supportive once rented at the shelter rate. Even if the project is a 50-50 mix, drug and alcohol use are not an obstacle to anyone living there. There will also be not a criminal check. AB suggests that there will be enough support in the building, but the applicant can even tell us the level of service and staff that will be provided, and it won't offer a complex care. The suggestion that this building will be a success is very different to the comment that AB made to the media in December of last year, when he acknowledged that the current supportive housing model had critical gaps and was not working well for many of those with mental health or substance use issues. AB and the applicant have said that there are many supportive housing sites within 500 meters of schools. This site is completely different from the other. It is only, I repeat myself, 18 meters away. I sound like a broken record. So many people have said that already. From a preschool and elementary school, it is essentially in the middle of St. Augustine campus, as it is between the school and the parish, and children go back and forth between the two sites, and it is next door to a SkyTrain station and a bus depot. Please note the following. The Riderman residents, which have about 40% fewer units and are temporary, are 350 meters away from the closest elementary school, as they are separated by a very large field. Laurelville Place, which has about 25% fewer units, is also temporary, is 600 meters from the closest school. Dunbar Coastal Apartment, which has about 60% fewer units, it is 800 meters from the closest elementary school. The project approved recently on King Ed and Knight, which has about 16% fewer units, is 700 meters from the closest elementary school. The Marguerite Ford, which is comparable in size to the proposed here on Arbutus, it is 1.5 kilometers from the closest elementary school. Throughout this process, AB has suggested this rezoning application can be opposed because there is a housing crisis. However, BC Housing could have built much-needed housing on this site as early as 2019, when the site was first identified as available for social supporting housing. Instead, BC Housing chose to wait and to then get involved in a lengthy rezoning process. He also has suggested the rezoning application can be opposed because funds for the project are time limited. However, the federal MP represents in this zone Joyce Murray and Talib Nur Mohammed, however you say his name, has confirmed their understanding that there is no time restriction on the federal funds for this project. The other day on CBC Radio with Gloria Makarenko, AB again said BC Housing funding was dramatically up, that the Crown Corporation was operating as a bank and had hundreds of millions of loans, up to $2 billion.
If I could get you to finish up, you're at your 5 minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Given what has been going on with BC Housing lately, following the independent review of its financial system and operation, it seems a disarray, and that this project is by a byproduct of this. Please don't let BC Housing force you to approve this project. That is not the best interest of its tenant and the neighborhood. Reject this zoning. I want to say one more thing, Mr. Mayor. Protect the children.
I'm sorry, you're at your time.
I implore you to reject this.
I'm sorry, you're finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
I don't see any questions for you. I'm just going to, it is a bit weird that I'm remote here, but I am hearing that there may be some applause in the chamber from people, or anyway, I'm not sure exactly which way it's going, but just to ask the folks in the gallery just to, we're not supposed to indicate support one way or the other for speakers, and if you could abide by that, that would be great. Thanks. I am going to move now to the next speaker, who is Grace Lai, speaker 263.
I'm here.
Great.
Hello?
Thanks so much. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Grace Lai, and I am a resident of Kitsilano, and I live about 600 meters from the proposed building. I am opposed to the rezoning in its current form. I have various reasons for opposing this project, many of which Dr. Summers has already thoroughly explained to Council. Dr. Summers' research shows that scattered, independent, recovery-oriented housing is the most effective housing for dealing with homelessness and addictions, and specifically for reducing individual hospitalizations. To that point, and to bring something new to this conversation, I would like to draw Council's attention to a survey that was done by BC Housing at Larwill Place. To give some context, Larwill Place is the largest supportive housing building that the MPA Society operates. At 98 units spread over 2 buildings, each building is roughly 60% smaller than the building proposed at Arbutus. It is a temporary modular building, unlike the permanent building proposed for at Arbutus. It is 600 meters away from the nearest elementary school, not the 17.8 meters like the one at the Arbutus site. As stated in the survey, Larwill Place is conveniently located to services in the downtown east side. Again, this makes it distinguishable from the Arbutus site, which has no clinical support for mental health and addictions in the neighborhood, and, we've been told, will not offer any medical services on site. In February 2020, BC Housing published the results of a survey of residents done at Larwill Place that was focused on resident outcomes at 6 months after the building's opening. Of course, a self-reporting survey has its limitations compared to database objective evidence. However, those who responded to the survey, only 12 residents reported that their mental health was better since moving in. 6 residents reported that they had been admitted to the hospital less, and only 5 residents reported their emergency services had decreased. There has been no subsequent survey published. The survey also included the following statement. Staff also mentioned that the harm reduction approach in the building can be a challenge for residents who do not use drugs or are in recovery. BC Housing acknowledged to members of the St. Augustine School faculty and the Parent Education Committee that there is a community need to provide housing solely for those who do not use substances or are in recovery from substance abuse. So why is the Arbutus project not focused on this model, given the acknowledged need for this housing, the difficulties of co-housing those who use substances and those who don't, and the multiple vulnerable population in and around the site? One final note about Larwill Place. The building was opened in November 2018. Documents relating to its opening state that the building is intended to operate for a 5-year term, and after that, the tenants will be moved and the building will be relocated. The end of that 5-year term is approaching. Given the applicant's repeated assertion that there is a pressing need to help those currently unhoused from Kitsilano, Council should know whether the Arbutus project will really be providing new housing or just housing residents of Larwill Place who will need to be relocated. Given the proposed size of the Arbutus project, the tenant population, the potential for it to be 100% low barrier, its proximity to other vulnerable populations like school children and women in abstinence-based support to recovery, and lack of commitment to support and staff as of this date, I urge Council to reject this rezoning application. Supportive housing can be accommodated at the site.
You hit 5 minutes right on the dot. So thank you so much. And I don't see any questions for you, but I do appreciate you coming in today to share your point of view. We have speaker 264, Sarah Anderson, next.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah. I actually live in Kitsilano. I live about 6 blocks from the proposed site, and I'm also a homeless outreach worker. So I basically try to house people in the most unaffordable city in North America for a living. And I am strongly in favor of this building. We are desperately in need of anything to house people at this point. I think it's extremely ironic to hear very well-housed people like Dr. Julian Summers, who lives in North Vancouver, who has a tenureship at Simon Fraser University, talk about being an expert in homelessness when he's not down there on East Hastings right now getting his tent torn up. I work with these people every single day at my job in East Van. I'm just honestly pretty disgusted by my neighbors at this point.
Mayor?
Just a second, speaker. What's your
6.1B?
Just 1 second, speaker.
6.1B.
Yes.
That by words, tone, manner, or speaking or gesticulation, express any opinion or make any allegation, as the speaker just did towards Dr. Julian Summers.
What was the allegation?
Or indirectly reflects negatively along the character of any person or group of persons.
Yep. And what would be is there a specific?
That's been done a lot towards the
Sorry,
homeless.
speaker,
But
I'm gonna pause you there for a second, speaker. Councillor Hardwick, what's your?
Yeah, she just called out Dr. Julian Summers. I think it was pretty clearly disparaging him.
Well, I didn't see it as disparaging. He just said she just has a different lived experience than he does. So.
Well, I'm sure then you'll apply that equally in the future.
So, do you have any comments, Councillor Hardwick? You don't get to argue points of order. Thank you very much.
Right.
Speaker. Go ahead, speaker.
Sorry. Thank you. I understand. And a lot of points that Julian Summers makes, I find are very, I understand what he's talking about. The problem is there is no choice right now. There's no choice. We've had 2 SROs burned down in the last 3 months. I'm sorry that I'm getting emotional, but it's very difficult to sit across from people on a daily basis and tell them that you have nowhere to put them because there is no place to put them. We need this building. We desperately need this building. And some people don't want to live in the downtown east side. Some people experience things like motor vehicle accidents, traumatic brain injuries. There are people with addictions issues that might still go into this building, but the vulnerability assessment tool exists for a reason, and that was brought up by one of the counselors. Thank you for bringing that up. It's still in place. There's a building that just went up at the Days Inn that's now been transformed into a supported housing building, which we're waiting to house people. That vulnerability assessment tool was just used to house a number of people at that building. And so that is something that was put into place after the Marguerite Ford building, because we saw that there were some issues with not doing a proper assessment with individuals before moving them into the building. I just really, we saw 2 homeless people die today, and it's just really hard to see that my neighbors in Kitsilano I spoke with people at the Kitsilano Coalition on the phone, and they said, what you do is very admirable work. Please don't say that to me. If you are going to vote against this building, go down to Hastings today and talk to those people and see they need this. We need this building more than we need anything else. We've needed it yesterday, we needed it last year, and we need 8 more of them. So please, I urge council to vote in favor of this rezoning. We need this building, and I encourage and I welcome these people into my neighborhood, because you know what? Not everybody wants to live in the downtown east side, and I appreciate the fact that we're all talking from our nice apartments here, but there are people who are literally getting their tents removed downtown who would benefit significantly from this. And the longer that we sit here and talk about this, the longer they risk dying. And the longer that they risk just not having housing. Like there is no housing. There is no choice in the city. I can assure you, because I do this for a living and I see these people every single day. So please, council, I urge you to vote in favor of this building. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you. You do have questions, Councillor Boyle. Sorry, Councillor Carr first.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for speaking to us. And my question is that many of the speakers have raised the Marguerite Ford building as an example that seems to parallel what they worry is going to happen with this building. You just said that that since Marguerite Ford and because of the circumstances there have been other tools used, like the vulnerability assessment tool, which basically, I think, well, maybe you can just explain to me, has that vulnerability assessment tool changed the way tenanting is being done by BC Housing and with operators?
Yeah.
And tell me
I want
how.
to be clear, yeah, I mean, I work for a nonprofit, and I'm speaking on my own personal time, so I don't really want to name my nonprofit, but obviously anyone who works in the homeless outreach program is fully funded by BC Housing, but it doesn't mean that I work for BC Housing in any way, shape, or form. The vulnerability assessment tool is a tool that is used anytime anybody has to move into supportive housing. There has to be an assessment done, and it was put in place after the Marguerite Ford building. I only learned this because of an article I read online about the Kettle on Burrard building, which I know another councillor brought up earlier. And we see a lot of success with the Kettle on Burrard building, which is the exact same type of building. It has like 150 units. It's supportive housing for people who are experiencing mental health and chronic homelessness. And the vulnerability assessment tool is still something that's used to this day, and it's used, as far as I'm aware, to assess those going in to ensure that it is a mix, as Julian Summers discussed, of people to ensure that the building is going to operate in a way that is successful.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes for questions.
Yes, thanks so much for bringing your expertise. I'm wondering, we've heard it suggested that this model of housing wouldn't be good for the people who would live in it, and I'm wondering if you can respond to or reflect on that based on the work you do with homeless individuals.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would just say that ultimately the number one thing that happens when people come into my office is they just go, I need housing. I need housing. And I would say about 90% of the people who do come to my office are on PWD, which, as you know, you only make $1,400 a month on disability, and that is if you're housed. So if you're not housed, you're not receiving that shelter portion. So it's really only about, just over $1,000. Like I said, there is no choice. We've had 2 SROs burned down in the city recently. There just is no housing. There's no options. So while these theoretical approaches are nice in theory, in reality, that's just not the case. Like I said, we know that Kent City on Hastings right now is being taken down. There's no place to put these people, and we just need housing. Like I wish that there was the option of choice, but I don't think most of my clients aren't. Some people do come in and they do think about choice. And you know what? I think that Kitsilano would actually be a nice option, because a lot of people don't want to be down in that area. They do want to get out of that area. So to me, having a brand new state-of-the-art 2-code building with your own bathroom in a nice neighborhood that I experienced near the beach, like, that's why I live in Kitsilano. So I'm sure that would be a lovely option for many people, considering that currently their choice is to stay in a tent next to a pile of urine on East Hastings Street.
Thanks. And my other question is, can you speak to changes you see in physical or mental health from folks who are homeless and then are able to move into good housing?
Yeah, I think so. There was recently a building called the Rodden Lodge that opened up, and that was a mix. That is independent housing, but it was still offered at the shelter portion, and it was a mix of non-market and market tenants, and some of our clients are capable of living in that capacity, and they have just had remarkable improvements in their life. I think ultimately because right now in the city of Vancouver, like, every shelter is full as well. So it's just people just need a place to stay. They want a comfortable place to stay that's not bug infested, that's not rodent infested. And like I said, this would be a brand new state-of-the-art building. That is a massive choice that will improve anybody's life, and stabilize. It truly would make a difference in a lot of people's lives, and we do see that makes a significant difference. We have clients coming to us all the time asking us about specific modular houses, and there's no space, and I don't have the cards to pull to get somebody into a building, but people ask about these buildings all of the time, and it does make a significant difference in their lives to not have to worry about where they're going to sleep next week or tonight or tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson has a question for you.
Thanks so much for coming in. So is part of your job or all of it to find housing for people?
So the homeless outreach program, as mandated by BC Housing, is basically half applying for subsidized housing, such as the general registry, which is the independent housing registry, and then the supportive housing registry. And then the other part of it is really just supporting people through homelessness, sometimes offering rent supplements, offering equipment, supplies, rain gear. It's just anything that can, resources to food, anything that would encompass homelessness, trying to connect them to a resource. Yeah.
Is your experience the same as mine, that people actually ask to get a unit in modular housing?
Absolutely, all the time. Yeah, I think, all of the time. A lot of people don't want to live independently. A lot of people can't live independently, and it's not up to me to decide where they want to live. The only time I will advise somebody is that if they've experienced chronic homelessness, in which case I'll say it's probably unlikely that a landlord would be renting to you, so you might have to, the supportive housing option might be a better choice. But all of the time, people want those options. I mean, that's why a lot of the people access resources, because they don't really have, some people don't have the capacity to be like cooking 3 meals for themselves, or they like to have those resources, and they like to have the support. A lot of people have, significant amount of people that I meet with have brain injuries or brain trauma. And so that results in a lack of not being able to remember appointments, or not being able to remember to take medication. And so again, having somebody who can knock at your door once a day and check in on you to remind you, hey, you have that doctor's appointment tomorrow. That's a huge thing for some people, because I think that's one of the biggest things I see is just forgetfulness because of trauma.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Weed. Over to you for questions for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, my first one, would you see this housing as part of that kind of STEP program, the supportive housing to independence? Do you think that's what type of housing is kind of being built here?
I think that tenants always have the option of transferring, from supportive housing building to supportive housing building, or to apply to the general housing registry. The only problem is that there's just such a lack of housing, so there's not really a lot to transfer to. I do definitely think that's a step, and I think that you had speakers here today who talked about how they previously lived in supportive housing and was able to get them stabilized. I think that for some people, it might be a lifelong thing, and that's just depending on what they've experienced in their life. But I definitely think it's a stepping stone for other people to get back on their feet and maybe eventually move out of the supported housing model.
Okay, because we, as a city, BC Housing just put a supportive housing project at 27th and Arbutus that seems to be doing really well. And I'm just wondering, we've heard from a few speakers that there isn't the services in the area to support people that might be living in this building.
Mm-hmm.
Could you speak to the supports that might be available in the community to support someone and why this would be a good neighborhood for them?
Well, I think that ultimately, I know that Kitsilano has a mental health team, and I think that's a big thing. I don't know where the mental health team is located because I don't work in this neighborhood. I work in East Vancouver. But that would definitely be, it takes years to build a building. So I don't see why that couldn't be something that could be developed in the future. I know that Vancouver Coastal Health is putting more money towards more mental health teams. And so, again, I don't see why that couldn't be an option. At this point, it's not that far a bus ride away from the Access and Assessment Center area, so like Oak area. That's not very far, and I know that a lot of my clients, they're often on transit and taking the bus, so having that within reach or within a bus ride away, I think would be sufficient. But to me, it takes years to build a building, so I don't see why that couldn't be something that was developed.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that answer.
Thank you. That is it for questions. Appreciate you coming in and sharing your experiences and thoughts today. Thank you so much. Council, we're at 7:45. I was thinking we might take a break around 8 just to stretch your legs and whatnot. So, but at this point, I'm going to call speaker 265, who is just listed as Erica.
No for 265.
Thanks. How about 266, Taylor Fleming?
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak here today in support of the rezoning application. And I'm very pleased to be following the previous speaker to have 2 supports in a row. I didn't really want to add my name to this obnoxiously long list of speakers for the hearing, but I felt the need to after seeing how misinformation and fear have been guiding this hearing, as well as noting the commentary from the very organized and well-funded opposition. My name is Taylor Fleming. I'm in the 3rd year of my PhD at UBC, focusing on housing, health, and drug use in the downtown east side. I've worked for 5 years now at the BC Centre on Substance Use and Providence Healthcare, coordinating community-based research projects specifically related to housing, health, and drug use. I was co-chair of the 2019 to 2021 Renters Advisory Committee, and I'm a lifelong Vancouverite, so I'd like to think I have something to offer this conversation. I'd first like to address some points people opposed to this application have made, citing the at-home Chamois study and one of its lead researchers. Note that the congregate housing in the study was an SRO in the downtown core, and while there is a significant body of research critiquing SROs as housing environments and specific features of those spaces, such as shared washrooms and widespread disrepair, this application does not include SRO units, but self-contained studio apartments in a brand new building. I shouldn't need to reiterate to you that this researcher has been misrepresenting his own research by saying that scattered site housing was associated with better outcomes.
I'm going to stop. Well, Speaker, I'm going to stop you there. We don't want to cast aspersions on people, so varying opinions are okay, but let's not say people are misrepresenting themselves.
All right, so I shouldn't need to reiterate to you that the peer-reviewed research study does, and I paraphrase, say that any housing was better than no housing. It doesn't really draw any conclusions about scattered site housing being better. And in some domains, congregate, so SRO housing, was associated with the best outcomes. Even against the many drawbacks of SRO housing models, there are other documented benefits to congregate housing models, including SROs, that were not aptly evaluated in the specific study, including support networks, social care, community building and resistance, and harm reduction practice. This proposal has the potential to provide some of the benefits of congregate housing without the most significant drawbacks of SROs. I've also heard many folks citing this study in advocating for recovery-oriented housing instead of the proposed application. The Center for Applied Research in Mental Health and Addiction report, the CARMA report that's often cited here, provides several descriptions of recovery-oriented housing that directly map onto the BC Housing definition of supportive housing. So when people say they would rather see recovery-oriented housing, I struggle to see what they're actually advocating for, if not supportive housing, if not this exact model being discussed today. As a housing researcher, this isn't a term I've really ever come across outside of this specific context, and seems to be intentionally being used as a stand-in for language that stigmatizes criminalized drug use. I've heard this, the sentiment that the goal of housing unhoused individuals should be to reduce drug use. Position which is antithetical to the principles of housing first. I've heard that echoed from many speakers over the course of this hearing, painting would-be residents as drug addicts and criminals, and offering up suggestions of what type of people should be allowed to live in Kitsilano. It's really disconcerting to me to hear so many people attempt to regulate which people are deserving of housing, fueling and threatening stigma in the process. Why does it need to be more than putting a roof over someone's head, giving them a space to call their own, and a door to lock to gain some respite from the hardships of a world that stigmatizes and criminalizes their existence? Why must there be preconditions to be deserving of housing? That's quite literally the opposite of a housing first approach, which many speakers are suggesting they support as long as it's not this housing model, not this building, not this neighborhood. Further, as I understand it from the speakers I've heard, although I haven't actually been able to confirm this in the application material, the target resident population of this building would be unhoused men. Unhoused folks in this city are disproportionately men, and their ages skew older and are getting older. The number of unhoused seniors is a growing concern across the continent. It stands to reason that this building will provide housing for some of Vancouver's growing population of unhoused seniors, and as such could be considered part of a strategy to support healthy aging in place. Just saying. Lastly, there are many other low-income housing sites in the neighborhood, but there is still a severe lack of affordable housing in the city, particularly at shelter rates. So just because there's some doesn't mean we don't need exponentially more. I believe the goal of housing unhoused individuals should be to house people in housing that is appropriate to their needs. There is so much research demonstrating.
We're at the 5 minutes, so I just want to say thank you so much for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but thanks for sharing your knowledge and perspective. Thank you. Okay, Council. We are at 7:50, so let's maybe do one more speaker and then take a breather. We have Evelyn Jacob, 267.
Hello, Council. My name is Evelyn Jacob, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, so I don't live in the immediate area of the proposal before us. Like most speakers, I'm opposed to the project. I want to share a personal story with you about my son who suffered a psychotic break when he was only 24. He spent 3 months in the Joe and Rosalie Siegel Psychiatric Unit at UBC, and once stabilized, he transitioned to a smaller care unit and then to an even smaller group home where he still lives. Since 2019, he's been living in the group home with 6 other people who also suffer mental health problems. He gets 3 meals a day, and the tenants help with cooking and cleaning. Because there is no signage of any kind, passersby would never know it was anything other than a single-family home. During his time there, he's received help from the early psychosis intervention group, who set him up with medical treatment and a psychiatrist and case manager. And they also set him up with healthy ways of living, like bike riding in small groups along Stanley Park. EPI, as they call it, also helps him find a job teaching a summer skateboarding camp for kids with autism. That's at UBC. He now works 3/4 time at a job he likes, and he has the money to enjoy music and play with his band. He even has the courage to play live shows now. Which brings us to the proposal before us. I asked my son if I could tell a story, to which he agreed. And then I told him about the Arbutus Supportive Housing Project. Would he live there, I asked? His answer was a definite no. He said that it wouldn't have worked for him after being discharged because there would be so many people with their own issues. He didn't think he'd be able to focus on his own. That was from his experience being in hospital. On the built form, he said he would feel stigmatized living in a tall building that looks like an institution. He likes the idea that he can simply come and go from his own place with no stigmatization. Living in a house, he said, has helped with his recovery. So I think the issue at this hearing is not whether homeless people should be housed, because they should. The issue is how best to house them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your story. That's encouraging to hear for everyone. Council, I don't see any questions for you. So what I'm going to do now is just, Council, it is 7:53. So why don't we come back at 8 o'clock and start back in with Speaker 268, Dominic. See you at 8 o'clock, Council.
Hello, speakers. We're just on a 7-minute recess, so please hang tight on the line.
Okay, Council, it's 8 o'clock. Get you to come back onto your screens.
Hi, Mayor Stewart.
Hi there.
Just checking.
Let's move on then. We've got speaker number 268, Dominic.
I'm just checking.
Thank you.
And no one coming forward and not on the line.
Thanks very much. We have 269, speaker 269, Ronan O'Neill.
Yes, I believe they're on the line.
Great.
Yep.
Ronan O'Neill, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and councillors. Firstly, I'd like to commend the city and staff for facilitating this democratic process and considering everyone's views. We are aware of Mayor Stewart's concerns around the length of this hearing, but please don't shy away from asking questions and increasing the dialogue. This is the path to a more full understanding of what is involved. I have been a resident of Vancouver for 16 years, the last 10 of which I consider Kitsilano part of my neighbourhood. I oppose this rezoning proposal. I have dipped in and out of the dialogue and informed myself in some detail on some parts of what is at stake. I have heard detailed discussion on technical aspects of housing and development, shadow profiling, density, and a slew of terminology, many with vague definitions. I've been concerned at times of some councillors' use or confusion of terms to obscure the core points of discussion. Technically minded and curious by nature, my journey to understand what is being proposed brought me down a few rabbit holes, and up until earlier today, I had prepared a fact-filled list of discussion points around what a terrible idea this is for everyone involved. But so many other speakers, many more qualified than I am to speak on these matters, have provided us with definitions and facts, some of which I will likely refer to within my allotted time. But earlier today, I thought, let's stand back for a minute from the confusion and ask, what are we as citizens, employed city staff, and elected officials, what are we trying to achieve? Without doubt, we have a housing problem in Vancouver. Unaffordability is the most common reason quoted by people, in particular families, for leaving Vancouver for life elsewhere. This is across the board. So the question is, as a society, how can we provide shelter for everyone? People without housing are rightly the first port of call that we should collectively help. So it makes complete sense that our elected officials make this a priority. It also makes complete sense that the city proposed to use their resources. in particular land available to them to provide structures to house those that are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Now, so far everything makes sense. Here's where it starts to get complicated for some. I want to now jump to the end point of what we're trying to achieve before then backtracking to the place where everything made sense and join the two ends of this discussion. My thoughts are that we should try to house homeless people on a temporary basis and provide them with help, encouragement, training, and the resources that they could potentially maintain their own home at some time in the future. To me, that would be a successful journey from homelessness to maintaining a home. If that would be considered a successful outcome, then I'd like to talk about what the facility or structure would most be and look like to try to get to that lofty goal of success. An open, friendly, non-stigmatizing place. Space to feel welcome and safe in your new home. Facilities and staff and resources to help you navigate some of the reasons why maybe you were homeless or at risk of becoming homeless again. A space to call your own and to welcome friends and family that would be your support. A location with the potential for employment in the vicinity. A location removed from the traumas of your previous situation. Somewhere where you are welcome and encouraged to get back up on your feet again with dignity. This is by no means an exhaustive list. Now, let's look at what is being proposed and see does it fit. 129 rooms that are just over 4 times the size of a standard prison cell. Designed in corridors with another room beside you and another opposite you. No balconies. We cannot call the building an SRO because the proposed rooms are a few square feet larger than the 320 square foot definition. A 12-story building 3 times the height of buildings in the area. A drug use tolerant building. No screening prior to being housed there. The proposed building is to house single people only. As we just heard from Dr. Summers, single room congregate housing doesn't work. Sites that aren't designed to contain a mix of variably sized units open to all household sizes have not been proven successful. Vague answers about the help, encouragement and training. The answer I heard was, approve this first and then we'll talk about the resources available. The medical room on the plans shared with us, because this is the same size as one of the housing rooms. What medical equipment and support could that hold? Seems more like first aid to me, while we await help from ambulance services. All of this beside a super busy transit hub, a number of busy schools, and some much needed green space. What do you think the chances of that are for individuals housed here?
You are at your 5 minutes. You are at your 5 minutes, but Councillor Hardwick did have a question for you. Councillor Hardwick, did you have a question?
I do have a question. I don't know why it.
That's okay. I just clicked around that. Go ahead. Yeah.
If you could reset my time, though,
yeah,
please.
Go for it.
I just lost your train of thought there right at the end, but I was struck by the strength of your analysis and wondering where you were going to take it in the end. We've looked at the pros and the cons in balance. What's the solution in your view?
You know, the straight solution in my view is that you can do better. This is a world-class, wealthy city. It's looked up to across the world as a leader in many areas of design and lifestyle. And this is the best proposal you can provide? Really? Take a brave decision and just say no. And then, we're concerned about scaremongering, about the funds being lost. The majority of people that have called in, we're the voters. We can make that happen. You can depend on us. The important thing to do is to do something that's going to have success, something that's going to work for the neighbourhood and work for the residents of the building. My thought on it is a hasty bad decision is always going to be a hasty bad decision.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Hardwick?
No, I get it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for calling in tonight. I don't see any other questions for you, so we'll move to the next speaker. Thanks so much for expressing your points of view. We have speaker number 270, Janelle O'Connor, speaker number 270.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Janelle O'Connor, and I strongly oppose this project in its current form. I am a lawyer, a mother of 3, and a longtime Kitsilano resident. In my professional capacity, I represent some of the most marginalized people in British Columbia, including numerous Indigenous women who have been subjected to profound sexual violence and trauma. I assure you that I understand just how important mental health supports and social housing are. I'm only going to address a few of the points that I think still need to be highlighted this late in the process. Briefly, with regards to the funding of this project being pulled, I hope as elected officials of my city that I don't need to highlight for you that this is the antithesis of good governance. I will take my ball and go home cannot be a tolerated response here. In any event, the BC Housing representative who suggested families could live in different units and the sheer absurdity of that response was a great illustration of how little thought has actually gone into this project and the lives that it will impact. This housing project, in its current form, is not designed for women and children. This is despite the fact that we have over 1,000 women in transitional housing in this city, many of whom are fleeing violence. Despite the fact that only 155 of 1,500 promised housing units for women have been built, yet our own Attorney General has publicly acknowledged that we are oversupplied in single-unit housing. Despite the fact that it is virtually impossible to find housing for a family in need of supporting housing in this city. This project assumes that the people it purports to house have no relationship or children that actually matter to them, an incorrect assumption with profound stigma. We can do better. We know that Indigenous people are vastly overrepresented in our homeless population. And we know that there is an Indigenous child welfare crisis of epic proportion in this country. We know that First Nation children are being removed from their homes at an astonishing rate because of what the ministry calls neglect, also known as poverty, poor housing, and substance abuse related to intergenerational trauma. We know this, and we could do something about this in our own neighborhoods. We can do something about this. Yet, rather than work to keep these families together, provide the necessary supports, reimagine social housing that can actually change lives and break the cycle of trauma, BC Housing's plan with this project is to perpetuate the cycle. In its pure form, reconciliation means not having to say sorry a second time. But here we are. If we don't stop doing this, if we continue to build housing like this as a solution for the quote, end quote, hardest to house, we are going to continue to see the same harmful effects in the next generation. You, Mayor and Council, are the people that we have elected to start making meaningful changes. And you have the power to reimagine this in a way that actually benefits our community. I do want to comment on the rhetoric of fear that has been consistently used over these days of hearing to diminish concerns raised by those who oppose this project, particularly young mothers and seniors who have expressed their concerns about safety that this project presents. Frankly, simply dismissing these concerns as fear is condescending. These are not ill-informed, scared women speaking out. They are your constituents, my neighbors, who are alerting you to potential risks of a project in its current form at a time when stranger violence in this city is at an alarmingly high rate. These are risks that need to be identified and managed when you are building a housing unit with the very social and systemic factors that research shows should be avoided, with no genuine support systems in the building or in the neighborhood. And if we can't even have a conversation about the risks, how can we possibly manage them? You cannot continue to take an ostrich approach to the risks that this project presents. I heard a councillor many days ago make a comment during the hearing about how everything seemed to work out okay with the Marpole project, but it's actually my understanding that the project in the end was very different than it was originally designed, and those risks were heavily mitigated with a comprehensive risk management plan, including 24-hour surveillance of the Vancouver Police Department and local community members, largely as a result of community pressure and litigation. This is not the same thing, and failure to identify and manage the risks in this project presents the city with significant liability exposure.
Thank you so much. You're at for 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. And very quickly, I'd appreciate it if you would send in your remarks to council via email if you have not done so already. You struck a chord with me on your remarks about multi-generational thinking. You may have heard a persistent theme of urgency and hurry up, because we need to do this right now without delay because people are leaving on the street, that tone of urgency. And yet, as you pointed out, certainly with the Indigenous references that you cited, that they are intergenerational patterns, and this is going to take time to solve this, not just acting with a sense of urgency as suggested.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think that these Indigenous organizations, the child welfare Indigenous organizations, would be delighted to work with you or with BC Housing in reimagining this in a way that has the potential to actually break the cycle of trauma. Continuing to do the same thing is going to continue to give us the same result. I appreciate this is not an SRO, but it is essentially the exact same thing that we know doesn't work.
Well, it is the definition of insanity, repeating the same thing, but there's two different parts to it. You were talking about the intergenerational Indigenous community effect. How would you apply the same thinking to mental health and addiction? Because it's quite a different animal.
I apologize. I'm not sure I understand the question.
The question is, when you were talking about Indigenous, that it was multi-generational thinking and looking at how to find resolutions to those problems, which people would dig in according to what you were saying. The question that I'm shooting off from that is, what about mental health and addictions? They don't have that intergenerational aspect to them. And I'm still trying to get back to balancing the urgency question.
Yeah, I think despite not having the intergenerational trauma aspects, they still have the same aspects of us understanding that the project as it's currently designed is not successful. It's not successful in providing them with, providing the people it intends to house with what they need either. I am very strongly in favor of social housing, but you can't just build a housing unit, put a roof over someone's head, and suggest that that's going to be unacceptable, that everything's going to be okay.
But it's better than not having a roof over your head is the argument.
But potentially that's the argument. How short-sighted can we be in 2022 when that's the argument we're having? Well, it's better than nothing. We can do better than it's better than nothing. We can roll up our sleeves. Shame on the provincial government for suggesting that they, don't want to do the hard work or do their job. And good on all of you for sitting back and listening to your constituents about how can we do this in a way that's successful.
Not saying I want to take my ball and go home.
Absolutely. I've never spoken at a council meeting, but the approach of my government on this is what's brought me to this hearing tonight. It's absolutely insanity.
Well, I think, again, I'd really appreciate your remarks and your perspective has really added to this hearing. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
very
I don't
much
see any
for
other.
hearing me.
Thanks. I don't see any other questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. Thanks so much for calling in tonight. We have Joanne Weidman next, 271. Speaker 271.
Yes, the speaker should be on the line. I'm just double checking.
Speaker 271, Joanne Weidman.
I'm hearing a no.
No. Okay, thanks very much, clerks. How about Speaker 272, James Currid? James Currid, speaker number 272 of 294.
No.
Thank you, clerks. Brianna Brooks, 273 of 294.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello.
Whenever
Hi.
you'd like to go.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
I'm a resident of the Kensington Cedar Cottage area, and I have been following this hearing very closely since Council's approval of the East King Edward building across the street from where I live. I attended and spoke at that hearing, and just like the East King Edward building, I am strongly opposed to this proposed one at West 8th and 7th at Arbutus in its current form. I am not against supportive housing. In fact, I strongly understand that we need it in this city and across Canada. But unfortunately, these two buildings are the same, essentially sister buildings. Both are high density with 100 plus units, over 12 stories high on very small lots, and will house single adults only. They both have no setbacks from busy streets. Proximities are shockingly close to where children live, play, go to school, and daycare. There are issues how first responders will access both buildings, and most importantly, there have been no guarantees or answers from BC Housing about how around-the-clock staffing or supports will be in place. For these reasons and many more that you have heard over the course of this lengthy hearing, I believe the city needs to reevaluate what supportive housing is and what it should look like. It shouldn't be high-density congregate buildings towering over the neighborhood where the residents will feel out of place. They should be something smaller that integrate better into the surrounding environment and community. There also needs to be guarantees about those necessary supports for the individuals living in those buildings. Supportive housing really is so much more than putting a roof over people's heads. It's the support from the city and the community. It's the support from qualified and trained staff, and it's the willingness and cooperation from the individuals residing there to make all those supports successful. I urge Vancouver City Council to send BC Housing back to the drawing board. They need better plans. We need to hold them accountable, not just for the development and building of supportive housing projects, but for their long-term success. So after many hours and nights in public hearings, this proposal for West 7th and 8th at Arbutus, I hope Council will take pause and carefully review all the feedback you've received from the public and reject this proposal in its current form. In doing so, I also implore you to revisit the decision regarding the East King Edward building because these buildings are the same. There is still time to make changes, positive changes that will affect everyone in Vancouver. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thanks for your time. I don't see any questions for you, but do appreciate you coming in this evening and speaking. I am going to move to the next speaker, though. Speaker 274, Tom Gove.
I'm Tom Gove. I was born in Vancouver 75 years ago, and I live in Vancouver. I retired last year as a provincial court judge after 16 years as a lawyer and 31 years as a judge. I spent most of my career working in the criminal and family courts in Vancouver. I was the Commissioner of Inquiry into Child Protection for British Columbia, the Matthew Baudrell Inquiry. And I was involved in the creation of Vancouver's Downtown Community Court, which I presided over for about 7 years. I have a particular interest in addiction issues. A community court was established with offenders, for offenders, or with offenders in mind who are both addicted, mentally ill, and not properly housed in mind. We, in preparation for, even well before community court, I studied and visited many programs designed to assist such individuals. In BC, Canada, I went to the States, I went to Holland. This is before we set up community court. Community court, as you may know, brings together 14 agencies, including BC Housing, to provide services to a population not dissimilar in some ways from the proposed residents of this project. Over the years, we have learned what works and what does not. Now that I'm no longer a judge, I decided that I could speak out publicly about some political matters, and this proposed project being one of them. I'm speaking out about this project, Mayor and Council, because I think it's so wrong. It is not a model that has shown to be successful. There are examples of failures of this approach right here in Vancouver. You've heard some of them over the last 4 or 5 nights. I listened on the line to many of the presentations made by Council. I'm going to try to avoid repeating the points that were made. But as I've said, this project is the wrong model. You just heard Dr. Summers talk about that. There are models that are proven to be successful, and those are models which the government should be looking to. This particular model is also the wrong size. Not only is the building large compared to the neighbors, but the number of proposed residents is beyond what can be effectively assisted. As I understand it, the proposal is for 129 single units. And we know from SROs and from social housing elsewhere in the city that it is common for residents of buildings such as this to have overnight and often long-term guests. It would be reasonable to expect over 200 people to effectively inhabit the building at any given time. It is in the wrong place. I understand the city owns the land and has made it available for the project, and that's probably why I'm sure that's why it's being proposed by the province to build it there. But one can hardly imagine a worse location for a project of this nature. Not only is it distant from the services that the residents would require, but it is next to a school, a toddler's park, a daycare center, and a successful women's transition home. It's hard to imagine a worse location. The project will, as others have said, of course, attract others of concern. One would not be surprised to find drug dealers, other violent members of the community accumulating about. It's simply in the wrong place. And as I followed some of the presentations, it seems to me that even ambulances are going to have a hard time accessing the building if somebody has an emergency. So like others who have spoken to council on this rezoning, although I'm very concerned about homelessness in Vancouver, and I've worked in this area, as I say, for 50 years professionally, this project is not a solution. And I say that council should reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, clarifying questions for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. So your key points were size, it's disproportionate. The number of residents are beyond manageability because of long-term guests, you pointed out. Location, I quoting you, hard to imagine a worse location. So judge, if not here, where? And if not this model, what model should we be looking at?
Well, I don't think that you're asking, with respect, you're asking the right question. But I don't think I'm the person to answer that question. I think you've got people like Dr. Summers, for example, social scientists that can work with the city, work with BC Housing, work with the health departments, and work that out. We know what works. I mean, Dr. Summers was talking about that earlier this evening. This is not going to work, and just because it happens to be money that's being thrown on the table is not, in my view, a good enough reason to build it.
Well, I would hope we could trust your judgment.
I think you probably can.
But yet, you bring up Dr. Summers and yourself, and there have been people questioning the veracity of their research and legitimacy of their solutions. So why should we listen to you?
Why should you listen to me? Well, you don't have to listen to me, but as I told you, I've got almost 50 years of professional experience, not writing academic papers, but sitting day after day dealing with people who are mentally ill, drug addicted, and homeless, and are committing crimes because of their situation, and trying to get them into housing and healthcare, etc., to take them out of that situation. That's what I've been doing. That's what I do. I did
but
until
all this time, they've been staying in the downtown east side pretty much. The people that have come through your court system, where have they been housed? Once the judgment's made, where do they go?
Well, we had most of them. The efforts, the largest efforts, is to put them into housing, or a system to get into housing that is mixed housing, as was described earlier by Dr. Summers. In other words, into apartment buildings where there are people who are going to work, there are families. It's normal. It's a normal environment. I was told that over and over again by the staff that I work with. That's what gets people to change their lives to in a more positive way. But putting 129 people together that have similar problems and providing seemingly virtually, well, as far as I can tell, there's no services that are part of this project. It's just foolhardy. It gets them off the street. I get that part. But we can do better than that, as many others have said.
Well, appreciate your input very much. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Dejanova too.
Thanks so much. Thanks for sharing your experience and your presentation with us. I'm wondering if, and Councillor Hardwick asked some of my questions, but a theme that keeps coming up, hearing from speakers and in the correspondence that I'm seeing, is the importance of, in a community with families and having a school and a toddler park so nearby, having a supportive housing project that would also work for families, including someone who I asked the same question earlier too. Would you want to see families in this, be able to access this supportive housing? And the answer was yes. So do you think that that's important, that, in looking at this, wouldn't allow families at all, but in a family-oriented neighborhood? What do you think of that?
Well, I think it's, quite frankly, it's a foolish idea to build a building in the middle of a family neighborhood that families can't access. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I think I can leave it at that. But it's, as you've heard from many speakers the last 4 or 5 nights, if this project, for example, proposed to have families that need housing, there'd be a lot of support from the community. That seems to be the message I'm getting. It's not the issue of housing; it's the issue of this sort of housing in this location.
Okay. And do you think it's important, for dignified housing, and given your experience in different models, do you think it's important that, we don't ghettoize people in a building altogether, and that, people have that dignified opportunity to, for people not to know sort of they live in this social housing building?
Absolutely. And this building, just the design of it, as other speakers have commented, the size of it, the height, and just the appearance of it, it looks like an institution. It looks like sort of a pretrial center in the center of the city. I mean, when I saw the picture of what the architect suggested it'll look like, I couldn't believe it. Like, who would come up with that? It doesn't make any sense. Why don't you blend it in? Why don't you make it look like it's part of the community? Why don't you allow people who live there to feel part of the community?
Okay. And then, if you don't mind, I have another question for you, just because of your certain skill set and the experience that you've had. As you've said, I'm just wondering, when we look at sort of basic rates, like what's covered through, our taxes and our city budget, and one of those services is public safety. Everyone funds that through their taxes. When we hear and we see statistics and data that say that certain models of social housing have higher numbers of calls for first responders and especially police, and we don't have any info or feedback from the police on this project at all, considering the resources that they currently have, is that something that you think that we should be considering also?
Well, it seems to me that the police should be consulted. It should have been consulted from the beginning in terms of the location, the design, what need there's going to be for services. I can remember when it's been referred to a number of times, so I don't think I'm maligning it. But when the Marguerite Ford building opened, I think there was a police cruiser parked in front of it full time. I mean, it just the amount of cases that came to court from there was, quite remarkable. There's other buildings I can mention as well that had similar problems. That the moment they opened, there was a whole bunch of new cases, like 10 a day or 5 a day from this one building. So I said, what's this building? And it was a building similar to what we're proposing here. And now that building, like some of the others,
should maybe be consulted in this as well.
Oh, absolutely. Of course they should. I mean, of course they should. And should the fire department.
Okay.
I mean,
I sent a question to our staff
the
on the
ambulance
police.
service.
I will ask about the fire department.
Great.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you answering my questions.
Thanks. Thanks so much for calling in and sharing your expertise. Very much appreciated. And that's it for questions. So I'm going to move to the next speaker. Council, we skipped over Speaker 272, James Currid, and I'd just like to call James Currid again, Speaker number 272.
Hi, hi, Council and Mayor.
Hi there.
My name is James, and I'm a resident and father living in Kitsilano. Like most speakers, I oppose this rezoning application. This project is predicated on a failed housing model and led by an organisation that recently saw half its board members fired due to conflicts of interest, nepotism, and other issues raised during the audit. There has been extensive research conducted, a lot of which is led by Dr. Julian Summers, which clearly shows congregating people with mental health and addiction issues in a single building does not work. I have many other concerns about this proposal, such as the setback is not compliant with the recently approved Broadway plan, the shadow casting onto St. Augustine School Playground, Delmont Park, and the Arbutus Greenway. The proposed entryway for emergency vehicles for this site will intersect the crosswalks and bike paths, increasing danger to pedestrians and school children. There's no criminal background checks for the residents of this proposed site, which is concerning for me personally. Having only bachelor suites will prove a permanently poor decision. Homeless people and addicts often have partners, family members, or friends who should be with them to help in their recovery. These units will, for the 60-year lease term, be strictly for singles with no consideration or options for family. This rezoning application received close to 3,500 correspondences published on the Vancouver Council website. 3,000 of these correspondences were in opposition to the rezoning application. 3,000 people is around the population of a small town such as Pemberton. This demonstrates the magnitude of the opposition to this proposal in its current form. In response to Mayor Stewart's question on a yes or no vote, I would respond that the current proposal is not appropriate or up to the standard of which we as members of the community and residents of the City of Vancouver expect from our public servants. Sending this back to DC Housing sends a clear message that they need to do better for the people of the City of Vancouver. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but we'll say thanks for calling in and sharing your point of view. We have on to 275, Clara Lum. Speaker 275, Clara Lum.
The speaker is at the podium.
Okay,
okay.
Great.
I'm representing an actual group, Santa Maria House. There should be 3 members on the phone.
Okay, I'll have to get the clerk to verify that. Clerks, could you verify? And that allows up to 8 minutes for.
I'm hearing that they are on the phone, so they need to speak up.
Great. Speakers with the group, could you just let us know your first and last names, please?
I'm Sharon Dobbin, and I'm the president of St. Maria.
Thank you. Other members?
If the speaker at the podium could identify the other name.
Katie Gamel, Director of Santa Maria House. Charmila Grasus, Secretary of Santa Maria House.
I think we're going to have to go by the honor system.
Okay, let's go ahead then.
Mayor
Great.
Stewart.
Got up to 8 minutes, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Stewart. My name is Clara, and I have been a longtime resident of Vancouver and will be representing Sancta Maria House today. Also present on the phone is Sharon Dobbin, President of Sancta Maria, Katie Gamel, Director of Sancta Maria, and Sharmila Grasus, again, Secretary of Sancta Maria. We are in opposition for this proposed rezoning application in its current form. We will share with you about the home and why it has been a proven success in the community, what was shared by BC Housing and the lack of communication, potential impacts to the women in recovery, and the proposed building's density and height impact to the home. For the last 7 years, I have been supporting the Women's Recovery Home and currently sit on the board as Vice President. It is a nonprofit, long-stay residential recovery and healing home for women struggling with substance abuse, along with mental health conditions and long-term related trauma. Sancta Maria House has been in the Kitsilano community since 1960. Since 2004, it shifted its focus to abstinence-based support recovery and have had over 200 women walk through their doors. Many of the women are moms who have their children in the care of family or with the Ministry of Children and Family, and we have worked intensively with the ministry to help the women regain custody of their children. Some of the reasons why the home is a success is due to the amazing staff we call house moms, the neighbors that provide food, clothing, and volunteer their support, and the various programs, both clinical and spiritual. The home fosters a safe place where their mental, physical, and spiritual well-being are met through various programs and counseling. The women learn to make cards, quilts, and soaps that help to keep the lights on in the home and give back to the community. We draw on resources outside the home through Coastal Health for clinical support and counseling. In a typical year, we have very few calls to the VPD, and none of them are related to drugs or alcohol or community grievances. What makes us unique is we believe healing also begins by having a safe and loving home where women can experience unconditional love. For some, it's their first time in their lives to having experienced a safe space and to receive love and care, a home that is truly a home. I have witnessed the amazing work they do and the women that have gone on to live a life of sobriety. They often come back to visit and pay it forward because they feel this is their second home. When the home had sent a letter to Chi Chan, the rezoning planner, expressing their concerns back in April of 2022, the staff acknowledged our concerns and that someone would reach out to us. However, we received no call to discuss this, but a request to meet over WebEx to go over their findings and amendments. There was no input or call in advance of the meeting to be a part of these amendments that you see before you today. So I will share with full disclosure what they had not shared with you on June the 28th. When asked about the number of supportive workers on staff to support up to 129 people, they had said 2 overnight and 6 to 9 staff in the day. We are unsure if their reference of staff applies to in-house support workers for the care of residents, given what I've heard from this public hearing. We have found that a 5-to-1 ratio is ideal for ensuring residents receive the best care and outcome in the day and at night, and that can sometimes be a handful. Based on this, you would need 26 workers for 129 people. At the minimum of 50% low barrier, you would need 13 support workers for 65 people. When asked if this would be abstinence-based, they said no. Yet I've heard that there will be a common use consumption drug room throughout this public hearing. So our concerns still are the proposed housing is focused on harm reduction and will be next door to an abstinence-based women's recovery home. It is common knowledge that dealers hang around detox sites in an effort to entice women who have been discharged or just going into detox. So when recovery homes are close to unrestricted, supportive housing, a chance for relapses increase knowing there could be access to drugs and alcohol, exposed needles in the area, and drug trafficking. It could create challenges and negate from the work that has been invested in bringing a safe space to these vulnerable women who have made a conscious effort to escape these areas. It's like building a bar right beside a recovery home for alcoholics. Also, Sancta Maria House's exercise program will be in danger, as women will have difficulty walking in the neighborhood and being exposed to these triggers. These triggers can range from cravings to use, serious triggers of traumatic events like rape, beatings, knifings, etc., as they are literally brought back to their horrific situations. The increased number of police events and ambulance events will also undermine the safety they need to experience, which is a vital part of their recovery. 2, the City of BC Housing's focus is not on wanting to partner with the community, but to push their agenda, goals without any input from the home. It was obvious by the lack of communication, as stated earlier, and engagement in receiving input. MLA George Heyman finally responded to my email from 1 year ago, stating that the city is focused on achieving a goal, and I quote him, "I know that our government was elected on a mandate to address the housing crisis, and no one is more profoundly affected by the crisis than our most vulnerable, unhoused residents and those at risk of becoming unhoused." I was shocked. It meant the women who had made a conscious decision for abstinence, who would have been what he called the most vulnerable unhoused residents or at risk of being unhoused, who made the choice to fight for their lives, their children, and their future, did not matter. Alison Dunnett, senior planner, had noted in our meeting that she would like to partner with a home. As wonderful as it might sound, a studio unit doesn't provide a place for a woman to transition from a long-stay, abstinence-based residential home with her children. If there is, in fact, a common use consumption drug room, then why would we partner to put these women there? In addition, I reviewed the shadow studies by BC Housing and discovered that the home will be in darkness in the spring and fall from 4 p.m. onwards, when the women use the backyard as a place for refuge. Having sunlight is a quality of life for everyone and a function of wellness. I can't help but think about the senior planner Alison Dunnett's Out of the Blue podcast interview, and I quote her, "It's about fast delivery and lots of homes, but how do we also as government step back and give the community the opportunity and agency to really create their own community and to drive that change? Sometimes that's tough for us as organizations that government finds easy to do, and we did make lots of mistakes. So if the government admits to making lots of mistakes, wouldn't they take this opportunity to learn from it? Whether you are in support or opposition, we must all agree that the goal is to build a society where all can thrive. It's not just putting people in homes and calling it housing first, but about providing in-house wraparound supports to meet the needs of each high-risk tenant by providing prevention, treatment, accountability, and above all, a safe space for all to thrive and call home. With that said, please say yes to supportive housing, but no to this current proposal so that the woman will be safe and the home will continue to be a part of the Kitsilano community as we have successfully done so for over 60 years. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Dejanova and then Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate your presentation. I'm wondering, and you don't have to answer my questions, but considering some of the concerns that you've shared with us, can you share with us if you've spoken with any of the women currently staying in the house as to what that would mean for them if a development such as this were to move in next to them? You've talked about some of the triggers overall, but I'm wondering if you've heard from actually some of your clients that are staying currently.
I can speak through experience accompanying some of these women, and I can tell you that one of the challenges when they want to exit out of the home is finding a place, and especially if they are they have a family that they're trying to reunite with their children. It's a long process. So I can tell you that Sharon Dobbin can speak into this better than I can, as she's the president. And when a woman does enter into the home, we always encourage them to be there 6 months. But usually around the 3-month mark, depending on their needs, they start the process. Because right now, BC Housing, when it comes to family support and family housing, it's not there. It's a slow process. And I believe Michelle earlier spoke into that it took 2 years before she and her partner could find a home.
Thank you. Would you like to see, I suppose, I'll ask you the same question I've asked others. I'm sorry if it sounds like a broken record. You've probably been on the line for a while. But would you actually see it as welcoming if this was a project supported by BC Housing that did welcome families, that offered that next stepping stone for women in Santa Maria to be able to reunite with their families in this type of development? If that was allowed, would that be something that Santa Maria would support?
We would absolutely support that. And I think Cheryl Grant explained that earlier, and seeing the proposed I guess, building of what it could look like, it excites us. It would work. It would keep the women in the community and help to provide the support they need in the wraparound services.
Okay. That's good to know, and I'll ask our staff about that afterwards. I can't ask the applicant any more questions, but I can ask our staff. The last question I have for you, and I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot with this one, you don't have to answer it, is if this project moved forward as it currently is, would Sancta Maria continue its operations at its current location? Would you be able to do that, or would you has Sancta Maria already and the board of directors talked about, having to relocate if that happened?
We haven't spoken about it, and we hope that that would never be the case. We would hope that level heads would prevail.
But if this project were to move forward, can I ask, do you see yourselves being able to operate in the same way you currently do?
No.
Thank you very much for sharing all of that information and those stories with us.
You're welcome.
I will follow up with our staff and ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes for questions.
Wow, thank you. How many residents are there at Sancta Maria House?
On average, we have 5 residents. It doesn't necessarily mean 5 residents through the entire year. They do change because they enter in and exit at different times.
And you have a 5-to-1 ratio.
Correct.
With supports.
And that's why we have a successful outcome for these women.
Have you limited the size because of your physical space or because managing people in recovery and abstinence requires a smaller or larger space? Is there any size of manageability from your perspective?
We have the ability to, the average is 5. We can have room for 8. When it comes to what was your second question again, Councillor Hardwick?
Well, I was just comparing the size and the ratio that you described.
Right.
With thinking about 129 with 2 overnight and 6 to 9 staff during the day in terms of manageability.
Yep, absolutely. We find that the best ratio is 1 house mother, 1 support worker to 5. It just works. We've seen it happen before where there's issues and cases, and each one of them each have their own individual needs, and they need that support. So I can't imagine how you can have 6 to 9 for 129 or to 65. It just I don't know how that works because we know from experience that that's impossible.
But your experience is around abstinence-based
correct
approach
absolutely,
as opposed to a harm reduction-based approach.
Correct.
So is it conceivable then that there would be a different ratio of support between an abstinence versus a harm reduction approach?
I don't know and I can't answer that. What I can say is that having a home, an abstinence-based home, right beside a proposed building that is harm reduction is not a safe place for these women. Period.
You mentioned there are a couple other things I want to touch on quickly. One, as you commented about wondering about BC Housing's agenda. You may comment quickly on that. Do you have any sense of what that agenda is from your conversations?
I feel like they're pushing this through without actually listening to the community and the people at large. We are one of the key stakeholders. We're next to this home, this proposed housing that they're proposing, and we haven't received any consultation whatsoever, one-on-one consultation.
Whose comment was it that they needed fast delivery for lots of homes?
That was Alison Dunnett, Out of the Blue podcast, October 2020.
So there may be a correlation there.
Absolutely. I do believe that the governments, they do have an agenda, but that's my opinion, and I think that's a subjective opinion. What I can say is that statement alone indicates that governments do make mistakes, And so this is a great opportunity because if you want to get the community feedback, this is an important opportunity to pause for a moment, take a breath, and address the needs of the community.
But what we've heard is use it or lose it. If you don't take advantage of this, then it's gone, and that's being used as a point to lever this quick decision.
Are you scared
about the vote?
Are you scared of the lose it, use it or lose it?
Well, as from my perspective, the land's not going anywhere.
Exactly.
But thanks. I know we're not allowed to have a conversation. I'll just. But thank you for answering my questions, and thank you. If you haven't done so already, would you kindly send in your remarks to council?
Oh, you're welcome. I will do.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. You said you had no one-on-ones with BC Housing. Is that correct through this process?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I didn't hear that.
You said you had no one-on-one conversations with BC Housing. Is that true through the?
No, we had a conversation with BC Housing after the fact to share with us what the referral report would look like. We had no one-on-one.
Okay, so just after the fact.
Correct.
And moving forward, what type of programs would you like to see at a supportive housing project that would be beside yours? Like, what are the things that would be compatible with the type of project that you run?
I don't think we should necessarily talk about the programs when the housing itself needs to be addressed. There's no reason to speak about programs without knowing that the housing is an abstinence-based or it has some sort of supportive. In reality, is it needs to be abstinence-based, period. We're literally next door.
So for you, that's really the only type of housing that could work beside yours?
Well, I've already shared with you that having a harm reduction supportive housing next to an abstinence space exposes these women at risk who are one of the vulnerable populations.
No, I really appreciate that. Thanks for coming in.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's it for questions. Do appreciate you you sharing your expertise and it's a pleasure learning more about your organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we're on to speaker number 276. It's withdrawn, so now we're on to 277, Andrew J. Patsky.
Just checking.
Thank you.
No 277.
Thank you. Well, 278, Michelle Molyneux. That is
the speaker is coming to the podium, just getting set up.
I also have a PowerPoint presentation.
Great. Well, the clerks to set that up for us, and clerks just want to let me know when it's all ready to go.
Yes, it should be on the screen now, Mayor Stewart.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, speaker, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, I actually think you have the wrong PowerPoint presentation. I sent one early this morning.
Okay. Let's wait for the clerks to get that set up.
Yeah, that's the one.
Great. Okay, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Michelle Molyneux. I live in Vancouver, and I oppose this low barrier housing proposal for the Arbutus and 7th location. Next slide, please. There are a number of reasons why I oppose this project, and while I do not live in this area, if approved, this plan would be a fast track to force this bad and unproven, unsuccessful housing solution to be implemented across Vancouver, which will in turn disrupt neighborhoods, not help those who are in need of rehabilitation, provide proper mental and medical support, and will continue to balloon the city budgets and will only increase issues around public safety. Next slide, please. Let me stress, this is not NIMBYism, but I and a majority of the taxpayers are deeply concerned on the balance of addressing mental health and addiction, homelessness, harmony in the communities, and public safety. Concerns with this proposed building rezoning has been loud and clear, including that it should operate without the required appropriate provision for clinical care or on-site support for mental health and addictions or public safety enforcement. For those of you who like to think that you are green or environmentally friendly, please note that this type of steel construction and design is not environmentally friendly, as wood constructions, and can also be 20% cheaper than the option that you are actually proposing. Next slide, please. The proposed building contains only studio suites, which excludes companionship, seniors, families, including vulnerable single-parent families. There was zero consideration for the feedback that an alternative composition of single-parent or women-led family housing option would meet the unfulfilled need in Vancouver and would receive more widespread community support. Next slide, please. Ensuring public safety should be on the top of the list in Vancouver. This poorly designed 13-story monstrosity is also positioned to be just 18 meters away from an elementary school with 500 children, a toddler's park, and a women's recovery home. I'm not saying this in a despairing way, but speaking from experience, children and those who are at risk will be exposed to open drug alcohol use, inappropriate behavior, extreme littering, crimes being committed, witness to mental crisis or drug-induced breakdowns, or worse, physical harm to children and residences. Among
Speaker,
other...
I will just caution you there.
Yeah.
Going a bit over the line with, say, physical harm. I mean, there's
and I'm speaking from experience.
Well,
among other worrisome allowances.
So I just ask you not to characterize the residents in a particular way. Thank you.
Thanks. Among other worrisome allowances, the site also requires no violent offender or criminal background checks. And this is also deeply concerning. As a former government-appointed board member for the College of Psychiatric Nurses of British Columbia, my primary role was to ensure public safety around nursing practices. As an elected government official or employee, shouldn't you also be involved or make sure that public safety is on the top of your role in this position? Next slide, please. Focus on solutions that work. So where does this leave us? This is a golden opportunity to turn things around and truly find the right solutions for everyone. Next slide, please. Let's do a paradigm shift and put solutions in place that actually work. Currently, there is a shortage of housing and other supportive services for low-income and at-risk parents and with children. In fact, 25% of those who are homeless have children here in Vancouver. And although most may not have a place to live, others are forced to go into foster home. This location is perfect to build a 6-story wood frame family-focused rental building. Next slide, please. Wouldn't this location be more suitable for housing while providing other services for parents with children, including single mothers and fathers, and those who are at risk experiencing homelessness, or to help them overcome personal challenges? This infographic from Habitat for Humanity shows the benefits of providing housing for single parents or homeless families. This type of housing provides safe, welcoming, and enriching environment for families and a strong success for the future of children and youth at risk. Next slide. I'm almost done.
You are at your 5 minutes, though? So
no, it says 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay, well.
So it's time for us to think out of the box. We need to focus on recovery and have a lot of unused land. We have a lot of unused land down at Southwest Marine Drive, and we can rezone that portion to build state-of-the-art, highly successful supportive systems.
I have given you an extra 15 seconds, but Councillor Hardwick has clarifying questions. Councillor Hardwick?
Yeah, you said that 25% of homeless people have children.
Yeah.
children that live with them?
No, some of them may be living in other families on the couch. Some of them are living in cars, and others are forced to have their children go into foster care.
So you're suggesting that homeless with children, that 25% might be the focus of a development that is, I think you were saying 6 stories in that case. How would you manage? We heard from the earlier speaker at the Sancta Maria House of a 5-to-1 ratio. How would you manage that in the with homeless with children, in your view?
Well, I think that if you can build a 6-story, family-focused unit, you still will have the supportive systems in place. I think it's very important that we focus on youth at risk and have a preventative program. Children that are homeless leads to mental health issues and drug addiction. And if they have a stable, safe home, then that will actually relieve their problem. We need to break the cycle, and so far, Vancouver is not showing how they want to break that cycle.
When you say cycle, do you mean the intergenerational cycle?
Exactly. Yes. It's time to start focusing on children and families and help them so that they don't end up on the streets. They don't end up developing mental health issues, and they don't end up going to drugs and alcohol or crime. And Vancouver has fallen short on this, and it's shame on them.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and appreciate your answers to my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. That is it for questions for you. So I will thank you for sharing your thoughts, and I'll move to the next speaker, who is Stefan Muller, speaker number 279. Stefan Muller.
No to 279.
Clerks, we have 280. John O'Keen says in person.
Yeah. Hey, my name's John. Thanks a lot for taking your time out of your evening to listen. I'm just completely opposed to this thing. I think it makes no sense. I think the idea of putting 12 stories worth of SRO next to a kid's school should be thought of in a manner that's nearly illegal. I've had interactions down with staff members that work at SROs, and some of those staff members have told me that they won't go into parts of the SRO without a police escort. So do you want to tell me how you're going to have kids going to school next to essentially a zone that a trained civil worker won't go into without a police escort? That's insanity. My other point is, in Vancouver, I looked today, the average cost per new development per square foot for a condo is about $1,300. So we're living in some of the most expensive real estate on planet Earth. I'm going to say it again. We're living in some of the most expensive real estate on planet Earth. There are much better places to build an SRO than a place where it costs $1,300 a square foot to house people. Vancouver is not the place for this type of work. It just isn't, and it's never going to be. No matter how much you want to push a progressive agenda, and God knows why, I can't understand it, it is never going to make financial sense for this city to be a place where you try and rehabilitate drug addicts and people who
Speaker,
are.
I'm going to look. We're not characterizing people. We're talking about form of development.
I don't care how we're characterizing people. Let's just talk about essentially it is people who have extreme life issues that are very difficult to overcome. And I can talk how I want to talk. Because it's a free country. It's a free country. Okay, it's a free country. And I'm speaking my mind. And I'm allowed to speak my mind because I pay taxes. I live in Kitsilano.
Okay, Speaker, we're not going to cut you off. Your time is finished here this evening. Thanks for calling in. And we're going to move to the next speaker. Clerks, I've got 281 Kendall Anderson.
Yes, I'm just checking. No.
Okay, thank you. We have speaker 282, George
Musarakis, that's correct.
We got it.
Your
Okay,
worship.
thanks.
The speaker
Thank you
is
very
here
much.
in person, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Thank you so much. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
I'm a resident of Greektown. I've lived here most of my life. And I came into this investigation late in the day, and I've tried to gain some perspective with respect to the debate. And I'm open. In fact, I support the project in principle, but I have questions, and I'm trying to gain answers to those questions. And to gain perspective, I visited the Dunbar Apartments at 16th and Dunbar, and I met with the project manager. And the project manager answered several of my questions with respect to how the 50 residents are housed, the relationship by virtue of residential tenancy agreements processed through BC Housing. And then he explained to me that they've got about 5 hard to house individuals, which are effectively the most difficult people. And he explained to me that if there are issues within the neighborhood, the recourse is to call 911. And he said basically that's the operating procedure. I wanted to find out more, and I went down to 215 West 2nd. I went to the Marguerite Ford Apartments, and I didn't have an opportunity to meet with the manager there, but I made some observations. It's a tall structure. It fits within the neighborhood of other tall structures at Olympic Village. It did ironically remind me of the pre-trial center because of all the steel around the windows, but there's obviously some reasons for that. But my concern is that if you have a great number of hard to house residents at the proposed 8th and Arbutus site, what structures will be in place to help these folks? Because I want social housing to proceed on multiple levels. I want it for the homeless. I want it in Kitsilano. I want it throughout the city. What I want to know is what support will be in place, because it's one thing to establish a residential tenancy relationship and to rely on the Residential Tenancy Act if there's going to be a breach, if there's going to be harassment between tenants and so forth. But that doesn't deal with the fundamental problem that we as a city are trying to deal with, and that is to take our mentally ill, our substance abused individuals, people with combined problems, and try to rehabilitate as best we can with the tools and resources that we have to reintegrate them into society. Now, what I fear is that if we take a structure and merely create a number of rooms, in effect, warehousing the individuals without support, then we are doomed to fail, whether it's 8th and Arbutus, 16th and Arbutus, or Main and 49th. And perhaps staff has been instructed to investigate this, but I haven't seen any of that information on the websites that I've looked at, and perhaps after the hearing, I'll ask the appropriate people. My concern, and this is something you as councillors and mayor, as our representatives, should satisfy yourselves as part of your duty and our representation to know who's going to be the operator. Does the operator have a plan? What support structures will be in place? Is there going to be a therapeutic community to support the individuals, particularly if you're going to have 80 people or 100 people who are hard to house resident at 8th and Arbutus. I want to see this project, if it proceeds, to succeed. I know the province is pushing and pushing hard. I know the province has an agenda. That agenda may not necessarily be our agenda as members of the City of Vancouver. You, as our councillors and mayor, have a duty to us to ask the questions. And with that point in mind, I want you to.
You are actually at your 5 minutes, but you do have some questions. I'm going to go to Councillor Dominato for a clarifying question.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, I'm over here. Just in chambers. A couple of questions just around, you said you met with the manager of Dunbar Apartments, and I'm curious, when you mentioned out of the 50 units, you mentioned 5 were individuals may have been hard to house. Did he talk about the tenanting approach? So in my experience, the nonprofit I was with was using the VAT, which is Vulnerability Assessment tool, and it was used to sort of assess clients and to identify a mix that will work. So you wouldn't necessarily have all hard to house individuals in one building. You would have a mix across the spectrum to enable that success you're getting at. Did they talk about that at the Dunbar Apartments in terms of a model? I'm not sure.
No, I didn't. I didn't have a chance because during the course of our conversation, one of his staff came out and said there was an urgent matter that he had to deal with. But a mix is, again, a possible solution. But my question is, what is the infrastructure? What is the community therapy? What is the plan for reintroduction? I mean, I don't mean to belabor this, but when I was a young criminal lawyer 31 years ago, I went to Quebec and I visited a facility called Portage, portage.ca. It was a residential treatment program where people agreed to go into it for a 2-year program. You were assigned a mentor. You had therapeutic support, social workers, staff, and so forth. For every wounded individual, you had at least 5 people in support. Has staff given you any insights as to how this is going to be set up? Because if it's going to succeed, it needs to be planned properly to prevent poor performance. That's my concern as a citizen.
So just reflecting that back, what I'm hearing is that you're seeking clarity, as I think many people are, is around what kind of support services would be in place for individuals, what type of models, and we've heard different speakers allude to that, is what will that look like, both in philosophy, but also tangibly in terms of what does that look like during the day? What kind of supports? Is that just outreach or is it on site?
Right. Okay. From my experience, and I've worked with the homeless, I've worked with at-risk youth, because as I said, I was, as a young criminal lawyer almost 40 years ago, that was my client base. I did legal aid. So I have firsthand experience. Housing is one thing, but it's all the other stuff. And I haven't seen anything from what I've looked at that gives me confidence in knowing that once you build it and they come, will they be supported? Because after, with all due respect, you're gone, somebody else is going to have the problem. And I'd rather see it dealt with now through your input, through your questioning. And I know the mayor has said that if we don't do it, we'll lose the funding. Well, at the least, send it back for reconsideration. At the best, don't be blackmailed.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5. Oh, Speaker, you do have more questions?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young. Oh, you're on mute, maybe?
Go ahead with Councillor Hardwick. I'm having trouble with my panel. Thanks.
I got your mic. Okay. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Interesting the way that you went and looked at other examples. You mentioned the Dunbar development first. and that there were 50 people there. Did you note the differences in sizes between the different complexes that you visited?
Well, yes, Councillor Hardwick, the Dunbar project, for the lack of a better word, fits. It fits with the neighborhood, and for all intents and purposes, for the last several years, in fact, I'm a resident in that neighborhood. It's there are no complaints. Put it that way. The Marguerite Ford, I understand it's my understanding there have been complaints. I have, I've heard stories, I've seen pictures. I like to do my own due diligence, and I went and looked. That building fits within Olympic Village. What I find offensive about that building is you can't see the windows. As I said earlier in my submission, reminds me of the pre-trial center downtown near the courts. You're taking individuals that you want to rehabilitate, reintegrate. You're not putting them in a glorified warehouse. And from my review of the renderings for the proposed project at 8th and Arbutus, strikes me as being somewhat similar. I'm going to defer to the brighter bulbs in the room with respect to how to approach it from a social housing, social theory approach. Practically speaking, and this is the emphasis in my argument, is that building without adequate ongoing support will not succeed, whether it's that location or any location. You need something comprehensive like Portage, and regretfully, to date, the province has never funded something of that nature. That's my understanding. Anything else?
Given the parallels between Dunbar and the Marguerite Ford in terms of fitting in scale within the communities, what would you think would be suitable at this site?
Well, something has to be done, clearly. Again, it's the devil is in the details. If you could guarantee that there would be adequate support for those individuals, whether they are 50 hard to house or 150, unless you can guarantee that, then I don't know what mix would work other than a handful of hard to house with others who have also housing needs, but are easily supported. Because if resources are an issue, and that's been discussed ad nauseum throughout this hearing, if resources are an issue, then the hard to house without support are doomed to fail.
Interesting. But again, you were talking about physical scale as well as the number of residents when you used the comparisons to
Correct.
those other two locations. So I would surmise from that it would be something less than what is proposed.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Thank you very much. I think there's someone else.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thanks so much for coming in tonight. And Council, I've just got an update from the clerks. We have, so let me double check here. We have about 13 speakers left, 10 on the list and 3 additional in waiting. I will let you chew on that. We are at 9:23, so we've got about 35 minutes left before we have to make a decision about whether or not we continue past 10 or recess until another meeting. With that, I will call Kit Sauter, speaker 283. Kit Sauter.
Thank you, Mayor. And I did register to speak on behalf of the Renters Advisory Committee, so I'm not sure if that qualifies for an additional 3 minutes.
You do need to pull in 3 people with you, either in person or on the phone.
That's fine. None of the other members of the Advisory Committee were available tonight.
Okay,
so
up to 5 then, please.
I'll do my type 5 for you. Mayor, Council, thank you for your time. Out of the gate, last Wednesday, we had a special meeting of the Renters Advisory Committee, the group of citizen volunteers that you have appointed to provide you with a mandate to advise council on strategic city priorities relating to renters, to monitor and respond to the impacts of provincial and federal legislation affecting tenants, and to advise council on enhancing access and inclusion for renters in developing city policy and civic life. We passed a motion unanimously, and I'll read it into the record for both the benefit of the members of council and those in the chamber tonight. A motion to recommend that mayor and council approve the motion to rezone 2086 through 087 West 7th Avenue and to permit the development of a 13-story residential building containing 129 social housing units. Whereas the application to rezone to permit the development of a 13-story residential building containing 129 social housing units is presently before mayor and council, it is the stated objective of the majority of Vancouver Council to address the overlapping housing affordability, homelessness, mental health, and toxic drug supply crises. It is City of Vancouver policy to be a city of reconciliation, and an outsized population of the unhoused community in Vancouver, over 40%, is Indigenous, while Indigenous peoples in the City of Vancouver make up less than 6% of the population. We cannot move toward reconciliation by continuing failed policies that have concentrated poverty in the downtown east side. And the City of Vancouver owns the land for the proposed rezoning. And the developer and operator have accommodated extensive community feedback and modified the proposal to meet and address community concerns. And the proposal provides 129 social housing units with a long-term subsidy that will maintain cost of housing at the shelter rate for the foreseeable future. And that council unanimously approved the rezoning and permitting of a nearly identical project on King Edward and Knight on the east side of the city in June of 2022. It is critically important to provide supportive housing units in order to address the more than 86,000 underhoused and unhoused Vancouverites, and therefore be it resolved that the City of Vancouver Renters Advisory Committee recommend and request that Mayor and Council approve the application to rezone. This motion passed without debate, without substantive amendment, with 11 members of a 12-person committee in attendance, and 4 of whom have been or are residents of the neighborhood. Our job is to also provide you advice on context and overarching policy. So I would be remiss not to note the fact that today, the pontiff of the most holy church in Rome provided an apology to the victims of residential schools in Edmonton. That today, a man in one of our suburbs got liquored up at a casino and hunted unhoused Canadians. The homeless count this year counted 8,665 unhoused British Columbians. 3,634 of those in March of this year were believed to reside in Metro Vancouver. Should this building be approved, should this project go ahead, 129 units will be supported. And that will immediately address the housing needs of 3.55% of the unhoused Metro Vancouverites who are currently counted in that 3,634 people. I have less than a minute left, and I'm just going to make a personal appeal. I grew up in a suburb of the city, in a little town beside the ocean, with a bunch of doctors and lawyers and church folk. And 3 months from when I graduated high school, because my father-in-law was a drunk, my mother asked me to leave my home. I was temporarily homeless. I had a network. I had people who could support me. And I made a good life where I could afford to build a home and a family here in this city. But there are people on our streets who are our fellow Vancouverites who need these houses. And every homeless Vancouverite is a policy failure and a shame upon our city. And we absolutely must do everything we can to help them. I am at my time. I appeal to all of you to please support this project. And thank you for your continued work for our city.
Thank you so much for your time tonight and your work on the advisory committee. I don't see any questions for you, but do thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Council, we are on next to Speaker 284, Belinda Furlan. Belinda Furlan.
No.
Thank you, clerks. We have 285, simply Bill.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Bill, can you let us know your last name when you get a chance?
I'd rather not, Mr. Mayor.
That's okay.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I come to you not like our last speaker as an appointed political body with an agenda to fill. I come to you as a concerned taxpaying resident of Vancouver who will be voting in the upcoming civic election. I oppose this proposal based on a number of reasons, including but not limited to the size of the building, the suggested occupant, the fact that it's a no-barrier building, and the proximity to a school, park, and greenway. I am deeply disturbed by BC Housing and the city's misinformation over the project, trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes with the 50% shelter rate is an absolute disgrace. Let me remind you, that is the minimum, not the maximum. I agree that we need more affordable housing in Vancouver, but we need it for everyone, not just the hard to house, which is what this particular project and design is attempting to do for David Eby and his political agenda. Excuse me. I will take you all the way back to speaker number 6, who called in to support the project. She represented a women's advocacy group, and I strongly believe that if we were discussing a smaller building that was women, senior, and family-oriented, we wouldn't be having days worth of discussion over this project. There are already numerous successful housing projects within Kitsilano, so the idea of NIMBYism is just another political smokescreen to try and push this agenda through. David Eby and BC Housing are essentially holding you hostage and asking you for yet another social experiment, which has proven to be a failure in the past and will continue to be a failure in the future. Just like the Margaret Ford building, which I know you guys are tired of hearing about, but that is essentially what you're asking this community to undertake at this time. At the time the Margaret Ford building was built, the City of Vancouver city manager said that there were too many homeless people with mental health and addiction moved into the building too quickly. The BC housing minister at the time was not happy with the outcome and made it clear that the provincial government was concerned about the city's desire to increase homeless population within the building. You've heard the reports from Dr. Summers. Science has proven this doesn't work. So why are we even considering it? Is this really what you want your name to? Is this what this council wants its legacy to be? Is this what we want to expose our children to? Council, you need to ask yourselves, who are you representing? David Eby and his agenda, or the taxpaying residents of Vancouver? For the sake of all the stakeholders, vote in opposition of the rezoning and allow the community to have some input into the size and, more importantly, the type of building so that everyone, including those in need of housing, have a chance at success. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead. Might be on mute.
Sorry, I was double muted there. Thanks so much. I'm wondering if you can share with us, it sounds like you're really frustrated. Apologies if I'm putting words in your mouth. What would proper consultation on a project like this look like to you? You had mentioned that you had concerns about the process, and I'm just wondering what's most frustrating for you. Did you feel that your voice was heard in this process?
There was no consultation. It was, this building is going up in this location, and this is the type of building, and as for himself said, it's yes or no, take it or leave it. And that is not consultation. That is not the democratic process, and that is not how we should be making decisions. So that's the most frustrating. There was no consultation.
And can I just ask, are you against supportive housing in your community, or you'd like to see a different type of a model, or I'm not hearing that you're against supportive housing in general. Is that correct? Or
No,
you elaborate?
absolutely not. I fully support supportive housing. Like I said, the number 6 spoke from a women's advocacy group, and the speaker from Santa Maria House. 100%. We need social housing, but we need it for everyone and not a particular demographic where you're putting 129 single people into a building that has a proven failure rate. So if the building was designed to reunite families back together, get moms and kids back together, social housing, like I'm 100% in support of it. But this building in this location is the wrong choice.
Thank you so much for your presentation tonight and for waiting to speak. I really appreciate you answering my questions also.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick also has questions.
Thanks. So as you know, we're being told use it or lose it by the provincial government. And what would, we're just the city council here, and we're facing the specter of the provincial government saying, oh, we're going to get rid of public hearings because they're slowing down the process for what we need to do.
I'd like you to stick to this project in particular, please.
Well, I know, but this is context. And so the context is we're trying to make a decision under these conditions. I mean, I think you're obviously sensitive to that. So what do you do if you're us in responding to what we're being told by the provincial government?
Well, thankfully, I'm not you, but I go back to them and say, oh, thank you very much, but this is not in the best interest of my current, political views. And this council's position is we're not going to be held hostage by the provincial government, and there is another election coming up for the province as well. So, you've heard from thousands of people, hundreds of people in person and through this hearing process. And I'm sure thousands of emails you've received. All of those voices will have a vote coming up, and I'm pretty sure that if we get enough voices, then we can make a difference. That's what a democracy is about.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you. That is, I think, all the questions from council for you. So thank you so much for calling in tonight. I am going to move on to the next speaker. Council, we have speaker 286, Ed Ferland.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Can you hear me? Oh,
yeah. Up to 5.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, Mayor Kennedy and councillors. I've been a resident of Vancouver for almost 30 years and spent 10 of those years living only a few blocks away from the subject location. And I respectfully oppose this rezoning application as it currently being proposed. Generally speaking, I'm a strong supporter of more development in the city of Vancouver. And I think adding density will be one of the keys to solving our housing challenges. I'm also a supporter of social housing and the construction of more units in the city of Vancouver. After listening to many of the speakers before me, I've had to change some of my comments in an effort not to duplicate and restate some of the feedback you already received. Therefore, I will keep this short. Whether it's Kitsilano, Point Grey, Kerrisdale, or any other community in Vancouver, they should all have social housing. This is not a question of omitting Kitsilano from its social responsibility because it's a desirable location in Vancouver. Nearly all the speakers I listened to and that are opposed to this development are not saying don't build social housing in our neighborhood. But unfortunately, it seems this message is being twisted by others, which is truly unfair and inaccurate. The opponents to this rezoning are simply raising strong, well-supported concerns, all with the objective of making this a successful project, a project that has legacy and one that we can be proud of. I think social housing should be blended into all communities and without stigma attached to a particular facility, and in a manner that promotes the best possible outcome for the people living in those units. That should be the highest priority. Will this proposed project achieve this objective and provide the best possible outcome? Can you honestly answer that question with strong confidence? That yes, I can see without a doubt this is going to be successful. that this is going to be a great model that will be duplicated. Well, I'm having a hard time arriving at that conclusion. In this particular neighborhood, we're talking about the most vulnerable members of our community being exposed to potentially high-risk activities and a heavy social street presence. How is this going to be dealt with? Why are we risking this scale of development and then downloading the potential future burden of problems to this poor neighborhood? A development that is immediately surrounded by an elementary school, a daycare, a toddler park, and a women's shelter. I honestly don't know if I can draw a more vulnerable location in the city. And I truly feel bad for the residents that will have to deal with this particular scale. Now, if this is a new concept social housing operation, and the facility is going to be built differently around a new proven concept, and it adheres to all the building bylaws, then I can see myself getting behind that. But this is not the case. Where's the innovation, the new ideas, the security measures? Where's the formula for success? It seems to me that this is an old model being slapped into a major development, and as a taxpayer, that concerns me greatly. I do want to reiterate this again. I do support social housing and additional density in the city of Vancouver, but that means both have to be carefully considered within the proposed communities and fully supported with the appropriate programs to ensure success. I believe we are all seeking a successful long-term project in this location. I think we can all agree upon that. But with this volume of opposition, clearly more dialogue, better solutions, and compromise is required. I would ask that you strongly consider a different tenant composition, a mixed population, perhaps including families. The building is so tall, it's going to attract a lot of attention, and it's going to put these tenants on center stage, making it smaller, a more manageable project, one within the existing zoning, and then blend it into the neighborhood. Ensure the operator has adequate programs for on-site support, and that means permanent programs and appropriate levels of security. And given the SkyTrain location, perhaps the presence of a small satellite VPD office in the building. I would ask all you councillors and mayor to be bold and send this application back. Despite having this overarching funding issue, which we've heard a lot about tonight, which I understand is very tempting for some of you, but take the long view for the city of Vancouver, and please don't simply adopt Victoria's agenda. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move on to the next speaker, but thanks again for calling in tonight and sharing your views. We have Hollis Bromley, speaker number 287. Hollis Bromley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. By way of background, I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed rezoning application. We've heard many speakers here tonight commenting on the proposed residents of the development, and I think we need to be clear about who will be housed here so that we're clear about the level of supports and services that will be required for any social housing development to be successful. And I'd suggest that we don't have that clarity. In NPA Society's response to the RFP, it states that residents will be selected in consultation with BC Housing's Coordinated Access and Assessment Team based out of Orange Hall, and will be assessed using the Vulnerability Assessment Tool, or VAT. However, in its response to RFP, NPA was clear that individuals who don't require high levels of support will be denied housing at this building and instead will be directed to other resources. And quoting directly, it states, through the CAA table, NPA will review the needs of prospective program participants and match them with the services and supports offered at the West 7th site. Individuals that are in need but don't require high levels of support will be diverted to other housing streams. So this housing is specifically intended for those who require these high levels of support. And the use of the VAT is a standard term in BC Housing Sample Operating Agreement. It does not offer any additional level of assurance or commitment that this building will be successfully integrated into the community. Even knowing that this building is specifically intended for those with high levels of care, there's no clarification or commitment in this rezoning application on what that means for this building and whether this building is even adequately designed to address this number of residents requiring high levels of support. The Yellow Memo offers a variety of regulatory means by which Mayor and Council can influence building management, operations, and training. This could include requirements in the housing agreement and in the lease agreement. But the recommendation of staff is not to implement any of these means to allow the operator greater flexibility. Minister Eby and BC Housing have provided a number of assurances that this building will be well supported. However, the sample BC Housing operating agreement ties all support services and staffing levels to annual approval of budgets. And annual budgets requiring the approval of BC Housing do not provide any assurances that necessary minimum supports will remain in place for the duration of a 60-year lease. Governments come and go, but this building will be in place for 60 years, whether properly funded or not. Yet Mayor and Council are urged by staff not to include minimum requirements in the housing agreement that it could influence building management, operations, and training. And the Yellow Memo states, and I quote, "Should future operational changes be necessary that were not in alignment with the housing agreement, the latter would require an amendment to the housing agreement pursuant to a council-approved bylaw, and this process can be time-consuming for the city, lessee, and operator." To be clear, this rezoning proposes the exclusive use of this site for a supporting housing building with a minimum of 50% of units rented at the shelter level of income assistance for 60 years. It's difficult to imagine how any fundamental operating changes could be necessary when this is the required exclusive use of this building. Further, it's difficult to conceive of how baseline requirements for use, such as designations as housing for seniors or for recovery-based programs, or requirements for baseline levels of support, could in any way be detrimental to the rezoning application or the impact this housing will have on the neighborhood. The housing agreement will stay in place, and so the only way to ensure proper funding remains in place is by ensuring the housing agreement contains these baseline requirements. Council should not be concerned with making it easier and faster for future mayor and council to make changes, given the nature of this proposed building. Furthermore, we've heard a number of times.
We are at the 5 minutes,
Yeah.
but you do have
Okay.
questions from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. So is what you're saying is that this is the business model that is being established? Is that at the heart of what you're getting at?
I can't speak to if by business model you mean the government's business model. I can't speak to that. I think that what I'm trying to say is that the VAT is not the answer. The answer has to be the housing agreement, and that there needs to be restrictions in the housing agreement, because that's what's going to stand the test of time.
Have you shared your analysis of what you've extrapolated from the housing agreement with council?
I believe it has been shared through some prior speakers, but I'm certainly happy to share the analysis if it hasn't been done so.
And furthermore?
The concept that the funding could be lost if the rezoning application is not approved seems to be, to me, although the memorandum of understanding has not been made public, that went in place before, that was agreed to in principle, before the recommendation to use this site for supportive housing. So it's impossible to understand how the funds could be dependent on this site. They can't be, because use of this site for this purpose requires this rezoning process, which requires council to keep an open mind and to obtain feedback. If there was an urgent need to use the funding, the site could have skipped the entire rezoning process and been developed as a 6-story supportive housing building. So this concept of use it or lose it, I can't find a basis for it.
Interesting. Thank you very much for your insight.
Thank you for your time. That's it for questions for you. Appreciate you phoning in and sharing your insights. Let's see, Council. So we're at 5 to 10. We have probably around 10 speakers left, and so I'm looking for a motion, and I'm happy to take it off the floor.
Mayor, it's Councillor Boyle.
Yep.
I am hoping to move a motion that we extend to finish hearing from speakers tonight and close the speakers list and refer questions to staff, closing comments from staff, debate and decision to council reserve time starting tomorrow at 3 p.m.
At 3 p.m. Okay, so extend past 10 to close the speakers list and then resume tomorrow at 3 p.m. And so do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Weave. All right, this is debatable, so if anybody wants to speak to this, please put themselves on the list. Councillor Hardwick?
I was on the list, Mayor. I was on the list. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Oh, and that was on the question queue. Sorry, once it was moved and seconded, we're in the main queue. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
So if Councillor Kirby-Yung was first, please go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
You go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Okay. So no, I won't support it. I won't support staying after 10 tonight, and I won't support starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow. I believe that we should be starting at 6 o'clock tomorrow to complete this item. And there are, likely more speakers. And so I'm not prepared to stay past 10 tonight. And I'm not prepared to start before 6 tomorrow.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I was going to ask, I believe it's a point of procedure, but given that there's a number of questions that are awaiting response from staff, if that motion passes, will there be time between council receiving the responses to duly consider those prior to debate?
For tomorrow, so I can ask, I don't know if there's, we have Teresa O'Donnell there on the line. Well, if we concluded with speakers tonight, say, and to close the speakers list and we started at 3, would there be enough time to answer council's questions that have been sent in today?
Yes, Mayor, I believe we would.
Okay.
Just to clarify, my question was if there would be a time for a break for council to consider the responses to the questions prior to our engaging in debate.
That's more of a question for the clerk, I think. If so, you're proposing that if we close the speakers list, or you're asking, we close the speakers list, we hear closing comments from staff, the applicant staff, we have a round of questions. Is that when you're thinking we have a break after that?
After we get the answers to questions, including the written ones that have been sent in. I know there's a number of outstanding questions.
And that would come, staff has they have a time to make closing comments, but then we also have a time as council to ask questions, and then that should probably finish it off. But I think we could take a recess at that point if folks wanted to consider things. So I think that would be
that option would be available to consider that info. Okay, that's super. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify 2 things. One is just hoping to clarify we need 2/3 of council support to extend to hear from speakers.
Yes, that's right. We need 2/3.
Okay, great. And if we do extend and then anyone needed to leave, they could catch up on maybe an hour of tape before the vote.
Yes, that's right. The clerks can provide a briefing in some cases. So clerks would clarify that, but what each councillor would have to do.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. Debate on the.
Just a point of procedure.
Go ahead.
I understood that to extend past 10 p.m. and had to be unanimous support. Is that not correct?
I've heard from the clerks it's 2/3. It's only debate and decision has to be unanimous. Hearing from speakers can be 2/3.
Okay.
Great. Anything else? All right. So
I'm just gonna say that I probably will not be supporting this at this time.
okay.
I have an extremely early well, I'm allowed to debate, Mayor.
Yeah. I just
wanted to share. I just wanted to share my rationale because my motives have been impugned before, Mayor. So I'm just sharing that unfortunately I had something booked in my calendar very early tomorrow morning. And for that reason I'm not going to vote to extend, but I understand if it passes. Thank you.
Hey, thanks. So we're gonna have a few folks at least against this, so I'm gonna call a recorded vote on this one. So clerks, if you could trigger the vote. So again, we're voting on extending past 10 to hear and close the speakers list, and then resume forum at 3. Councilor Tominato. There we go. That does pass with Councilor Hardwick and Dejanova in opposition. So we will continue along, Council. I will just ask the clerks to monitor quorum, just to make sure that we're. So just ask you to keep your videos on. And I will. We did have 2 speakers that I accidentally got skipped over. So I am. I don't know what's going on with my Jabber. There. We have Richard Rowe. Richard Rowe. I think we've skipped over at you were double listed as 284. We have Richard Rowe on the line.
10 minutes?
5
kidding,
minutes.
Just a little bit of levity. Okay. Loyal subject of her. I can start now.
Please go.
Okay. Loyal subject of Her Majesty the Queen, lifelong citizen of Vancouver, and I oppose this project. I concur strongly with the reasons presented by Dr. Julian Summers and retired Judge Thomas Gove, and I suppose that the real issue here, and a lot of people have spoken to the architectural problems, and I agree with those. The building's far too tall. It looks institutional, but not only does it look institutional, the way the space is carved up in it and the way people will be put into it is inherently institutional. Now, I think Councillor Dejanova at the start of the evening asked what was meant by institutional from one speaker, and of course different people will have different lived experiences and all of that influences their language choice. So to me, institutional would mean a building where people are segregated outside of the normal course of society. Of course, there's the larger question of a society where we have capital and banking and debt-based money and all of that, but I don't think we're getting into that here. But we do have a society where disabled people are historically discriminated against and have been treated to some of the most brutalizing institutional housing conditions that have ever existed. I guess I see this as repeating the widely discredited institutional model in Riverview, but it's almost worse than Riverview. I mean, architecturally speaking, and I think Julian Summers spoke to this, you have to ask yourself, if you were on hard times or you had a family member on hard times, which I've unfortunately had, and I'll get to that, would you want to live in this institutional-looking pretrial center, as Judge Gove said? I wouldn't want to, and if I had a family member, I wouldn't want to, and I don't think my family members would want to live there if we couldn't house them in our family housing. And I guess the issue there is it looks institutional. I've submitted a 11-page written comment to council, and I make some comments in there. I mean, you put some grime on that building, as I say on page 4, and you could use it in a remake of Blade Runner. It looks like that sort of building. It's not a building that's designed for humans. I have a picture of the Dominion building beside it, which is an office building, and even it looks more humane. I believe the Dominion building was an office building. I may be incorrect about that. Architecture is not my field. On the next page, we have a picture of what's being lost in Vancouver. Detached, human-scale housing, and you'll note that everybody lives in roughly the same structure. So what we have here is sort of a caste-based structure which isn't even a very good one because, again, everybody will have the stigma of living in that building where we put those people, just as though there would have been stigma living in Riverview. So let me talk about an example from my family. Had a fellow, an uncle, who really hit hard times, and he was never going to live in a building like this. He wouldn't have. He died after living in his car out in the valley. And, you know, that was partly a choice he made, but he couldn't afford market rate, and he would never live in a building like this. He just wouldn't have done that because it wouldn't have been compatible with his sense of dignity. So what do I mean by dignity? Well, if there's anything dignified about warehousing people, I certainly don't understand it. We have all these condos now. Why doesn't BC Housing, as I suggested in my comments, buy these condos and put people up in them and give them the supports they need? As I understand it, that's sort of the model that Julian Summers suggested, this distributed model. I think that would be dignified and not institutional. So let me close by telling the story of Jerome, a fellow I met through a church that I went to, and we had a lot of meals together, had a lot of good conversations. Jerome had a brain injury, and he was an Indigenous man who had some difficulties in life. He lived in social housing and told me about when hard-to-house individuals were moved in. He never had a moment's peace after that. The hooting and hollering, the partying. He said the partiers didn't really mind it, but Jerome did. He never got a good night's sleep, and this institutional setting where people like Jerome are warehoused is not appropriate. I have no doubt that his untimely and early death was contributed to by living in an institutional setting like this, where he could have very easily and copacetically been housed in the community as any other person, because Jerome was a normal person. He just had a brain injury, so he didn't have the same capacity to work. And he was clean, affable, polite, and the sort of person you'd want as a neighbor. So why are we putting people like Jerome into this basically Riverview with fewer services model? I thoroughly reject the segregation of disabled and poor people. They should live in the community like everyone else. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but do want to thank you so much for being patient and sharing your thoughts with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have speaker 284 on the Belinda Furlan. 284. Belinda Furlan.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
I am fiercely opposed to this rezoning application. As a medical provider, I can't speak to the best practice of urban planning and supportive housing, but I do know that in our community, we would be careful and required to conduct a needs assessment prior to proposing a change in care or practice. We would be responsible and we would look at the evidence-based literature, national and global clinical guidelines, and consult experts and champions in our field. We would consult patient partners and consider their voices. We would also consult community stakeholders, in this case, the police and emergency services. It is a fact that public consultation has not been done previously, and more importantly, other models of care and housing that have been proven to work in extensive research and in real up-to-date communities have not been given consideration and have been ignored. In my opinion, this should be outright shameful and embarrassing to those who have been in support of this proposal, knowing as such, ignorance is no longer an excuse at this stage. There is a great need for shelter and supportive housing. However, there needs to be careful consideration to the right location. You have been reminded ad nauseum that there is an elementary school, preschool, toddler park, all 18 meters across the quiet, narrow side streets of West 7th and Arbutus. The vulnerability of Sancta Maria House residents were just clearly outlined for you. The right population being served to suit the right environment with the right support and care for the population needs to be considered to ensure successful integration into the community and to ensure the best outcomes for the marginalized population being served. This application is for single bachelor units, a congregate approach without a socially diverse population mixture of people who choose to live there. There is no denying that the population that ends up in these rooms are people with complex mental health issues such as trauma, PTSD, former abuse, substance abuse, mental health diagnoses, and acute on chronic diseases. These people themselves have told the medical experts, including myself, and the supportive agencies that many of them do not want to live in a housing model such as this in fear of relapse, poor living conditions, and crime. Why? Because the support staff, such like the call to care model, which has prompted success in the Dr. Summers research, is simply not present. A multidisciplinary team of nurses, psych nurses, outreach workers, social workers, addiction specialists, medical practitioners is needed to provide collaborative shared care to vulnerable populations. The ratio of 2 support staff to care for the entire building of 129 housing units is simply not possible to ensure the success and safety of integrating this population into the community and promoting healing and health promotion and prevention for these residents. The right support is a model that will lead to the best outcomes, successful integration of the marginalized population in need, living in community with the community around them. This means a suitable ratio of support staff for the numbers of people served. Best practice would even include primary care, a community clinic to be available for the population on site. Failing that, at least a satellite clinic. It has been repeated that the right population would be supportive housing for families, seniors, women, and children living in community with other families and women of our community in Kitsilano. Making this housing model a model that other communities will want to replicate due to its successful integration into the community, improve health outcomes, decrease in healthcare dollars, decrease in emergency admissions, decrease in emergency services such as EHS and police calls, and decrease in violence. Take this opportunity to set the precedent. Make this model be the magnet model of care for supportive housing. Work and collaborate with the experts. Involve them in the consultative and planning process. Provide clarity and transparency. As it currently stands, in my opinion, it would be simply unethical to approve this application. And finally, counselors, I have faith that you signed up for this job to make a difference. I know that your intention was not to cause harm when you first signed up for this job. You wanted to do good and help society. Please don't get distracted by the surface appearance of politics. This is not a box to tick off saying that housing was provided. You all know this needs careful consideration with careful planning, consultation, and clarity to achieve the best outcomes for the vulnerable populations in this community.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick has questions for you.
I just want to confirm from your comments that you are working in the healthcare field personally.
Yes, I am. I'm medical staff at one of our urban hospitals.
So you have firsthand experience working in this field.
I work in cardiac care, and it's in an urban tertiary hospital downtown Vancouver, and we serve this population, and this population does present itself with cardiac issues such as valve replacements.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate your input.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Really appreciate you coming in tonight, and we're going to move to speaker number 288, Stephanie Binnington.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. 5 minutes, please.
Great. Thank you. I have lived in Kitsilano, close to the proposed site, for 16 years and want to register my strong opposition to this rezoning application. I walk down Arbutus past the proposed site regularly, and I'm at a loss as to why it is even being considered as appropriate for such a large building of this nature that will allow open drug use 20 meters from an elementary school, toddler playground, and women's abstinence-based recovery home. As so much has already been said over the 280-odd speakers before me, I thought I would summarize the key points that I have heard and that most resonated with me so that they may be top of your mind as you begin your debates. This proposal is flawed in so many respects that it should never have got this far in the planning process in its current form, with a lack of public consultation. You've heard from experts such as architects and engineers who have shown you how ill-fitting the building is physically to the site, with lack of setbacks that directly contravene current zoning bylaws, and as I understand it, even those of the Broadway plan. It is too big for the site. To call it 13 stories is misleading to the public when due to ceiling height, it's closer to 18. You've heard from the same experts how the access for emergency vehicles to the site is incredibly problematic, being sandwiched between the narrow road of Arbutus that employs traffic calming measures, not allowing left turns at 7th from the southbound direction, the Greenway, which has no vehicle access, and a bike lane road at 7th. We've also heard how in combination with the bus loop and already heavy traffic on Arbutus, which is a single lane road, it'll increase safety concerns for the 450 school children 20 meters from the proposed building. It's just monolithic for the neighborhood, literally overshadowing everything around it. I also have serious concerns about the structure of the building itself. Steel single-room boxes that can never be changed. This allows no flexibility for changing demographics in the future or the possibility for any of the important social mix that aids in social reintegration that you heard earlier from Julian Summers. You've heard from people who work directly with the homeless, frontline workers, criminal lawyers, medical professionals, and a retired judge with 50 years of experience who have first-hand experience that this kind of congregate social housing does not work, that instead it congregates the culture of the streets rather than providing a space for recovery and healing. A speaker in opposition whose opinion I found particularly enlightening was the gentleman who works directly with Kitsilano homeless and pointed out how different the Kits homeless population is from those in the downtown east side and that they do not like to coalesce. The lack of details around the supports available to the residents is also exceedingly alarming. You've heard from concerned residents who lament the loss of the green space that is the Bluebell Wood. And while proponents argue homes are more important for recovery and well-being of residents, wouldn't building the retention of some of this green space into the design be worth considering? You've heard from people who've had first-hand experience of how a building of this size in nature, for example, the Marguerite Ford Apartments in Olympic Village, and the disruption it has caused to the neighborhood led them to move to this area. And you don't need to just take their word for it. The police data of call-out numbers shows how a building of this scale has led to a considerable increase in police calls since before it was built. This provides statistical evidence of this disruption. In summary, having listened to all the proceedings so far, I have counted around 148 opposed to 32 in favor over these 25 plus hours. That is over 80% opposed, as well as 3 times the number of pieces of written correspondence in opposition. To ignore the overwhelming opposition and legitimate concerns would undermine the democratic and public hearing process. I have heard well-researched and evidence-supported arguments from the opposed, while supporters most often emotively draw on the need for housing and the housing crisis. Little to no evidence of success with a project of this scale. Anything offered up as a successful comparison has in fact been smaller in scale. The Sanford Apartments referred to earlier this evening have only 62 units, and further distance from schools, 500 as opposed to 20. Basically, the argument I'm hearing is housing at any cost. It is not how city planning should happen, and there are zoning and planning principles for a reason. If urgency was really the issue, BC Housing could have proceeded with a 6-story social housing building without a rezoning application years ago, and can even do this now. Something smaller in scale that is appropriate for the narrow site and that could provide low-income families or single parents the opportunity to become part of our community and benefit from the family-oriented nature of the area, with the many schools, daycares, and parks that surround it, would be a much better alternative. As an earlier speaker put it, please come up with something that you as a council will be proud to have your name on for 60 years to come.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. I do want to thank you for waiting so long and calling in with your thoughts. Really appreciated. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, S. Halfnight. Speaker number 289, S. Halfnight.
Yes. Hello, my name is Sharon Halfnight. I've resided in Kits for 40 years. This is a complex and layered issue. I would say, first of all, that once you get the building built, you enter a completely different stage of making it work. I'll leave that for now. Many speakers have already tackled what that means. I oppose this project as it's currently configured. Okay, after seeing the rendering tonight that was showed earlier, I've refocused my thoughts. The rendering of an alternative shows that it is possible to meet the needs for housing on this site with city land in a way that doesn't require rezoning. There are merits of this 6-story option, and they resolve a number of the functional challenges that have been outlined by others through this rezoning hearing for the last couple of nights, starting in June. I won't reiterate them, but it resolves 7th Avenue, West 8th, and also Arbutus in some very practical ways from an urban design perspective. So then I would go on to just reiterate that the urgency for good housing opportunities is very real. But let's pull back and see that we are being held hostage to disappearing funds when we face this urgent problem. The project before you won't bring the desired stated results from the sounds of the data that we've had presented here, and that doesn't take into account the nearby expansion of housing that could accept a smaller percentage of disadvantaged residents. When this approach is taken of saying that we need to take this offer or lose it, the approach itself devalues the land which we own. If that land won't disappear, that land has enduring value. By saying no, we take responsibility for creating a better option. It is notable that we've had many speakers come forward and there's a willing, engaged community which would come forward and work together to achieve that better option. A successful project is more than a building, although the building matters. It lasts for a very long time. But a poor solution will have unforeseen, unintended political, social, economic consequences that could haunt the community, that can haunt the community going forward. And that's pretty much what I have to share with you.
Thanks very much for your time
Thank you.
tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so just thank you for coming in, and I will move to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Councillors, you can make sure you mute. I hear a little bit of static in the background. We're going to speaker 290, Michelle Barrelly.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm calling in from on behalf of the West Broadway BIA, which is the local business association in Kitsilano. I'd like to, a lot of excellent points have been made from many speakers. I'd like to just briefly make some additional points. One of which is that when I volunteered on a homeless committee a few years back, we had to survey all of the homeless and at-risk homeless that attended events we provided to help people in need. And one of the questions on the survey was where they slept the night before, and it was to try and gauge how we can best help them and what areas services are needed. But a question that I added and asked was, where do they want to sleep? And all of the answers I received from over 500 attendees was about where they grew up or the neighborhood they really loved. Not one of them said, I want to be in the downtown east side. And so I do support the comments that have been made about disbursement, and I think Professor Summers and representatives from the Kitsilano Coalition have spoke very well to those points. I think that caring is the common ground here. The residents of Kitsilano care, the housing advocates care, so how can we best care for these people in need? As it has been outlined by many speakers and government-funded research, this rezoning policy would not be the best way. It has been encouraging to hear from local residents, government officials, social service providers and academics about models that can work, and we wouldn't need to wait. Through disbursement rather than congregate housing, current buildings could be used in the interim of developing better models, as noted by Professor Julian Summers. It's a matter of having the courage to change the way things are being done and working together to do that. By developing a smaller building, adequate and permanent programs, and security and safety to best help the people in need. Portland's Central City Concern is an example of providing supportive housing with social services and social employment opportunities through retail at grade. The social employment provides a sense of purpose. If we truly want to help people in need, rather than the current institutional building being proposed, there could be fewer units and larger units that provide essential space for social connection, for recovery, and for healing. Larger units could also provide the space for social employment through a work-from-home arrangement. We've liaised with representatives from the Kitsilano Coalition, and we've discussed how through local businesses and through the BIA, we could also facilitate opportunities for social employment. I think there's been excellent alternatives being proposed. It's very encouraging to see how community groups are coming together, and I hope that the government will look at what is being proposed and what can be done differently. We do want social supportive housing. It just has to be done in a different way. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, but do appreciate you calling in this evening and all the work that you do for the city. Thanks so much. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next speaker, who is 291, Speaker 291, Madison McIver. Speaker 291, Madison McIver.
Yes, Mayor, the speaker is not on the line, but had registered to be in person.
Yes.
I'm not seeing.
Okay,
I'm not
great.
seeing anyone coming forward.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go to Steph Partridge, Speaker 292.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks to Mayor, Council, all the previous presenters as well. My name is Steph Partridge. I'm an Operations Director with Vancouver Coastal Health, and I am speaking in that capacity and in support of the rezoning application. I'll just make some brief points in consideration of time and remaining speakers, and thanks very much for extending it this evening. Very supportive Coastal Health is, as I am myself, of the creation of more supported housing options in neighborhoods throughout Vancouver and across the Vancouver Coastal Health region. VCH is supportive of any and all new housing initiatives, and this, I would suggest, is, from my perspective, our key point, given the overwhelming housing demand that exists at present. Choice is a key pillar of best practice in supported housing, and to create more choice, we need more support. We need to support new projects where they come. Supported housing helps us, from a health perspective, to support the health needs of individuals who might otherwise be challenging to reach. And my last point for this evening, before taking any questions, would be regarding provisions of direct health supports. VCH has in-reach capacity to deliver health services where those needs are identified, as well as the existing services that are in and around that community and the proposed site. I'll leave it there, give my time, and then answer any questions from Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually don't see any questions for you, and do very much appreciate you calling in tonight and sharing VCH perspective. So thank you for that and all the work that you do for the city. I'm going to move. Thank you very much. Just a message here from the clerk, folks. I'm just right with you here. I'm going to go back to Speaker 291, Madison McIver.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Yep.
Hello?
Up to 5. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Council, Mayor. My name's Maddie. I wanted to come in person today, but I wasn't feeling well, so I'm so grateful that phoning in and watching live is an option. I live 350 meters from the proposed rezoning site. I visit the site and area regularly with my family and dog, and I am in complete support of this project and the rezoning. I'm someone living in this community that welcomes with open arms and a bowl of food when possible the individuals who may access the supportive housing in this area. In my experience, a diverse community is a strong community. I'm speaking today because some of my favorite neighbors in Kitsilano are the homeless ones. They each have a story, they all have family and friends, and they're here right now already. I personally have spent time in my life on the verge of homelessness, and it's given me a deep appreciation and respect for those who struggle with it every day, many who have been doing so for years. It's truly one of my deepest fears to live on the street, and my heart breaks knowing hundreds of individuals do every night in our prosperous city. Living in Kitsilano has improved my life. As where I live, I work, and I play. As a disabled person, Kits is easy walking and transportation gives me wide access to everything, including all the supports I need, like appointments for mental health care and physical health care. I can get to all the stores that I could possibly, more than I can imagine, between Broadway and Kits. I appreciate the range of welcoming gardens, parks, and beaches, and people. If it makes my life better, I can only imagine the amazing things our wealthy and privileged neighborhood could do through mutual aid for the tenants that could live here if we approve this rezoning. I'm positive if we proceed with a compassionate, problem-solving heart instead of a critical eye looking for failure, this area can only get better. I believe deep down that getting this project built is a matter of life or death to some of the most vulnerable individuals in our city. Please keep them in your mind while listening to housed people like me speaking up in this hearing. I also support other models being available for homeless people. I would love for people to have a choice between many models, but after listening to my neighbors' opinions on the people who need to access these projects, I have a lot of anxiety that other models would face the exact same or even more resistance than this one is now. I would like to echo previous speakers when I say I've never felt more uncomfortable living here as I do now listening to my neighbors speak on this issue and again in passing in the parks and online. I now actively try to avoid certain local neighbors who oppose the rezoning. Vancouver is one of the largest cities in the country. I really hope that individuals who choose to live and raise their kids in a big urban area like Vancouver can educate themselves and their kids to be compassionate and loving towards vulnerable people. Homeless are people. They exist everywhere. Supportive housing in the area or not, they're already here. I hope we can learn that addiction and mental illness is no one's fault, that housing is a human right and everyone in this day and age, including children, could benefit from an education on this. I've heard a lot of people say.
You are at your 5 minutes, so I just wanted to thank you so much for coming in and sharing your perspective. Thank you so much. And there are no questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. We have Robert Erario. Roberto Erario.
Erario, yes.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Up to 5 minutes, please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for your time. And I've been following this hearing, and I learned a lot so far. So thank you for all the contribution. I've been living in Kitsilano and been working here for almost 10 years now. And I'm strongly opposed to this rezoning. I'm fully aware that we need to take care of people and that are in needs, and this is not just a binary decision, like either support and take care or leave them on the street. I believe that the way this proposal is being structured is not appropriate. Many speakers before me were very eloquent in explaining why, so I'll be very short in consideration also of the time that we have. First, I believe that the building is definitely too high and creating the shadowing effect on schools, park, and the houses around. But also, my question also after hearing some of the previous speakers is that why do we look at hosting or having a building that can host 129 people when a lower 6-story, or actually a 5-story building can host many more people, 149, and have also parking underneath. So that's something really I don't understand and would be much more integrated in the neighborhood. The other point is the variety of tenancy here seems to be very limited, and I don't understand also why we would need to go for single units and creating all those challenges when we could go for a model that is more open and allows also to families to be benefiting from such a structure. So ultimately, I believe that housing is extremely important, is crucial for us, but also integration, because otherwise we should have a tower of 40 stories right there and cram as many people as possible. I don't believe that that's what we're trying to do here, trying to create housing that leads to integration. And right now, based on what I heard so far, integration is not really taken in proper consideration. Thank you for your time and for hearing my opinion.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you, but do appreciate you staying up and speaking to us this late hour. I am going to move to the final registered speaker on the list, who's Crystal H. Crystal
Yes,
H.
thank you. And
Go
yes,
ahead.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. And yay, and the last speaker, yay. So I am in favor of social housing, absolutely, but I am opposed to the proposed model. I have been a pediatric nurse for 20 years. 15 of those years has been in the emergency department, with the majority being at BC Children's Hospital in Vancouver. I have seen accidental ingestions and exposures to a variety of both legal and illegal substances. I have seen the side effects ranging from a sleepy child to a wildly agitated child to death more than once. I have done CPR on a toddler's chest while her mother clung to my arm, hoping her tears and words and my actions would bring her child back to life. This was due to an accidental ingestion of methadone, a syringe found at a playground. These are all accidental ingestions. There was no harm meant by anyone. Nobody brought the substances to the children. I understand that not all residents in the proposed housing area will have substances that could pose risk to children, but some might. The concern with low barrier housing in close proximity to a greenway and an elementary school is that the incidence of these accidental exposures could increase. When a child or a toddler is accidentally exposed, there are two ways for this to happen. One, they are curious, and for little kids, their main way of exploring is taste. Unfortunately, children are quick to put pills and other things they find in their mouth, sometimes without parents noticing immediately. Oral syringes of methadone can be blue and look quite enticing. Suboxone pills are pink. The sublingual form, or the form that dissolves under your tongue, is orange and looks like a Starburst candy. When children are busy running and playing, they are not looking where they are going or where they're placing their feet. Little kids like to kick their shoes off in all defiance and run in bare feet. Needles that are dropped on the ground and accidentally, usually, not intentionally, they don't have their safety cap replaced, and kids can step on those and be exposed that way too. These substances are not often pure anymore. We all know that a lot of these illicit substances are laced with more than one drug at a time. Therefore, a syringe that contains heroin can also contain fentanyl or cocaine. The reversal agents for these different substances vary. So when kids are exposed and we don't know what they're exposed to immediately, getting them quick and accurate help takes longer. One of the most common side effects is respiratory depression or slow breathing. So this means that kids need help breathing. Sometimes the kids need breathing tubes and machines and wires hooked to them into their little chest to help it go up and down until the substances wear off. When kids accidentally step on syringes, they also have to go through a series of lab work, which maybe for you and me is fine, but for little children, being poked is quite traumatic, and they're going to have to go through it more than once, looking for things like Hep C, HIV, and more. The other age group that I wanted to talk about that I feel like could be quite vulnerable is the preteen teen. We all know that there is a TikTok pandemic going on, and sometimes kids will do things to get likes. This could mean that they might pick up paraphernalia that they find, again, not brought to them, but if the concentration is higher in certain areas, they may find these things and they may pick up, they may do things just for likes. Okay. The other thing sometimes, and I have a teenager myself, is sometimes we get mad at our parents and we do things to upset them. So if there are things that are readily and easily available, kids might do something without thinking. So these are just sort of my concerns that I wanted to highlight, along with some of the other concerns that people had said. Again and again, reiterating that nobody in the proposed housing area would bring these substances to the children or readily, try to tie them in and be like, oh, here, come here and try this. No. What I'm talking about is the things that could be found on the ground and the kids themselves picking these things up and getting into trouble that way. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us today. Council, thank you very much. I am going to make, now that we're under the end of the registered speakers list, I'm going to make the first call for additional speakers. The number is 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445 #. And I'll go to the clerks and see if we have any speakers on the line.
This is the clerk, Mayor Stewart, and yes, we do have additional speakers on the line.
Let's start with the first one, and if you could just let us know your first and last name and if you're a resident of Vancouver and whether or not you support or oppose this project, that would be great.
Speaker 228, your line is unmuted.
I believe that's me, Maureen Sharon.
Hello.
Hello. I'm in opposition, and I will not repeat. I've listened diligently tonight, and all the speakers that are opposed to the motion have brought up incredibly salient points, which I agree with. My comment is it's this or nothing, kind of. If this proposal doesn't get approved, the money gets taken away, is unfortunately a bullying tactic, which I am totally opposed to, and I hope is not a harbinger of what's upcoming. We need to get the model right. Our biggest objective is not just to get someplace to put some people, because that's actually an abhorrent thought. We need to do absolutely the best that we can do to get them in a situation where they can be successful and they can integrate into the neighborhood and be really lost in the neighborhood. In other words, not noticed. Resolving one set of problems by impacting people in the surrounding neighborhood, be that a Santa Maria house or the school or whatever. We really have to find a way to make it work for everybody. I actually had to do some research. I live across the street for 30 years from a recovery house run by MP, I think it's MPA, and have never even thought about it. That's how successful it is. It's the scale, it fits kind of within the RT zoning in Kitsilano. Kind of, it's an old house that they converted. I think there's about 13 residents there. That's what we need to be really sure that we're getting at 7th and Arbutus. From a purely architectural perspective, I'm totally opposed to it being only for, kind of single people living there. That's not, and not being able to be adapted going forward. So please don't feel pressured by it's this or nothing, or it's this or the highway, because that isn't how different levels of government should be working with each other. So please send this back to staff, and at the very least put the amendments in and create a memorandum of understanding that these things will be dealt with, because this is it in writing, and we need these supports and facilities in place, because let's do it right. Let's do it right for everybody, but particularly for the people that we want to help get off the street and get their lives together in a successful way moving forward. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see a question for you. The clerks have informed me that there are 4 people in council chambers that wish to speak to this item, so we're just we can get them on their way home. Let's ask the clerk that we start with them. So folks in the council chambers that want to speak, if you could come up one at a time and just state your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and fellow speakers. My name is Rita Mitchell, and I am a longtime resident of Vancouver, a retired businesswoman. I have been listening carefully to comments made by other speakers and am interested in this rezoning application that is before us. I am opposed to the present drawings of this 13-story tower building, towering and overshadowing the elementary school that is right across the street and adjacent to the toddlers park. This huge facility will affect the women that are in recovery at Santa Maria House. That has been a previous recovery success. I believe no consideration has been given to the safety concerns the high traffic activity this building will bring, being situated on a short, congested, narrow street. Not only emergency vehicles, along with the normal general traffic, but pedestrians from the subway will also be accessing this street. I understand 3,000 people per hour will cross Broadway and Arbutus. This proposed plan for 129 residents living in a 300 square foot box, in other words, the size of a hotel room, does not enhance the feeling of home or stability, rather confinement quarters. The fact there are no balconies is very suggestive to the outside world that this is a halfway house or a minimum security facility. In a way, with one supervisor switching every 12 hours and one support staff on site, this is basically what that is. A study by a group of SFU researchers headed by Julian Somers, an SFU distinguished professor, conducted research showing the most effective ways to end street homelessness. The article is entitled Homelessness, Addiction, and Mental Illness, a call to action for British Columbia. The current model that is being proposed, giving homelessness housing in congregate supportive housing buildings, does not work. It is proven not to work, they state. This proposal by the city would work for families on low income and seniors, but it doesn't work for people leaving homelessness, living with mental illness and addiction. Congregate housing for people with mental illnesses and addictions require them to be resilient to the erratic behavior and drug use of others as they try to improve their lives. When living together with others who struggle with the same issues, they have limited opportunities to recover when they are forced to live with others who struggle with the same issues. It has been proven by this study that scattered housing sites enhance the benefits of feeling normal. A low-rise 4 to 6-story housing of 65 units that was proposed by architect James Cooper, with studios and at least some one-bedroom units, not only conforms to the small site at a lower construction cost, but also increases stability and offers more opportunities to those that we are trying to help make positive changes in their lives. It was also stated that people in congregate housing had the same levels of crime and medical emergencies as people who remained homeless. I don't think these statistics should be ignored, or the city will just continue making the same mistakes over and over again, because the monies are available and it would appear the city can record that it is providing housing for the homeless and those in recovery as promises kept. To address the toddlers' park adjacent to the building, this is a perfect setup, a built-in resource hangout for the residents who could be meeting other drug traffickers, trading stolen goods, needle use.
I'm going to caution you there. You are kind of disparaging folks that are living in a hypothetical building, so I just caution you on going down that road.
so I shouldn't say smoking drugs either then, in the park, and have an escape. They would have an escape route a block away to the subway. The perfect storm. It really doesn't get much better. The toddlers' park will no longer belong to families and their children. It will be occupied with the residents from these 129 units. If council cannot envision this situation, I'm not sure what other factors they would need to see that this is more clearly. An article I read this morning by Jeff Sanders, a freelance writer to the Epoch Times, writes, dumping everyone who has addiction, mental health challenges, and homeless ensures the problems become intertwined and more hopeless.
I'm going to stop you there. You are at your 5 minutes. So thank you so much. It goes fast, I know. Thank you for coming in and waiting so patiently and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you. I'm going to go to the next speaker that's in the chamber. So if you could just come to the podium, let us know your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
I sure shall. Good evening, everybody. It's a long day here. I'm Mark Bowen. I'm opposed to this project, and I do live in Vancouver. I live in Kitsilano. I'm empathetic to homelessness and addictions issues. Alcoholism is in my family. I have a family member who committed suicide due to poverty, so I have empathy here. I have a psychology degree. I volunteered for self-management in disabled communities. However, what I've got to say here is that I'm opposed to the project, and I've got some reasons. So the project still has to make some sense. It still has to work for the community. And here it feels like there's an agenda, and my community really doesn't have any choice. I actually never see council turn down these projects. And this is just my feeling, it's free speech. I think you should listen to the public in a democracy. Mental health and addictions, housing and treatment are important, but we should follow best practices and common sense. So a couple of things. I don't think there's been enough consultation with the residents of the area, but consultation that there has been in the area has been flawed. And I'll give you an example of that. I happen to live in this area. I received no information. There are no service and support levels, best practices, or information on wraparound services for this project. So one of the things I saw in a previous speaker, you can't even say how much square footage is devoted to care, how much staff there's going to be. We've heard that a 5-to-1 ratio, that was tonight, for wraparound services would be required, or about 26 workers, and MPA said there'll be maybe 2 support staff. Another reason I oppose the project, crime's a problem for this project. And on the Marguerite Ford project, as has been alluded to before, there are 3 police calls per day. This project here is in a family-friendly area. 3 police calls per day would be a bigger problem. The project is too large to be optimal for positive outcomes. That's been discussed a number of times. I think a low-rise would have been a better solution here. Another problem I have is that it's not 500 meters from a school, it's 18 meters. Other issues, what are the costs? There's no mention, it's not in the city's scope. So what I want to know is what's the city's obligation? I'm empathetic, but there aren't unlimited budgets. So I want to know how much this costs the city. And I know we're supposed to talk about the project and specifically the size of it and the scope of it, but I think these are important points. I think if it's going to be placed in a residential area, a building like this, it shouldn't be near women's housing. It shouldn't be near, it's too close to children. It's too close to vulnerable populations. And again, I think a smaller scale is needed. I think a family-focused or small group home for youth transitioning out of foster care would have been a good solution. So I think you always have to take a look at what the area is and what is the best solution. One size does not fit all. And I want to say one last thing here, that losing funding I don't think is an excuse. I think funding will go somewhere else. I think the provincial government certainly is committed to funding these kinds of projects. It's not going to disappear, so I don't think that's really an issue. So what I'm going to say is vote no, find a better site for this project. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for staying so late tonight and sharing your thoughts with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We have another speaker in the chamber, so if you want to come forward and just say your first and last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yes, hello. My name is Jacqueline Chu, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I had spent about 8 years in the Kitsilano area because when my children attended there, I'm also a parishioner of St. Augustine Church, and we help to contribute to the community there by volunteering at Santa Maria House and the other social organizations that the church and community supports. I am opposed to this proposal, and basically on the fact that of the different words that just have come out throughout the whole process. You've heard institutional, you've heard glorified warehousing, you've had inadequate design, you've heard many flaws about this. But I think that there is so much opposition because we just feel as though we're guinea pigs in this exercise that has been not proven at all. It's a huge, huge monstrosity of a tower that's so imposing, and you will not realize that until you go there and see that once it's built. And you don't want to have a white elephant there that you will have to live with, something that's going to be there for 90 years. It is not a temporary modular building that a lot of these places have been. So I want to point out that with all these things that have come up in the council, that it just points out to some of the deficiencies in this plan. Something that's really been hit hard on is the necessity for setbacks. Setbacks are necessary because you need to have at least 30 feet away from public residential areas. You're talking about 2 feet away from the property line here. That is a massive, massive change for anything in the city, and no one has done that before. The second point I want to make is there's a proposed modular structure here in a tower format. Where have you had any examples where this has been successful, or an example of something so high, so tall in a modular structure? I think that you need to have that clarification before you go ahead with this proposal. Let's see. The proposal to combat this setback was to build a wider sidewalk. What that's going to happen is that you will take away the parking lane that's available on Arbutus Street. It is also a very narrow road already, with all the congestion from the transit, from an existing church, and even Arbutus Street as an arterial. This cannot support and help that instance. I think that you need to ask staff whether or not this is the right proposal, because there's been so many deficiencies pointed out that I don't think that you can honestly say that this is a good proposal going forward, even though the need for housing is apparent. But there was some really good proposals set forward. There was an architect that said, don't build this huge, massive tower, build 2 of them and spread them out. I think a better solution is if you take away the parking and the first access level, put that all underground, because you were going to build lower anyways to meet that need, and build 2 towers, or one that would be accommodate about 60 residences on a 5 to 6 story tower, and have 2 of those instead of 1 building tower. But I'm in opposition of this, and I hope that you would take my consideration. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but just thank you for coming in and being so patient. We do, I understand, have one more speaker in the chambers. I'd like to come forward and give us your name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here.
Yep.
Appears all the in-person speakers are complete.
Okay, great. Let's go online then and start to get folks on the phone. Take the next speaker, first and last name, whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Speaker 260, your line is unmuted.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Thanks for calling in. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Brianna Belker. I am a resident of Mount Pleasant currently, previously Dunbar. I'm an outreach worker in the downtown east side for children, youth, and their families. And I am in favor of this housing initiative. Before I continue, I just want to ask the clerks, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Like I can hear myself, but a second behind. There we go. Thank you. I personally see the death toll of the housing crisis firsthand, and I'm intimately aware of the way it is affecting the city's citizens. This housing initiative, these proposed homes will save lives, and so Council has a moral obligation to approve all 139 units of this project without delay, because people need housing now.
As I said, I am a full-time outreach support worker with school-age kids, grades 3 to 7, so ages 8 to 12. The demographic of the program, the kids in the program are about half Indigenous and half first and second generation newcomers and some refugees. My role is to provide out-of-school care and family support and resources. Every day, I walk with 20-some kids from program to and from their school and to and from their homes. Between the 2 blocks from our program building to the school, there are 7 social housing projects. I've been working with this program for many years, and we have never had a single incident with any resident of these 7 buildings. We've never had an incident with kids and drug paraphernalia or sharps. We have never had an incident where children were frightened or felt unsafe. The sidewalks are busy and crowded, but the tenants say hello to the kids, to us. Many of them know us and still say hello and ask me where the kids are on our off days. All the parks we play in with the kids also have supportive housing in the vicinity and or adjacent. Again, we've not had a single instance of a child being frightened or hurt by the residents or neighbors. And any instance where I have been with the kids and a neighbor or community member may be experiencing a mental health crisis or a bad trip has always been an opportunity to teach, learn, and exercise empathy. When the kids ask questions, my response is everyone has bad days. Everyone has days when they need a little extra help. I really want to stress to council that I have never seen a child scared by witnessing a neighbor's distress. Just concern, compassion, and questions. And I want to stress that who a crisis is scary for is the person experiencing it. I've watched every single child I work with grow from small children with questions into preteens and teens who are filled with compassion, understanding, and are socially conscious human beings and citizens with a capacity for empathy and action. During summers, the large group of kids I work with eat lunch in our adjacent men's recovery and housing building, since that's where our dining hall is. The men in the program are helpful, kind, and supportive. 2 weeks ago, one of the outreach workers at that building pulled me aside and said, "Can you do me a favor?" I thought he was going to say that the kids are being disruptive or too rowdy in some way. Instead, he said, "Can you bring the kiddos here every day? It brings so much life to the building, and when the men here see it, they say, that's why I'm doing this. I can do this for another day." We've had countless residents of that building have pulled my colleagues, other children and youth workers aside to say, "Thank you so much for having the kids around. It's why I'm still here." If council approves this initiative, I promise you the surrounding neighborhood will be graced with who I know will be the kindest, most generous, and strong, resilient neighbors. I would leave you with this. It has never, ever been a problem to have social housing for people with complex needs so close to where we run kids programming, and my organization has been doing this for a long time. Supportive housing is not dangerous to children, but the housing crisis is not just the responsibility of my neighborhood. It is every neighborhood's responsibility. It is every Vancouverite's responsibility. There has been some concern about having the supportive housing so close to an area that kids use. Council, if this is why you are considering voting against this proposal, I ask that you think about why these kids at this school are any different than the ones I work with. If supportive housing close... Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions, though. Councillor Dominato has questions. Up to 5 minutes, please, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks. It was Brianna, right? Thanks for calling in this evening. I appreciate your perspective. Given your role in the work you're doing with youth and families, I'm curious what you think about supportive housing having a focus, incorporating units specifically for youth, particularly because 2S LGBTQ+ Indigenous youth aging out of care are at higher risk of homelessness in the city, and yet the proposal we have doesn't currently offer any housing for youth.
Yeah, I recognize that we do need more housing for youth, but I support this housing initiative as it is proposed because so many people are dying right now who need housing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you for sharing your perspective. It's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just have one question. Thank you again for sharing your perspective. It's very helpful. Some of the speakers talked about the fact that there is a lot of need for housing for families with children. I'm wondering, given your work, if you have any kind of assessment of the degree of need, like how many families really, are with children, single parent or not, in the city of Vancouver. Do you have any kind of estimate?
Yeah, totally. I thank you for the concern for that, and we need more housing for families for sure. But again, I support this housing initiative as it is proposed for the people who need it now to get it through. There will probably be parents working towards recovery in order to get their children back who need this housing in the meantime.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Do very much appreciate you coming in tonight and staying so late. And I'm going to move to the next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me? Your line is unmuted.
Great. Yes, we can hear you. First and last name and whether or not you support the project, please, whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Jason Arneja. I've lived in Vancouver for 45 years. I'm an actor, business owner, and most importantly, a proud father. I am in strong opposition of the current supportive housing proposal. We've heard almost 300 speakers, 80% of them in opposition. This proposal has elicited such powerful sentiments. As a parent to young children who attend a school in this neighborhood, I'm utterly shocked and disgusted by the lack of communication and care the BC government has shown to the people in need of supportive housing, members of the community, and most importantly, the children who can't speak for themselves. There are many failures attached to this supportive housing site. I'll mention a few. Failure to consult the neighborhood. Failure to respect the safety and well-being of the neighborhood by not consulting first responders. And a failure to have clear objectives on who should be housed there. This entire proposal is counterintuitive to helping people exit homelessness. Placing people in this jail-like monstrosity advertises them as homeless and drug addicts, further adding to their stigma. Congregating people with these kinds of social disadvantages does not work in anyone's best interest. How in God's name are people supposed to recover when you have a consumption site that could trigger addictions? Quite a few supporters have argued that residents of Kits are privileged and wealthy, and that we don't want these people coming here as it would tarnish our pristine neighborhood. This is a blanket statement and could not be further from the truth. I come from a family of immigrants who worked tirelessly to establish themselves and provide for us. I witnessed firsthand how the effects of addiction and unfortunate upbringings create dire outcomes for some. My uncle died from alcoholism. My cousins suffered immensely and for a time were homeless. Some people I've personally known have ended up on Hastings. Some have ended up murdered from gang violence. To say I've lived a privileged life is completely misguided. Councillors, I feel like some of you are playing games with us. Mayor Kennedy alluded to pushing a button and choosing between politics and academia. These are people's lives. These are my children's lives. We are all not guinea pigs in some experiment. Since the beginning of this public hearing, I've sat intently, watched, and listened to the speakers, and all of you make your statement. I teach my children to ask questions when they do not know the answers. I feel like most of you, or some of you, have been asking questions just to reaffirm your position. Just based on your body language, communications, questions asked, we already know where you stand. Are you here to seriously listen to our concerns or just go through the motions? Dr. Summers was correct in saying that we are all being held hostage by the BC government. The money shouldn't just go away because we want you to say no to this proposal. Finally, I'd like to leave you with one of my favorite quotes. Finance is a gun, and politics is knowing when to pull the trigger. If you pull the trigger on this project, you will essentially kill a thriving community along with our children's innocence. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. You just state your first and last name and whether you support or oppose the project, please.
Speaker 41, your line is unmuted.
Speaker 41. Clerks.
Speaker 41, your line is unmuted.
Perhaps we can move to the next speaker then.
Yes.
Hello?
Okay.
Well, hi there. Thanks for calling in tonight. Need your first and last name or whether you support or oppose the project.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Perfect. Yes.
Yep. Go ahead.
Hello.
First and last
My name
name, whether or not you support it.
Cooper and been in the Kitsilano area for the last 13 years. I do not support this rezoning application. Unfortunately, this building rezoning process is linked to social issues and not just built architecture. Though the two are intertwined, I want to speak about the building. Multiple people have spoken about how the future residences will fit into the neighborhood. I believe a successful building must also blend into its surrounding. The form and size of the building must be suitable for the neighborhood. We need an engaging, welcoming, open structure. Or do you want an eyesore for the next 50 to 75 years? Which is exactly what this project may become. My interpretation of this project is a wall, a physical barrier to hide the inner operations and keep people separated. Would you consider a 330 square foot room a home? Why not build something that is larger, more livable, where an individual can transition their space into a real home? Or have a variety of sizes for a more diverse residential mix? The public realm. This is the interaction between the ground plane and the neighborhood. The reduced setbacks are mere inches. Our Buda setback at the ground plane is 31.5 inches or 2.5 feet. At the upper floor is levels 2 to 12. There's no setback, not even an inch. There is next to no transition between the sidewalk and the building. This is the wall condition that I was speaking of earlier. How would you like to walk beside a 22.5 foot high wall? Simply look at the level 1 plan. The majority of the perimeter walls on the ground plane are thick masonry walls with very limited openings, next to no transparency or engagement. This is a fundamental design and planning error. Shadows. There will be shadows. Everyone knows this, but to what extent is acceptable? A gentleman stated earlier that it's worth accepting the shadows for the sake of building the building. I completely disagree with this. Anyone living in Vancouver should relish the sun. Think of those dark and cloudy days in January and February and the lost benefits of sunlight. There was an earlier speaker that also noted the potential traffic chaos. I'd like to add one more item to that list. The location of the service entrance is off Arbutus. Typically, this is off a back laneway or secondary road. Trucks will have to back in, causing a potential delay, and the dangers of having a large truck backing up with kids around is extremely dangerous. I question the building design again, and has the city's engineering reviewed the potential traffic issues? Building height. This building is simply too tall for the site. Why build a 13-story building that is the height of a 17-story building just because it's a prefab modular system? I believe any savings is offset by the additional 4 stories of building. Think about it. They are proposing to build 4 stories of uninhabitable space. In other terms, you're building a low-rise building for nothing. Why not be more efficient and build a 6-story wood frame building, typical Vancouver construction, which supports the local BC wood industry? Building area. There was a question the first night about percentage of area for supported services. The planner recently responded as 10,000 square feet, or almost 11%. I questioned the planner's response. He is simply adding the residence area and the mid-project support area, or the entire building area except the resident suites and service rooms. What is supported services? I don't know. Is the resident amenity really considered supported services? My naive view of what supported services are would be the 3 consultation rooms, the medical room, and 3 offices, which has a combined area of 1,573 square feet, or 1.7%. Councillors, please question this planner. Does this proposed building comply with the new Broadway plan? The shadowing, the floor height, the setbacks, the lot size in relation to the building height. These need to be answered concisely so you have the real facts before voting. BC Housing Representative James stated that BC Housing wants to start building as soon as possible. My simple solution, start over again. Plan and build an efficient 6-story wood frame building with a diverse unit mix, and have the architect engage the residences from the start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any speakers questions for you, but do appreciate you coming in tonight. We can move I'm going to make my second call for speakers now. And clerks, if we can queue up the next speaker, first and last name, and whether or not you support or oppose the project.
Speaker 33, your line is unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hey there. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Godin. I'm a renter in Mount Pleasant. I am in strong support of the proposed rezoning and subsequent supporting housing project. I've never called into council before. My hope would be that in the future, a proposal like this would never be subject to the will or input of 300 speakers and multiple days of debate again. You were elected by the citizens of the city. Public hearings should not be required for every decision you make, particularly one that will help the lives of hundreds of people. And as expected, has brought up some horrifying stereotypes and assumptions about the potential residents. If we lived in a system where every decision of the council would be subject to 4 days of deliberation, the city of Vancouver would be even further behind on housing than it already is, a truly dire imaginable state. The proposed housing being near future transit expansion is absolutely instrumental in lifting up those who would benefit from it. Many people, including my wife and I, would likely not be Vancouver residents were it not for our proximity to rapid transit. While we may be able to afford the rent, I have the utmost sympathy for those who cannot. 5 months ago, we spent 30 to 40 hours a week looking for a place to live in Vancouver after giving notice to our previous rental in New West. Despite having excellent references, stable incomes, and otherwise being desirable tenants, the stress endured was significant and demoralizing. I can only begin to imagine how difficult it would be for someone who works 2 jobs, is unemployable, or is otherwise struggling. I encourage you to consider the people who cannot speak here en masse wields not only the financial security to take the time today to speak out against this project, but the financial incentive to do so. Kits cannot remain immune from absorbing the societal debt owed to those suffering. This is not an SRO. This is not a hastily thrown together hotel project. Most of the claims made against this project are poorly informed and thinly veiled classist nature. The goalposts are constantly moving. Those who would benefit from this do not have $200 to $100 an hour to spend on consultants. They don't have the resources to hand out flyers to farmers markets. They don't have Facebook groups of active bodies ready to engage against anything that might cast a shadow. I understand that moderating these public hearings is difficult and tiring. I would like to thank those council members who challenged stigmatizing speech today. Vancouver is one of the wealthiest cities in one of the richest countries in the world. All of its citizens are owed safe, equitable, and dignified housing, and this is your opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. I don't see any questions for you, so I will move to the next speaker. Clerks, do we have next speaker on the line?
Speaker 182, your line is unmuted.
Oh, hi there. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please. First and last name and whether or not you support the project.
Great, thank you. My name is Peter Waldkirch, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to support these desperately needed homes. You know, I think it's really telling that we are having this, the fifth day of this public hearing, on the day when somebody engaged in a shooting spree that's reported to have targeted homeless people in Langley. The right of homeless people to live in our society is very much at issue, just like here tonight, where the right of homeless people to have a home in the west side of Vancouver is on trial. The need for this housing is obvious and crucial. It will literally save lives. This is a life and death decision you are making. So let's put this in context. I think all of you councillors have spoken about the need for senior levels of government to increase their funding for deeply affordable housing. During the Broadway plan hearing, one of you said that funding housing isn't part of the city's core job. Well, okay. Senior levels of government are here today, fully funding 129 homes for people in the most dire housing need. And these senior levels of government want to build these homes, but they can't because these homes for homeless people are illegal to build because you, this city, and yes, you as councillors who are responsible for this system, have made them and are keeping them illegal. So this is really a straightforward question. Are you going to get out of the way and let our government build these life-saving homes? If funding housing isn't part of your core job, aren't you at least obliged to get out of the way for the people who will fund it? Or are you going to continue to actively prevent homes for homeless people? How do you expect senior levels of government to take you seriously when you ask for more funding for housing if you reject the housing they do fund? You know, this is one of these mask-off moments where you will show the city what you really think about who belongs where. If you spend your whole council term saying, oh, we need funding from senior levels of government, but then turn down fully funded homes while we're in a housing crisis, people who care about affordable housing in this city will see you for who you are. Because think about what your job is here tonight. You're voting on a land use decision. Now, of course, it's never quite this simple, but it's often said that the city's zoning powers are about regulating users of land, not users of land. You get to determine the what, not the who. So if you want to dictate how this building will be run, which persons will get to use it, whether it's low barrier or not, whether for women or men, children or not, raise property taxes and pay for it yourself. You're not the puppet masters who get to dictate to the province how it should operate supportive housing. You don't get to sit in judgment of the ideal way to operate supportive housing. You don't get to turn this down in favor of some totally imaginary hypothetical. You get to make a decision on land use, and that's it. And while you were talking about a 14-floor building close to a future SkyTrain station, along was already the busiest transit route in the city, in a city with tremendous housing need, this housing belongs here. Despite how it seems that everyone is suddenly an expert on the ideal way to run supportive housing. Because we know what really makes this proposal controversial, that it's on the west side. If this were somewhere else, everyone knows we wouldn't be having this harmful, lengthy, stigmatizing spectacle. It's transparent and it's obvious, and we know this because just over a month ago in June, this council approved, without much controversy, a pretty similar proposal on Knight Street, 14 floors, 109 supportive housing units for homeless people. Where were all these people who so passionately care about the right way to do housing for the homeless then? If you reject this, you can try to spin it, but no one will believe you're standing up for the principle of the one right way to truly solve homelessness. The message will be clear, not in the west side. So I'll just conclude by saying I'm really disappointed in my fellow Vancouverites. We like to think of ourselves as open, welcoming, caring. This hearing has shown something very different about it. So please choose to save lives. Don't get in the way of this housing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you for calling in at this late hour and sharing your thoughts. Yes.
I would just like to make, do you think that directly or indirectly reflected negatively upon the character of any group or group of persons?
We're going to go to the next speaker, clerks. If you could.
Yeah.
Points of order always welcome.
Speaker with the last four digits, 4201. Your line is unmuted.
Hi, I think that's me. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, or almost good midnight. My name is Devin Hessick, and as a Vancouver homeowner, I am proud to say I serve as a community advisory member for the Margaret Mitchell Temporary Modular Housing Building. What's tougher to admit is that I also have a disability, and that as a young person, I came close to living on the streets on more than one occasion. While I was lucky enough to be awarded compensation for the life that was stolen from me as a child, if one or two decisions are slightly different, my story of suffering would likely go untold. Instead, as the last month has shown, many would just incorrectly dismiss me as a monster, an addict, or a threat to all that is love. In reality, I just suffer with pain every day of my life. Others can't work because they're simply burnt out, they're depressed, or fatigued from illnesses that force their own bodies to fail them. How do you stay housed when you can't work, when you weren't born to the right lineage, and you only get a meager $350 a month for shelter? Normally, most would agree, much of our life is determined by things we can't control. But we've seen how disinformation can be both rational terror and applause. Over the last 2 years, 5 studies have even tricked people into believing a deadly pathogen was just a flu that could be cured by drinking bleach. It's no wonder then that when we're exposed to such poison, even the kindest of hearts can be hardened by the fear of losing what we hold dear. Whether you have a child, a grandchild, a niece, a nephew, even if they're not related to you by blood, I ask you, do you think they would oppose this building? That they would say it's too tall? That it provides safety and shelter for too many people? That it's too menacing, like the Arbutus SkyTrain station some in the neighborhood are suing to stop? In reality, true threats know how to hide in plain sight. As you've seen recently with the Joy Kogawa House Heritage designation, pedophiles can reside in a character home or in a church. A rapist doesn't need to lurk in an alley. He can easily be found in a suburban city hall. But the mayor of Port Moody forced a homeless person to shotgun a beer in exchange for food shows who our society's victims really are.
Speaker?
Yeah?
Let's not go down that route. We're just talking about this particular project, so let's try to stick with that. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm getting there. And please, sorry, I wasn't accusing anyone of anything they didn't admit to. When we were reminded of the fact that with the cruel killings of 2 vulnerable people in Langley today, and I haven't forgotten the lives that were stolen by a shameful pig farmer who was subdividing his killing fields. Have you? With that context, how can anyone say this respectful, thoughtful building with its life-saving homes is a threat to the neighborhood or St. Augustine's? It's been sculpted to fit the site, to avoid shadowing parks and the school's playground, which will be boxed in by a gymnasium anyways, as the principal recently admitted to you. Unlike the Strata Tower your development permit board rejected last year because it was asking for a height relaxation in advance of the Broadway plan, this is a pure public benefit. This applicant team isn't in it for a paycheck. They're public servants who want to build a better community. Don't you? I understand that generations of urban planners and councils have failed to do that despite their best efforts. I mean, Arbutus Walk is certainly a beautiful and livable for those who can afford it. Yet would you approve a proposal that sought to replace a former brewery with 824 strata homes and demand only a token gesture towards affordability in return? Because based on my experiences with Margaret Mitchell, I know this will build a stronger neighborhood by helping to fill in that massive affordability gap. If you're willing to listen, I can tell you how these passive house modular homes are highly sustainable, cost-effective, and can be quickly constructed to avoid disrupting nearby residences and traffic. That role taught me there's a difference between a police call out for an emergency and one to report someone who's decided to stay at a friend's place one night, even though they're both officially logged the same way. More importantly, I can tell you the parents who opposed those 52 shelter rate homes came to embrace them. They would drop off care packages, and their children's artwork would be placed on the walls. And in return, the stories of those individuals were now warmly accepted by their neighbors and heard in the classrooms of Falls Creek Elementary. What better example could you set to these nearby students than to demonstrate the Catholic virtues of charity, patience, and gratitude? I ask, what would the Holy Father, Pope Francis, a Jesuit do in your place? What would Christ do? Would he cast out the meek or wash their feet? Follow their examples of kindness that were repeated by the students of Marpool who advocated for the writer in residences, 278 home shelter rate buildings by their schools, despite the terror of their parents. listened to the urban design panel, who unanimously supported this application's height, massing, and density, as they spoke of their family members who would benefit from these homes. Rather than save the lives of these Vancouverites, you could say no to these homes and hope in October the voters will blame the province, as the money that will have been used for these homes and to house their families goes to another city that treats its residents and neighborhoods equally. Alternatively, you can make a significant change in the lives of those who already live in Kitsilano shadows if you approve this. Maybe one day you'll end up saving the life of someone you know, too, as a result. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a late night and a long election term, and I wish you all the best on a personal level.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Council, we've got 9 speakers left on the line, so I'm going to go to the next one. The next speaker, please. First and last name and whether or not you support the project.
Speaker 213, your line is unmuted.
Speaker 213.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please. Just need your first and last name and whether or not you support the project.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for taking the time to take my call. My name is Alina Gosian. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I've been a longtime resident. My background is in teaching. I've been teaching in Ontario and now moved back to Vancouver. After hearing this proposal, I'm completely opposed to this infrastructure that's going to be imposed on the community. Just some of the reasons. You've heard reasons day and night, and it's not a good start to the project. I'm sure you're aware this is not a good start. Having so many community members oppose it, and there's many hundreds more that are definitely opposing it, but haven't had the opportunity to speak or whatever the case is. One of the reasons I do oppose it is our children in this community and the vulnerable citizens of this community supposed to feel safe and arrive to their schools or homes in a safely manner. This unit is 129 units, which is unfathomable and mind-baffling, because that's 129 units, and if one person has a visitor per person, that's over 250 people at that location, which they will not be using their unit. They will definitely head outdoors. As you see, Vancouver residents head outdoors because the housing is quite tiny here compared to Ontario and other provinces. So you are expecting over 200 residents from this building to be in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is supposed to feel safe and support this housing. We are an empathetic neighborhood. We are a supportive neighborhood, but we do not support something that will put others in danger and make others
Point of order.
Feel unsafe. Sorry?
Councillor Hardwick.
Swanson.
Sorry, Councillor Swanson.
6.1b, reflecting negatively on the character of a person or group of persons.
Okay, thanks. I'll just trying to caution speakers as I go along. If we could just keep it focused on the building and the form and impact on neighborhood, and not comment on potential inhabitants, that'd be great. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay. I understand, but the building infrastructure is housing members that are single, rather than welcoming, for example, single moms with children that can be involved in the neighborhood and have an opportunity to live on the west side and have an opportunity to enroll their children on the west side, or other vulnerable citizens. What about subsidizing families of low income or foster children, teenagers that are trying to integrate into the community? So there's lots of options. I do not support this housing at all, but I do support housing that will be acceptable in this community. Has anybody taken a chance to look at the neighborhood? It's close to the shelter. It's close to many children's schools. There's lots of factors at risk. So over the years, I've been taught by professors, and I'm sure many of you know that prevention is better than cure. And we should not be waiting for hazards to take place in the future and try to cure them. This land is wonderful, and we can definitely build on this land, but it's not the right infrastructure for this community. We need, as a community, we need successful evidence from Vancouver's history that such a big, invasive, massive infrastructure that houses a certain category of people was successful. Where are the facts? Where is the evidence to put people's minds at ease? Lots of family members have lost sleep, endless nights of sleep, where, as of myself, I have lost endless nights of sleep thinking, should I be moving back to Ontario?
We're at 5 minutes, so you have used your allotted time. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank
and
you.
I don't have any questions for you. Thanks. Clerks, can we move on to the next speaker, first and last name, and whether or not you support the project?
Speaker 100, your line is unmuted.
Oh, hi, this is John Hatchtolius. I am a resident in Vancouver, and I live about half a block away from the proposed building, and I am strongly opposed to this building in its current form. We support helping people in this community, and we are a very caring community, but this is also just a middle-class, peaceful, working group of apartment buildings and people here who are living in peace and harmony, and there is no reason whatsoever to jeopardize that. Next to the school, next to the kids' park. Right now, it's incredibly safe. We have zero issues, and that should remain. There's no reason to jeopardize that. And also the design, with 129 single studio suites, it should be a mix for women, children, families, seniors, disabled. We need studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and these folks will integrate into the community seamlessly. We can help more people without any issues. One second, just getting to my notes here. We can help more people without any issues for the same or less cost. And as the other callers have all said, this is directly across from the street from the elementary school and the children's play park. As some of the other residents calling in from across the city have said, I don't think any of them have ever set foot and actually seen the site. They're talking about Knight Street. Knight Street, as far as I understand, is away from residents, semi-away at least from that building site. This is directly next to all the residents, the women's shelter, the children's school, the play park. And now we're going to have the SkyTrain with thousands of UBC kids transferring there. So the UBC kids will also be a concern for them to make sure that they're safe going to school. So I just want to say that this is the wrong model in the wrong place. We want a different model, and we support helping our friends and neighbors of all descriptions, and that includes the middle class. That includes keeping the middle class stable. And right now, this neighborhood is a very stable little pocket of middle class people trying to get along and living in harmony. There's no reason to jeopardize that. Please vote no to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Clerks, can we have the next speaker, please? First and last name and whether or not you support the project.
Speaker 3418, your line is unmuted. Speaker last digits 3418, your line is unmuted. Speaker with the last 4 digits 2764, your line is unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please. First and last name and whether or not you support or oppose the project.
First name Joseph, second name Jones. I neither support nor oppose the project. I want to add some perspective. My theme is equity, and I am thinking of 2 weeks before this public hearing began, I listened to an entire other public hearing about a very similar project at Knight and King Edward. That's pretty close to where I live. I had nothing to say about it. I have listened to much of what has been said on this, and you all know what FSR is, right? Floor space ratio. One of the things that I really want to say is there is a ratio of these two floor space ratios. Do you know what it is? The one at King Edward and Knight is an 8. This one is a 3. 8 to 3. Think how little time and how little you heard from the people on this side of town. Is there equity in Vancouver? I would also like to make a brief remark on the fact that this is adjacent to a greenway. The $55 million from the city for that greenway materialized almost instantaneously, whereas we who have undergone much redevelopment have been promised a greenway which may or may not appear in the next 100 years. I like the thoughts of people in need being able to enjoy a greenway. And my final point is I have heard a lot of reference to toddler park. Well, I went onto the City of Vancouver website to see what I could learn about toddler park. Being a senior, I thought maybe there was also senior park. Well, I'm looking all over the place, and I don't find these designations. So I start to feel another equity twinge. How can you not censor this ageist language? Is a park a toddler park? Is a park a senior park? I don't think so. Anyway, thank you for considering these few points. I think of these as twin towers. You have approved the 8. You are looking at the 3. Please bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thanks for your time and your thoughts on this matter. I don't see any questions for you, but so thanks again, and we'll move on to the next speaker.
Speaker 43, your line is unmuted.
First and last name, please, and whether or not you support the project.
Hello?
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Meg McGrath, and I'm a resident of Kitsilano. And first, I want to thank the council for listening and being so patient during this hearing. We know we're all tired, so I'm kind of tired too. I oppose this rezoning application for many reasons, including this building is too big, there's no setback, lack of solar access for the surrounding area, and no consideration for traffic management on a narrow 2-lane road. This application includes a biased feedback report written by the applicant that does not include accurate community feedback from the neighbors of the site. And I know that it's easy to dismiss ordinary people like myself as we are not experts, but we're just neighbors, taxpayers, and residents. But we are also hearing from experts who all oppose this proposal. Santa Maria House, the successful recovery home for women, have asked you to oppose this proposal. Dr. Julian Summers, an international expert on addiction, mental health, and homelessness, has said that there was a better housing model. And Judge Tom Gove has established and ran the community court in downtown Eastside has opposed this proposal. So you think that after all these three opinions and overwhelming opposition from the community, that there be a pause, disqualify this proposal, and look for a better solution, which does exist. And while housing advocates argue that we just need to build a building to house people, and there is lots of attempt at blame directed at residents who oppose this site for delaying much needed housing, it should be noted that this proposal has taken over a year to be heard at City Council.
Oh, sorry, Speaker, you're fading out. You're fading out a bit, Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Where did I end? And housing advocates argue that we just need to build a building to house people, and there's lots of attempt at blame directed at residents who oppose this site for delaying much needed housing. It should be noted that this proposal has taken over a year to be heard at City Council, and the reality is that BC Housing and the city staff could have proposed a 6-story building on this site. There would have been no public hearing, and the building could have been completed, and new residents could possibly be moving in today. Council approved this last year for this very reason. BC Housing, with city staff, are the ones who made the decision to propose a building that was not supported by the community and chose to delay much-needed housing. The E&Y BC Housing report and subsequent dismissal of the BC Housing board members that include serious concerns about how BC Housing is managed and how they give contracts to nonprofit housing providers. I believe that this is just the beginning of a massive change that will occur at BC Housing. In a Vancouver Sun news article dated July 15, 2022, and I quote, David Eby said, I'm frustrated by the process in Vancouver and what's been allowed to happen here by the City of Vancouver through this extended rezoning process and people leveraging this necessary housing for their own municipal political careers, end quote. I would hope that is not happening, but I do believe that David Eby is leveraging this proposal for his own ambitious provincial political career.
Let's try not to go down those roads. So we're just again talking about this specific project. So,
but that's what he was talking about, right? He was talking about the city, this rezoning process. That's what I'm quoting from the Vancouver Sun. Okay, so every day we hear the failings of the downtown east side, and a lot of the criticism is placed at the doorstep of the mayor and city councilors. I now understand that this is not the mayor or city councilor's fault, but the failings of BC Housing executives and board members. They have not provided the right type of housing for the most vulnerable residents of the city. To support this application is to allow BC Housing to continue to do the wrong thing and proliferate what is happening in the downtown east side to all over the city of Vancouver. If BC Housing and the city staff truly engaged and cared about community input, this proposal could have been something amazing that the neighbors and community could get behind. This is your opportunity to change the way BC Housing provides supportive housing in Vancouver. By rejecting this rezoning and asking them to engage properly with the community who want to be part of a successful housing model. Please oppose this application, not because it's the right thing to do, but the only option to change what is happening in supportive housing in this city. Thank you very much for listening to me, and good night.
Thanks. Very much appreciated. I don't see any questions for you. So, clerks, I'm going to make my third and final call now, and it's 11:42. I'll get council to come back at 11:47, just so we can give everybody a chance to call in. So we'll have a 5-minute break, council, and then come back to finish off the speakers. ask the operator to prompt the next caller, first and last name, and whether or not you oppose the project or support it.
Speaker 146, your line is unmuted.
Hi, is that me?
Yes, it is. Up to 5 minutes, please. First and last name, and whether or not you support the project.
Okay, I'll try to keep it quick. I'm Bernie Hensel. I'm a lifelong Vancouverite. I work in the city, and I'm a landlord providing affordable housing. I'm opposed to this project. I grew up in the neighborhood where the project is being proposed. I went to Lord Tennyson, just across Broadway. I've been very impressed with the eloquent and articulate points made by so many residents and experts raising serious concerns and pointing out many flaws. As the architects and engineers have explained, the building itself was flawed on many aspects and clearly wrong for the size of the land and the small street with no lane access. Other experts, such as Professor Summers, have made the case that the project will be a failure with respect to the residents the project will house. An esteemed judge with deep knowledge of these societal issues has also explained why this is a mistake and needs to be rejected. Parents have raised legitimate concerns about the safety of their kids, a mere 50 feet from this massive project. But some folks who have called in have really vilified some of these people as NIMBYs and West Siders, and kind of insinuating that they're uncaring and even asking, what would Christ do? Well, my family, we're a foster family, and we've dealt firsthand with the ministry and along with parents and many, many foster children. We saw a huge need, and we had the ability to help, and so we did. Through our work with the ministry, we know that there is an emphasis on trying to keep children out of ministry care. I think a project focused on single parents with a daycare, a park, a school right next door, well, that would be an ideal project. I think Council has an opportunity to send this back to BC Housing with the encouragement to engage with the community, a compassionate community that wants to help. Come back to the residents and other stakeholders, a project that makes sense, one that will be successful, and not a mistake that we have to live with for the next many, many decades. With the overwhelming opposition to this project, I think it's clear Council needs to reject. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I'll just thank you so much, and we'll move to the next caller. We can cue the next caller. That would be great. First and last name, and whether or not you support the project.
Speaker 48, your line is unmuted.
Speaker 48.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. First and last name, please, and whether or not you support the project.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Ross. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of new housing that's supposed to be in Arbutus.
Your line is breaking up a little bit. It's a little bit hard to hear you.
Does this sound a little bit better?
No? A little.
You know what I'll do? I'll just switch. I'll see if I can go off of my earbuds. I'm on my cell phone.
Okay.
Here, I will play into the phone. Hi, is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. A few years back, I was really excited to learn about a supportive housing project that was being proposed by the city in our neighborhood. It was Margaret Mitchell Place. It's something that was badly needed. We consider it part of a complete community. It was a groundswell of support, partly because we've got a neighborhood association that's democratically structured, and it truly represents the residents from right across the community. The project it went forward. Margaret Mitchell Place went up. It's been a wonderful addition to our neighborhood. And I know that I and others have one complaint, and we've stated this publicly. We would like Margaret Mitchell and the temporary housing to become permanent rather than temporary. And we're also hoping through some of the new housing that we're hoping can go in down here, we'd like to increase the number of units that are in there from 50 to, 100, 150, but we can see that being a really important part of an integrated, caring community that also has supportive seniors housing. It's much needed in our neighborhood. as well as neighborhoods right across the city. It's not just about geospatial equity, but it's also, for me, it's about person, place, and belonging. I have a personal experience of a number of years ago, I went through a difficult phase in my life, and I was super, super lucky to be offered supportive housing in a neighborhood that my family was located in, and that my friends were located in. They were people who loved me, and people that I loved. And I think that if I'd been offered supportive housing, this was in Winnipeg when I was much younger. If I'd been offered housing out in Transcona or St. Vital, I don't think that I would have taken up that offer. And I don't really honestly know that I'd be here. I don't know that I'd be alive without having been allowed to access the housing at that point in my life. I think it's so important. It's the transformative effect that you can have when you're in a safe place. You've got a door that can lock. I mean, I look at those studio suites. I think 330 square feet. It's your own place. That would be it would have been a marvel to me in my former life. And I don't see that as a prison or a jail. You have a chance to save lives that will save lives, and I'm hoping that you'll approve this project. I guess the other thing that I would like to mention is I put a little star beside something that was talked about on day one. I think Councillor Fry brought this up, and then discussion was curtailed. As you later on discovered, it was sort of an error, but it was the trying to remember the Community Advisory Committee, because we also had one of those in place in False Creek South, and it was super helpful for vetting things out to the community, for good informed discussions, and I can see that being really, really useful for this particular context. I'd love to see a committee that includes people who are going to be living in the housing, because I don't hear those voices at all, sort of in the representations or the comments that are being made. And if you could also pad out that committee with people who are committed to inclusion, who are also really knowledgeable about doing the work and experience with work that's anti-classist, anti-ableist, anti-sanist, anti-sexist, anti-ageist, all of these issues that are arising in the discussions that are happening. I think that would really help make these homes the best possible homes they can be for the future folks that are going to be living there, and pad this thing out with heart, center it with connection and belonging, because that's what this should be all about. I'd like to thank you all very much for your work. Your fortitude is admirable, and thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you very much for calling in and sharing your story and thoughts on this. I am going to go to the operator and try to get the next speaker, please.
Speaker 217, your line is unmuted.
Great. If we could have your first and last name and whether or not you support the project.
Yes, hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes, please.
Yes, my name is James Arzo, and all I have to say is that I strongly oppose this project. I believe we've heard enough reasons and enough explanations and enough argument about this, and that should cover everything that has been spoken. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm a resident of Vancouver, obviously.
Thank you so much for staying up late and sharing your point of view. Very much appreciated. Operator, can we go to the next speaker, please?
And speaker 41.
Speaker 41, please go ahead. Speaker 41. Can we just check that speaker 41 is on the line? Or if not speaker 41, anybody else?
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here, and speaker 41 is unmuted, but we're not getting a response.
Okay.
And there is no further speakers on the line.
Okay, so I'll call speaker 41 one more time. Final speaker, if you're unmuted. If
Hello,
not,
can you hear me?
Hi there, we can hear you. Yes, please. Thanks for calling in. You have up to If up to 5 minutes.
Sorry, I thought I was speaker 60. So, almost good morning, Mayor and Council. It's Richard Campbell, and I've lived in Kitsilano for about 30 years, and I strongly support this project and really encourage you to support it. I think people have brought up a lot of issues, and quite frankly, I think what we need to do is just broadly encourage government to invest the amount needed in people to make sure that everyone can be successful. So I strongly encourage you and everyone else, and I'll do that to encourage senior levels of government just to do a lot more and make sure everyone has the support they need, so that this project and all other projects are guaranteed to be successful. Regarding